for those of you here in the paddock with us today, and for those of you tuning in from live around the world, welcome to Orlando Kart Center, home of the championship finale of the 2022 Florida Winter Tour. My name's Xander Clements, alongside me, Ron John Eversole, as we watch the morning warm-up session here wrap up for Pro Rock Shifter. Focus currently on your reigning Florida Winter Tour champion, AJ Myers, who yesterday, Ron John won heat number 1, only to get DQ'd for a carb slide infraction in post-race tech inspection. So a dead last result for Myers on the heat points. It gave Jake French the win, Formal to second. It just doesn't seem like anything can go right now for the 428.
Not at all. What an unfortunate incident there for AJ. Was unaware of that until you just mentioned it, that he had been DQ'd in tech. So, it's been a pretty rough Florida Winter Tour for the 428.
Not the best Florida Winter Tour whatsoever here for AJ Myers, unfortunately. But nonetheless here, he's at least out on the racetrack, ready to try and get some redemption going. We've seen a number of drivers come through the field here. We've also seen a few new faces get to the front. There's Giano Torino, who of course had his breakout weekend at St. Petersburg. He was still pretty good yesterday as well, about a 5th place car overall, battling with the likes of David Greco and Michael Stevens. I don't know what happened, if he ended up getting arm pump or something as the heat race went on, because he faded backwards hard, but for a lot of heat number 1, he was inside the top 5. Behind him, one driver who we're expecting to try and make his way forward a little bit here is Matias Ramirez. That is the TB Kart headed down the front straightaway, just out of view right there for Matias. It is a return to the action here. The same for that guy right there. Danny Formal, of course, coming back, but I mean Rubens Barrichello as well. So we'll cycle around to a few more drivers here through morning warm-up. Obviously, great to have Rubens back. Lives not too far down the road here in Orlando, Florida, and he loves coming to drive go-karts.
Yeah, it's always a fun time when you've got a world champion like Rubens show up and come out and race with us. And not only that, he doesn't come just to race, he comes to race the kids. He wants to get in there and really battle with these young up-and-comers. And it's always a fun thing to watch. It'd be interesting if we should happen to have a little bit of that liquid sunshine come through here, how things may change.
Yeah, as you can see here, heavily overcast skies in Orlando for the second day of on-track action. Really the third day. They got on track on Thursday for practice. There was some unofficial testing going on Wednesday. But here on Saturday, second to last day of the Florida Winter Tour Championship, not a single ray of sunshine coming through. And then, that was a little bit awkward there for Formal coming onto the front straight away as Mike Rivera pulled over.
Don't think he was quite expecting Mike to do that, but yeah, no harm, no foul. Checkered flag is out. That's going to wrap it up for their morning warm-ups. That's our Rock Shifters, brought to you by PSL Karting. And we can definitely tell a little bit different feeling today here at the racetrack. Clouds are rolling in, the wind is definitely blowing, and it's going to make for some interesting racing today.
Right, we talk about interesting racing here. So the way that the format for today works is obviously a little bit different than where we were last week, and a little bit different even than from St. Petersburg. Not necessarily in any specific way, but the main difference here is that we had an extra class added, 206 Senior and 206 Master added in to the weekend. So with them added in, that has lengthened, of course, the number of minutes in the day that are on track, which meant they split up the groups for heat number 2. So the second round of heat races, of course, earlier on Friday, only got half the classes on through. When we go to the race format to see how we get our starting lineups for the main events, here's how they shape up. First of all, again, they go out and they qualify. They set the fastest lap time. That sets the grid order for 3 rounds of heat races, as you can see. The original lengths right now, 9 laps for the Mini, the Micro, and the LO206 divisions. 12 laps for all full-size classes, so your VLR 100cc Juniors, your ROK 125cc single-speed GPs, and your ROK 125cc Shifters, as we just saw come off the racetrack. They run 12-lap heats. That's if, of course, it stays dry. They'll try and cut the laps to be the same number of minutes on the racetrack if the rain does come, which, as you can see, dark clouds looming all around Orlando Kart Center. From those 3 heat races, they collect points in each heat race, and the aggregate total starting positions, or total finishing positions between all 3 heats are equally weighted to set the starting grid for the pre-final. A single pre-final is run then later this afternoon. The results of that that sets our starting lineups for the main events. And of course, the main events are then run, and that's where we have all the grids through. We won't be having any last chance qualifiers here this week, but full grids for a number of classes, pushing the 34, 36 total kart count. So one of them, of course, being the ROK Junior class, the Pro ROK Senior class pushing 30. We just saw Pro ROK Shifter at 24. Now, again, we were halfway through the second round of heat races, so as we'll hopefully get our leaderboard up and working here today to take a look to give you the starting lineup and the run order, that means we go all the way to class number 7, I believe, on the order, which is ROK Masters. So ROK Masters out on their formation lap now. They'll be set to take the green flag. Antonio Pizzonia and Danilo Romalo set on the front row. Renato David and William Isaias make up row number 2. Adriano Pizzonia and David LaPlante make up row number 3. Scott Roberts and Rob Mayer, row 4. Then we have Danny Robertson and Mike Jones, row 5. Scott Carapalati, Sullivan Colombe, row 6. Kim Carapalati and Pablo Ceballos, row 7. And John Stanescu rolls off on the inside of row number 8. That's the lineup, of course, for your ROK Masters second heat race here. And, I mean, John, you called the first heat. We saw more than just Renato David at the front, and, of course, that's helped by former Formula One driver Antonio Pizzonia joining the field.
Nothing like having a Formula One guy come in there and show you how things are done, and that's exactly what happened yesterday with Antonio Pizzonia. As he took the victory, we'll keep an eye on Renato David. Obviously, he is our, right now, reigning Florida Winter Champion and also the leader leading into this weekend. So things shake out here. They're going to go 12 laps. This is Masters, brought to you by Orsilon Racing.
Yeah, so the Orsilon Racing Master ROK division coming to the green flag here for a 12-lap heat race. Again, we'll pull the leaderboard up as soon as we get green. We believe we worked on that overnight, worked on some of our audio issues overnight. So for all the viewers tuning in, we got our audio queued up now, so we're live, no delay for those in the paddock area. I think we're all set. Looks like the field's all set. Let's get set to go racing here for the Master ROK division. Not that time. Yellow flags in the air. A bit of a jump on the outside lane. We're going to wait and send them around one more time.
Once again, a little exciting there. I actually had that happen yesterday, both with this particular group. Not so sure Antonio's completely familiar with the way things go on the karting when it comes to coming up to this commitment line and such, but they'll get things together here, and we'll get things back underway. Ready to kick off our Saturday here with our first heat race. Again, picking up from yesterday, this is all the remainder of heat race number 2.
Yeah, so again, heat race number 2. So we pick right up where we left off yesterday. One false attempt at the start. We saw already a couple times this weekend in the mini and the micro classes where the front row has been inverted. So your front row here, Antonio Pizzonia, Danilo Romalo, they'll get one more opportunity to try and lead the field to the green flag. If they cannot get it formed up and wait patiently enough to accelerate, then they'll be sent back one row. So yellow flag still waving here as they come by. I think they're going to wave them off one more time. It looks like Renato David and William Isaias are now lined on the front row, and that might, oh no, the leader's all the way up the order, so he took too long to slow back down. Now they're, I think, trying to sort themselves out here. I don't know if they want to invert the front row or not. Normally they get 2 tries, so I'm trying to identify what we've got going on here.
That one was crazy.
Yeah, that wasn't, I don't even know if that was exactly a full lineup. In any case,
didn't look like anybody wanted to get in their tram lanes either, so we'll send the guys back around, get them all squared up, and get ready to go racing. Better as they come down.
Yeah, I think that time Antonio realized he waited a little bit too long, but it looks like we've got, is that Renato David on the pole?
It does look like it. That's Renato on the outside. Looks like Danilo's dropped back.
Well, so Danilo Romalo is set up on the outside of the front row. I don't know. Okay. Oh, there we go. All right. Well, you can see Pizzonia down on the inside of. No, that's Adriano Pizzonia. So I don't know if there might have been an issue here for Antonio Pizzonia, but in either way, I think they're waiting. I'm going to slowly give it here time for get them to sort themselves out. So the ROK Masters again trying to sort themselves. Once again, as we went over the race format, it is 12 laps here for their heat races. This is the second of 3. We're halfway through the run order, so that's how we'll get to our main events tomorrow. You can watch live, of course, all day long today for free on youtube.com/KartChaser. Stay tuned into the conversation on any of our socials on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and of course on the Kart Pulse forums as well. We're coming down to the tram lines here. It looks like, yeah, it must have been an issue for Antonio Pizzonia getting out of the grid. So we've got Renato David in the entire inside lane promoted up 1 position. They're going to come up to the start-finish line here. 12 laps on the boards. Getting set to go green. Nice and slow. A perfectly set start for Renato. If he can keep Danilo Romalo at bay, it will be a green flag, and here we go. Looks good. We're away. Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn number 1.
All right, off and running. Here we go. Kicking off championship weekend. Our first group out there is our ROK Masters. This is heat race number 2 for them.
Good start for Danilo Romalo to get down into the inside lane. He was able to go to second. You're watching right now the battle 3rd, 4th, 5th. Scott Roberts there behind him. They were side by side. I'm not sure exactly who we've got over there, but we'll give you the update as they cross the first few loops. It looks like Romalo, David, of course, leading. Romalo second. And Adriano Pizzonia side by side as Scott Roberts tried to go by him in turn 9. Now Roberts on the outside into 10. That's back for 3rd. They'll still cross each other up coming out again, and this time Roberts will complete the pass. So Scott Roberts with a couple crossover moves and attempts gets 3rd as your leader. Coming across the line will be Renato David. They put 1 lap in the books here, down to turn number 1. Just behind him again, Danilo Romalo.
And already he's starting to pull out just a little bit of a gap there over the second place driver. It's about 0.4 of a second from Renato. As we look back, looking at Antonio Pizzonia, looks like he's had a little bit of an issue already in the beginning here, part of the race. He's dropped back quite a few spots. As you mentioned, Scotty Roberts had gotten around him. Don't know if there's any issues there, but after watching him yesterday, it looked like he was going to do...
Well, Pizzonia didn't even make it out for this heat race. That's his relative, Adriano
Pizzonia. Adriano. Okay, so it was Antonio that was having
Antonio was set for the pole. Unfortunately, an issue here on the opening couple laps has it back. Now, Adriano's gone back by on Scott Roberts for the 3rd position. We'll pick up that battle for 3rd right here on your screen. So that's Adriano Pizzonia in the Orsilon Racing Tony Kart, Scott Roberts in the Speed Concepts Racing Red Speed, and then the 604 of Danny Robertson in the RPG Cosmic. Chasing these two here out front, Renato David and Danilo Romalo. So they're closing up a little bit as Romalo goes purple that time by, headed to turn number 5. And a nice and healthy gap there from 2nd back to 3rd. Once again, right now they are keeping a close eye on the forecast here for today. We mentioned overcast skies, potential liquid sunshine. You don't like to say the R word at the racetrack, but it would make things interesting for us. We've got our equipment in places where we should be good to capture all the action, wet or dry, and whatever it ends up being right now, we are at least slick tires for the moment and on schedule for 12-lap heats for the full-size classes. There's a good pass back behind him, William Isaias going by for 6th on David LaPlante. So Isaias picks up another spot as your leaders jump the curbs to the infield chicane. 3 laps complete here, Ron John.
What a great view that was of that particular shot there coming through the chicane area. You could see the karts get up in the air as they come off that bump. In the meantime, Renato David out there in front, although he has a friend right there behind him. As I say that, it looks like Danilo's going to look to the inside and make the pass there going into 5.
Yeah, new leader, Danilo Romalo. Nice move. He was kind of lurking on him for a couple laps. David did go a little bit quicker the lap before, but a great exit out of turn 2. Set Romalo up nice. Look at this. Oh, Scott Roberts and Adriano Pizzonia still going at it back for 3rd. They were wheel to wheel, a little bit of contact. Here they come down the backstretch, and you can see the gap again forming from the top 2 backwards. I mean, it's a pretty healthy margin from a Pizzonia backwards, and Isaias going to the inside on Danny Robertson. He takes over 3rd. So William Isaias, another spot gained into the top 5 now, and kind of digging forward on the International Motorsport Tony Kart. So move William Isaias up another.
He's had a good Florida winter tour so far as well. William's been not the only one who's really been out there battling with Renato David. And it's not the case, obviously, today. We've got another driver out there working him over, and that's Danilo Romalo is still out there in front. Last time by was about a 0.2 of a second lead, so that means that Renato is still right there on his back bumper. Boy, some of the views here from our cameras catching these karts as they come over these curbs. Some really, really neat pictures. And speaking of pictures, you got some great pictures from the guys this weekend. Looking forward to seeing those on the web as well. Still, Romalo, Renato Yater-David, Adriano Pizzonia, Scotty Roberts, William Isaias.
They were four-wheel jumping over the curb coming into the infield chicane. Sorry to interrupt you there, Ron John. I mean, they are getting some airtime here today, and I don't know if anything's changed with the track. I mean, it seems like over the weekend, drivers have gotten more and more aggressive with the curbs in that section, and they are launching over the curbs there as we see your leaders on screen headed through turn number 6. We're coming up on the halfway mark this time, and while Danilo Romalo looked a little quicker early, he hasn't gotten away from Renato David here so far, Ron John. He's kept him pretty close.
He certainly has. The Orsilon Racing team has done a great job for Renato, and of course thank them for their sponsorship of this particular group as well, our ROK Masters, brought to you by Orsilon Racing. Danilo Romalo is still out there in front. Renato Yater-David right there on his back bumper, about 0.2 of a second difference, still right there as they go ripping over those bumps once again, coming through the little chicane area through turns 12 and 13. Now under the little short chute down the front stretch into turn number 1. Got a great view coming into turn number 1 that we didn't happen to have yesterday. Really, really nice placement of that camera.
Yeah, nice shot we'll have down to turn number 1, and a great shot as well into the turn 10 hairpin. So we'll get some more views over there throughout the weekend. Hopefully we'll be good as they come out of turn 6. This time, I better eat my words from the previous lap. Danilo Romalo has doubled the margin in 1 lap. This group back behind, kind of loosely tied together all the way down to what looks to be Mike Jones in the 664 Esprit. As we can see again, Adriano Pizzonia trailing the top 2 with Isaias, Roberts all in line, going back to Jones there, who is trailing the 614 of Rob Mayer. So 3rd back to 9th kind of there in that train.
Those guys
top 2 pulled away.
Those guys are working hard out there. Keeping an eye on Danilo Romalo as he comes right into our view there, going into turn number 1, now through 2 and 3. Make that quick little chicane through 3 there, on to 4 and 5. Romalo actually looks like on the track, maybe a couple of kart lengths difference there between our 1st and 2nd place drivers. Looking back at that battle that's going on back behind them, the 3rd, 4th. Looks like we've had a couple of karts come together here.
Oh, it looks like the right front tire or tie rod has broken on Adriano Pizzonia right in front of William Isaias, and I think Isaias, as Pizzonia spun, ended up on top of him. So that is terrible news for a driver who was carving up through the field. That was 3rd and 4th. Wow. So Isaias pushes his kart off to the side as the leaders come around to put another lap in. 4 to go here in heat number 2. William Isaias, Adriano Pizzonia. So both of the Pizzonias with some bad luck. The only one left to try and wave the flag here in the Orsilon Racing Tony Kart class, or Orsilon Racing Master ROK class, is Renato David, the flagship Master ROK driver they've had for a number of seasons. And he's trying to dig deep there. You saw him 4-wheel jump over turn 3's curbing. He's keeping it even from the last couple laps. Last time by lost about 300ths. But man, is he launching. He wants to dig back to the lead.
Keeping an eye on now as he comes racing down the back stretch right there behind Danilo as they come towards turn number 10. And off running towards the chicane area. Watch the big jumps they get here coming off the curbs. Boy, these guys just pounding those curves as they come through there, and I can't wait to see some slow motion shots coming through that to see how the flex and the bend of these karts as they come through. Cool stuff there, guys. Great job. As our leader continues to be Danilo Romalo. Now, of course, one of the really sad things is the fact that William Isaias is out. He's going to get a DNF for this particular heat race. He was somebody that was up there definitely battling for the Florida Winter Tour Championship. He and Romalo and Renato Yater-David.
And as we've talked about this weekend, with 33% more points up for grabs at each round of the championship, that's a devastating blow here.
Huge.
The good news is you're not necessarily given points based off every individual heat. You're given points based off your overall heat total from all three. Okay. So if he has a good heat 1 and a good heat 3, I mean, he finishes 5th or 6th. That's not as much damage taken, but that still is some damage that he can't afford to have when you got your championship rivals running first and second here. So 2 laps to go. We'll see who comes out on top. Danilo Romalo into turn number 1 over Renato Yater David. 2 to 3 car lengths between them as they head for turn number 3.
Yeah, it does look like Danilo has actually pulled out just a little bit. About a 2 to 3 kart spread there between he and Renato Yater David. Again, our Orsalon Racing ROK Masters out there as they're winding their way through 12 laps this morning. Heat race number 2 for this group. Again, we're keeping an eye on the skies. What a great move there. Great slide job there for the 680.
Yeah, that was Pablo Ceballos, I believe, David LaPlante getting back by on Rob Mayer. You're right on the 680, so that was for 5th as the leaders head towards the infield chicane. Here they come into the S's around the final turn. White flag coming. David has found a little bit of late race pace. Last time by, I think this time by should be a little bit quicker than Romalo. He picks up a 10th, so he's close. He could try a dive here. We've seen David throw some gnarly passes over our couple races so far already. Can he get close enough into 6? Romalo all the way down on the white line by the grass to defend. David will keep him honest.
He's going to make him go high.
He crosses him up. On the outside, he'll have to tuck in. But the pressure's on here. Defensive driving by Danilo Romalo over to turn 9.
I thought perhaps that Renato was going to continue on with that attempt onto the outside, but he thought better of it. Here he comes down to the inside now, looking to the inside. Nope, not able to quite make that pass as well. Xander, here they come through the chicane, through the last time. Nose to tail.
Over the curbing here. Romalo a little bit out of shape. Little love tap. I think David was committed to sending it, and Romalo knew that and crowded him, and now they're going to go door to door across the start-finish line. Bam! Romalo hangs on. David just runs out of juice there. Again, I think maybe he didn't think Romalo would defend on him, and Romalo ended up defending. So that's what's separated that final corner battle. But a good little duel between 2 of the top drivers in the Master ROK class presented by Orsalon Racing. Danilo Romalo and Renato David again first and second. Scott Robertson's third. Danny Robertson fourth. David LaPlante, we saw that great slide job on Rob Mayer. He ends up 5th. 6th, Mayer. 7th, Mike Jones. 8th, Pablo Ceballos. 9th, Sullivan Colombe. And 10th, John Stanescu. So ROK Masters, their second heat race complete. 1 more heat still to come. We'll send it to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, more heat racing coming your way here for the Florida Winter Tour.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back here to overcast skies and a little bit of a breeze at Orlando Kart Center. We mentioned here the forecast definitely doesn't look too great here in Orlando. In fact, right now, if you look on the weather apps, it shows we've got rain. We don't have rain here at the racetrack. No showers yet, but the radar is closing in around us, and it looks like we may get some early showers here this morning. It should kind of wipe through and clear out by the afternoon. Then the question will be, how much sunshine do we get to dry the track off if and when that rain comes? I mean, it is right on top of us right now with a big wave kind of moving its way up the East Coast and slowly coming in. So we could get some here sooner rather than later. We are, again, rolling right now with the standard lap length at 12 laps for full-size classes, 9 laps for cadets at 2:06. That rain is expected to hit us here in about 20 minutes if it does, and it's going to come with some heavy winds. So we want to advise everyone in the paddock to make sure that your tents and all valuables are tied down, strapped, and be ready. Make sure you're secure, and again, make sure your team is ready for when we go, because we will not be outside of any major safety issues. We've already been declared a rain race this weekend, so we are going to run straight on time. If and when that rain comes, we will roll onto the racetrack without delay. So again, anyone in the paddock here getting ready to go, bring the rain tires, be ready to make that swap right before you go on the racetrack, because there will not be extra time given.
Yeah, I know it's coming, and it looks like, according to the weather service, it's going to be pretty bad in the beginning. I'll come here, and obviously we talked about what the weather conditions will be after it comes through, but I know it's coming through with a lot of wind as well, so maybe that'll help dry off the track. Hopefully Mr. Sun will be out along with it. But again, just keeping an eye on the weather as it heads our way. We're getting ready to roll out our next group, our micro rockers. They're getting ready to go 9 laps. Obviously, Rock Cup keeping a good eye on the weather that is heading our way. Obviously, the one thing we also got to be concerned about is the lightning. Looked like there was a lot of lightning involved in the storm as it's heading this way. So,
yeah, lots to be aware of here, at least for the youngest drivers. Their second heat race should get in before anything else touches us, as we are still dry and racing here for the Micro Rocks. 9 laps on the boards. Let's go through your starting lineup for your Micro Rock class. Rocco Simone and Alex Procugna will start on the front row. Then it'll be Nico Orbezo and Mateus Romalo on row number 2. Row 3, Tyrone Kemper Jr. and Declan Dionerine. Row 4, David Zhao and Antonio Pizzonia Jr. Row 5 will be Drew Waltz and Justin DeLucia. Row 6, Alexander Ratushny and Gavin Decay. Row 7, Santiago Namnum and Edward Kennedy. Row 8, Jose Carlos Murad and Pasha Ali. Row 9, Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Juan Garciars. Row number 9, Vicente de Silva, Jackson Morley. Row 10, Nicholas LaRusso, Nico Salazar. Row 11, Massimo LaRusso and Remy Guzman. Asher Pavon, Rafael Canas, Aiden Kishun, and Cole Davidson. Round out your field here, a healthy grid of Micro Rocks making their way out of turn number 10 and starting to form up as we get set to go racing once again here in the heats.
all right, guys, looking good as they're starting to already form up.
Into the infield chicane here, Rocco Simone and Alex Procugna have the
taking
field.
their time,
They have them at a crawl. And really, this is, you know, sometimes just communicating to the young kids to try and tell them to go slow on the front stretch. They're like, okay, you want me to go slow everywhere? I'll go slow everywhere on the pace lap. And they want them to really be patient. Where they want to keep the speeds down is when we go to our wide shot here, you'll see there is a couple green cones on the racetrack and then a couple of white cones as well. So when they come into this start box here, right where that head flagman is exactly, he's going to point to the acceleration zone, and that's where they want them to accelerate at, not before. So they don't mind how fast or slow they go early, but they're a little out of sorts, and I don't know it will get the green. Ooh. Alex Procugna with a nice start as they all make it through turn number 1, except for Procugna. And Procugna's off. Multiple 6, 7, 8 drivers all collected in turn number 1. I don't know what happened to get them all slicked up, but Mateus Romalo's involved. Rocco Simone, the pole sitter's involved. I think we might have some rain coming down.
Did it start to rain a
It
little
is.
bit?
It's starting to rain over here in turn 1, and that just took out the first half of the field.
It sure did.
So now your leader, as they slowly crawl their way, I thought they'd be safe. The rain has arrived. Drew Waltz leads them
Was that Drew that had gotten around him and able to continue?
Yeah, the 19, as they're still trying to clear turn number 1. Again, your pole sitter, Rocco Simone, just getting back going. He's going to have a terrible heat race. Here come the leaders into 10, and again, they're going to go nice and easy. There's Drew Waltz in the 19. He'll get out of the corner nicely. Santiago Namna, more drivers spun around. 3 more here entering turn 10.
Yeah, these young cats are out there on slicks, and it's raining. Getting them slipping and sliding. Now they're just going to have to try to just tiptoe around the course. Now, the rain has not come in really hard right now. It's just raining, but it is causing an issue.
It's just enough right now that it's got everybody all out of sorts here. Just getting the track slicked up. So now we're going to have to deal with lap traffic because I can't imagine the Rock Cup field is going to be able to clear the track off prior to, from all the lappers before the leaders arrive. You can see the rain on your screen. Drew Waltz again continuing to show the way on the Motez Sport RDX Burrell Art. Behind him now should be Santiago Namnum, if not Tyrone Kemper Jr. in second, but Waltz already with a 2-second gap. I think Kemper Jr. may have moved past Namnum here in the first sector. No, Namnum's still there, then Kemper Jr., then in fourth is Declan Dionerine. So again, you want to talk about big shakeups. Drew Waltz rolled off 9th here, Ron John. He leads the way right now.
Yeah, he was very fortunate to be there back in 9th because it took out the entire top part of the group as they went into turn number 1. We certainly wondered what had happened there, but then we realized, oh, a little bit of rain onto the track, and that just caused, what a terrible start there for poor Rocco Simone, your pole sitter. Absolutely just spun around there going into turn 1 and just collected the next 7 or 8 people right there.
Oh, and we got Tyrone Kemper Jr. around out of third. So Kemper Jr. goes around here in the final corner. So Tyrone will get back going. Drew Waltz still your leader, and now we've got a mixed bag of lap traffic and leaders as Drew Waltz takes them into turn number 5. There's the 19. He leads the way with a healthy gap back. We got one more around. That's the number 12. I think that was a lap traffic driver. That was Rafael Canas. So he's gone around on the outside of turn number 1, and you can see everyone trying to avoid him. Let's pick up our leader here out of turn 6. Drew Waltz into the infield sweeper, and the rain getting closer and closer.
Look how high he went coming through turn number 7 there. He just tiptoed around there. Look at the rest of the drivers as they're coming towards turn number 7. Another cart go up high. That's number 88. Spun around. They're coming towards turn number 10.
Again, the big tough part here is it's not raining consistently across the whole racetrack. It's raining heavy in that back area. Turn 10, turn 1, into the front stretch. That's where a lot of the rain is. It's not really coming down that hard over here as we get closer to us in the infield chicane and the sweeper. But yellow flags waving here for more spins over in 1. This time, the number 8. That is going to be Remy Guzman. He'll get pulled out here, and I think they're going to pull him off. So Guzman, 1 lap down already. Again, your leader, Drew Waltz, just came by the line. Now Declan Dionerine is up to second. Problems for Santiago Namnum, I think we may have missed. He drops down the order. So it's Waltz, Dionerine, Pasha Ali up 13 positions into third.
What a great run so far for Pasha. Again, just out there tiptoeing around. The guys are trying to make their way around this track. As they come through, the leader that is coming through turn number 7. You can see him just slide high. He'd like to stay a little closer to the corners and the curbs as he goes through there, but able to hang on. I tell you, it's like racing on ice out there in slicks with these karts. But Drew Walls, Declan Dionerine, Pasha Ali, Edward Kennedy, Gavin Decay, your top 5. Gavin up, look at Cole Davidson up 21 positions. What a great run for Cole. You know, talking with a couple of the juniors, actually some of the micros earlier, was they love racing in the rain, just probably not on slicks.
Yeah, they're excited to be out here on the wet conditions, and it again throws a lot of drivers for a loop. I don't think anybody was expecting the rain here today to come on the green flag right at the start. Any of the drivers to be ready for such a wet turn number 1, but as Waltz takes them around here, we're only 4 laps in. We're going to probably end up losing laps as they'll cut them, I'm sure, after this session. And we'll see rain tires probably come out pretty soon. So with the slick tires through turn 5 for Drew Waltz, the lap time's down in the 1 minute 15, 1 minute 20 second mark. So the rain tires will be the choice, I have to imagine, for the next groups to come onto the racetrack, as the micros are just at the halfway mark. Here's a group further back, about 5 karts in total. And I think that may include our third place driver, if I'm not mistaken. There's a big pack there for 4th or 5th on back. Edward Kennedy leads that group. So it's Kennedy on the Titans Racing team. Looks like Nash Motorsports type colors in the front of this group of 5. And they're all just kind of playing follow the leader right now here through the turn 7, 8, 9 complex.
You know, watching Drew Walls make his way around, that's exactly what he's doing. He's just trying to be as precise and as smooth as he possibly can be. As he makes his way around, he knows he's got a pretty good gap back to the second place driver back behind him. So as you watch him out on the track, you can see he's just tiptoeing around. He's really not giving it all the speed he obviously has, but he is definitely keeping that kart under him. And
we got problems for Santiago Namnam back in turn number 10.
Did he
was just
spin
pulling
around
off
as well?
to the side. As we see Waltz come through turns 1 and 2. Namnam was already down the order quite a ways, and now he finds himself even further back with, I think, an issue there. He was down in 8th, and I think maybe stalled out the car coming out of turn number 10. Oh, we got another one together here. Heavy impact with the outside turn 1 wall. One of the Zanella, that was out of that group that we were just watching. That was Jose Carlos, maybe Jose Carlos Murad collected.
Look at Edward Kennedy now. Edward up 11 spots into that 3rd position.
Yeah, Kennedy gets moved forward. Gavin DeKay, I think, might have been the driver there that got involved in the incident and won. So Gavin DeKay with an issue. I mean, it's just dropping like flies as Walt still leads here. And all the more impressive for Drew Walt and the Motez Sport Perel Art to be able to just kind of navigate these conditions nicely. I mean, he's got a 10-second lead to Declan Deonaran in the Goodwood Kartways number 24. And he's got to work through some more lap traffic here. Waltz, outside lane, final corner, will come across the line to see 4 laps remaining.
Yeah, Drew is, again, just being as precise and as easy and as gentle as he possibly can be, so he doesn't end up spinning around himself and allow those other drivers that are way back behind him to make up a little bit of that ground and battle him for the front position. But now he's also starting to come on some of the karts that aren't quite as well in the rain, and that is some of our back markers. So
man, it looks like
interesting
it's
to see
coming
how
down
things are going. It does
good.
look like it's starting to come down a whole lot better than it was.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting a pretty dark racetrack now here. The times are slowing down tremendously. They're already about 4 seconds slower than their best lap here. Even Walt's a little moment right there on your screen.
You can see it doesn't take a whole lot to get him to spin around either. And you're right, it does look like it's coming down a whole lot worse than it was earlier. The lines are starting to fade on the track. But these are absolute slick tires on these karts. There's no grip in the rain at all. Just the little bit they have is what the tire rubber and everything that was already down on the track really giving them the grip. Other than that, look at Drew Walls as he comes through the chicane area through turns 11 and 12 and now into 13. Just tiptoeing his way around. You'll come up and see 3 more laps to go as he comes by the start finish. Oh, he's getting the 2 laps to go. Excuse me, 2 more.
Yeah, 2 laps remaining here. 7 laps complete for Drew Waltz. That time by, again, about 5 seconds off the pace he was at even earlier in this session. So this truck's just continued to get slicker and slicker. And again, you can hear the guns going on pit lane. They are switching over quickly to rain tires for the next session because this rain is not letting up. It is just wetting the racetrack now. There's no lightning, no thunder, so it's safe to run as we see him go around. I believe that might be Alexander Ratushny he just went by. No, I think actually that's a little bit further down one of the other U-Race comp karts as we've got another spinner in turn number 1. It's hard to keep up with everybody because, again, it's a mixed bag of lead lap and lap down cars. Your leader right there, at least we know he's good. Drew Waltz, mistake-free so far with a lap and a half to go, Ron John.
That is exactly what he's needed to be.
Another one around. That's Nico Orbezo in the 88 Iron Rock Tony kart. He was in 13th.
Was he able to get that kart back around and get going? Yes, he did.
So.
In the meantime, watching Walls come through the Turns 11 and 12, now into 13. Just tiptoeing his way around. Almost using as much of the track as he possibly can. All right, gonna go down and see the white flag. One more trip around the layout here for Drew Walls. Now through turns 2 and 3.
Oh, and we got more around over there. That is the same driver we had earlier on screen. That wasn't Ratushny. I apologize to him. I think that was one of the other comp car drivers, or maybe Goodwood drivers. Very similar, bright fluorescent liveries for a few. Out of turn number 6 here. Final lap underway for Drew Waltz. We'll see if the laps do get cut for the next session. They'll pick up time with the rain tires at least. It's not a soaked or flooded racetrack, so they'll be running probably only about 7 or 8 seconds off of race pace in the dry, but we'll keep an eye either way as Waltz takes it into turn number 9. Behind him, Declan DeHonorine's been impressive. He's actually been a little bit quicker than Waltz the last few laps. Edward Kennedy has also picked up the pace with him. Those two, the fastest 2 drivers on the racetrack, not your leader, but Waltz figured it out quick enough, early enough here in the session that it's been good for him. So Drew Waltz, an impressive run. He's just got to tiptoe 3 more corners, and he'll make up a lot of points here in the heat to start good for the pre-final, Ron John.
He has been an absolute perfect little driver to be in that car under the situation here with the rain, because he just absolutely took his time. Bam, by the way. He took his time and ends up taking the victory there. So what a great win for Drew Walls. Declan DeHonorine ends up in second. Another big run for Edward Kennedy, up 11 spots. Pasha Ali in fourth. Actually, it ended up being Cole Davidson getting around Pasha Ali. Cole Davidson up 24 positions. Pasha Ali ends up in fifth. Vincente Da Silva ends up in the 6th position. The number 11 up 13 spots as well. And then Tyrone Temper Jr. In 7th, Alexander Ratushny ends up in 8th. Justin Lucia in the 9th position. And Jose Carlos Murad rounds out your top 10.
And you've got enough kids there to have a play date in the sandbox over outside turn number 1 that we've got our eye on. And you can see the ponchos are out. We've got our canopies up. And, yeah, the rain is coming and the wind is coming too. Our head flag and Bobby Radavoy roughing the elements out there down the front straightaway as the checkered flag flies for the rest of the field. Still a lot of them crawling around the racetrack, still making their way out of turn number 10. It'll be a minute or 2 here before they even come across the line. So we do have our update now. New heat lap, race laps changed. For Micro, Mini, and 206, they have been bumped down to 8 laps. All others have been bumped down to 10. So they were on 9-lap heats. We're now down to 8-lap heat races for the Micro, Mini, and the 206 classes. For the full-size divisions, they're going to run 10-lap heats. The pre-finals will be 10 laps for all Mini, Micro, and 206s. All other full-size classes will be at 12 laps. So that's a 2-lap cut in the pre-finals for both. A 1-lap cut in the heats for the Micro, Mini, 206s, and a 2-lap cut for the full-size classes. So they're chopping off a couple laps a piece here for the remaining sessions of the day. Again, we've still got a whole other round of heat races to come. We've only gone through 2 so far, and then the pre-finals later this afternoon. Full day of racing here live from Orlando, and things just got interesting here with the rain. So,
yeah. The wind is coming too, as we can tell as we look out. And one of our cameras there got a gentleman with his umbrella turned inside out. So, yeah, the wind is coming as well. Keep that in mind as you're over here at the facility. Make sure you got everything strapped down, including your crew members and everything else. Still got a little bit of cleaning up to do on the track. Had quite a few carts to pick up and get in. Hopefully some of them can get started and make their way in themselves, but waiting to see if the crash cart's coming out. Yes, it is.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a yard sale over there in a couple corners. So we're going to clean the racetrack up here once again. Let's take you, before we go to commercial break, just a quick reminder of the race format and what has changed on our total setup for today. Again, 3 heat races, 1 pre-final, and then the main event. A long weekend, and those heat races, again, were set for 9 and 12 laps. They are now cut down to 8 and 10. The pre-final set for 12 and 14, cut down to 10 and 12. The breakdown between either the cadet and then LO206 classes, because they run slightly slower lap times, and then the full-size divisions for 100cc and 125cc. So that does it again for heat number 2 for the Micro ROK drivers. We're going to go take one more commercial break. When we come back, hopefully they'll be a little bit further along, cleaning up the racetrack here, and a lot of carnage from a slick tire rain race for the Micros. So stick with us, folks. Kart Chasers coverage of the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour rolls on.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex ROK engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look.
So we're going to get set to go green here with ROK Junior. Thanks for tuning in here with us. We do have our Kendall Hedge that's caught up with our heat race winner in Micro ROK, Drew Waltz. We'll send it on over to Kendall here, and she can catch up and get an idea of what just went down here with slick tires on a racetrack. Kendall?
Hi, I'm here with Drew Walls, the winner of heat race number 2 in Micro. Drew, you started 13th and finished P1, and the rain started falling. How'd you get it done?
Well, you always got to do what you got to do in the rain. And last time at Homestead, I didn't know how to race in the rain. I wasn't taking the right line. But now I've been coached by my manager, Jake, and he taught me how to run in the rain, and also my brother.
Yeah. You were on slicks. Was it kind of hard to drive out there?
Yeah, it's really hard because you're trying to go on a turn, you can't, and you get washed out wide and you think you're going to go out, but you don't go out.
Yeah, well, you started 13th and then finished P1. Were there a lot of wrecks and spinning in front of you when the rain started to fall?
Yeah, there was a lot.
Yeah. Do you have anybody you want to thank today?
Yeah, Motos Sport, my dad, my mom, and my brother, and B&N Engines.
All right. Well, thank you, Drew, and good luck the rest of the day.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Kendall. And now we'll switch on over here to the start for your ROK Juniors. Coming to the green flag, Teddy Musella, Sebastian Weldon. No green on attempt number 1. And a wet opening lap here as the rain is coming down again pretty heavily over in the back sector. It's kind of lightened back up again over by us here in the sweeping corner. But now you're getting drivers with a little more experience. I mean, that is the youngest age group dealing with a condition many of them have probably never driven on before, slick tires on a wet racetrack here, Ron John.
You know, I bet out at the, at home, it's probably a lot of fun to go out there and do that in the streets. But when you're racing, that's not a whole lot of fun. But what a great job by Drew Walls. He just took his time and was able to hang on and get around. Boy, there's still a lot of folks trying to make their way into the line here.
Yeah, I think they were a little bit out of sorts.
Yeah, they were way out of sorts there as they came through just past us. But here they're starting to form up on the back stretch. Again, I'm sure all of these guys have probably switched over to rain tires. I see a lot of them wearing rain suits, so hopefully we're going to start underway here. We're going to go, I believe, 8 laps for our guys.
Yeah, 8 laps here, so slightly, 10 laps for the ROK Juniors. So while the ticker shows 12, we'll actually be running 10 laps here again for ROK Junior. And that's the plan right now till the end of the day, is to run 10 laps for the full-size classes, 8 laps for the smaller ones. So you're going to be 2 laps short on that board there on the left-hand side of your screen. But the leaderboard will keep up so you can see where your favorite driver currently is on the racetrack. A full grid with Teddy Musella, Sebastian Weldon, Aiden Ingrata, G3 Argyro, Stephen Miller, Caleb Gaffera, Jorge Ortiz, Caleb Campbell, and Ernesto Rivera. So as they work their way around the final turn into the starting lanes for the attempt number 2, the whole field is lined nicely. I think Teddy Musella has done a good job getting them together. Can he keep them together? Towards the start box, onto the power, green flag coming, and we're underway down for ROK Junior.
All right, keep an eye on turn number 1 here as they come in. I already see a couple of guys up and over the curb there. Able to continue, though. Nobody's spun around.
Good start for Musella and for Ingrata. They get away to the lead into turn 5. And some defending here early as they want to cover the inside off, but they've got to be careful, again, not to get too offline from where they should be in the rain. The rooster tails flying as Musella leads them here into the sweeper. Ingrata trying to find a way behind him here and trying not to get sprayed too bad as they go through over to 9. We'll pick them up as they come down the back straightaway for the very first time. It is Teddy Musella still leading. No, Ingrata got by in 9. Musella back into 2nd.
Looks like somebody else taking a look to the inside there. I couldn't tell what number that cart was, but Sebastian Weldon looks like he's been shuffled back as good ways as well.
Yeah, not a good start for Weldon. I mean, he is way down outside the top 5 now. There he is on your screen as here comes everybody fanning out with a bunch of different lines. You got drivers going to the outside, finding grip, but then getting closed off or having guys wash out into them. So here comes the field. A great flyby shot down to turn number 1 as we'll pick up the midfield and then pick back up towards the front, headed for turn number 5. Your leader, Aiden Ingrata, feeling pretty good early here. He's put a nice little gap on the field already in the first lap, was quite a bit quicker, and he is pulling away in the red speed for Speed Concepts Racing. The gap in battle now becomes for 2nd as the RPG Cosmics of Teddy Musella, Caleb Gaffera, and Jorge Ortiz all go at it for P2. Your leader headed down the backstretch is still the 2:05.
Boy, already Aiden Ingrata has gotten it out there and stretched it out a bit. Somebody must love running in the rain, and perhaps the professor's one of them. Taking a look at our 2nd place driver. Not sure if they was able to hang on there as Musella's still hanging on.
And then Gaffera here. So Ingrata leads. We'll let him get away. Go side by side over a little bit and check in when we can. Let's keep a close eye on the fight for 2nd. Here comes Ingrata into turn number 1. And Caleb Gaffera a little wide there. I don't know if that was going in deep on his own or with some help. Ortiz was down on the bottom side. There comes your field on through. Ingrata still leads coming out of turn number 5.
And Gaffera is up to the 3rd position now, up 3 spots for Caleb, along with Jorge Ortiz, Caleb Campbell as well. Stephen Miller right now in the 6th spot. Fernando Luke, how about Fernando up 5 positions into 7.
So here's that look at the battle for 2nd. 3-driver grouping. Musella, Gaffera, and then Ortiz. So Gaffera's been able to get by Ortiz here this lap. We'll keep a close eye on it. Here's Gaffera looking, I think just breaking, honestly, out of line off the rubber as we see, oh, around goes the 275 of Caleb Campbell. He'll quickly get back going, keeps the motor running, but it's going to lose about probably 10 spots.
No doubt. Don't know what again, always so hard to tell of whether or not it just got a little bit out of the groove or a little high or something as they slid there coming into turn number 10. Again,
Ooh.
Caleb was at Kavera looking to the inside there.
Trying to get there, not going to get it done, headed over to 3. That was a good attempt, though. Let's see if Musella covers the inside into 5. He does. Look at Gafera. He'll rip the top side. Big run here coming. Gets closed out. And Ortiz goes to the outside. Gafera around the outside again. Musella doing a great job defending. They're 3 wide here for second. And here comes Fernando Luque, already up 7 spots in the rain.
Boy, look at Caleb slide so high there coming through turn number 7.
Oh! And he turns Musella. Gafera had nowhere to go. Musella opened up for the corner, and he's stuck in the grass. Teddy Musella stuck in the grass trying to get out of it. They were all going every which way like fighter jets, and Gafera with a bunch of momentum couldn't really go anywhere and ends up making contact with his teammate, and around goes Teddy Musella out of second.
Wow.
So
I'm sure we'll be getting a lot of good views of that particular incident. We'll have to wait and see how things shake out with it, but boy, what a terrible incident there for Teddy.
Here is Ortiz now into second. Luque into third. Actually moved Luque back to fourth. Gafera gets back by him. They're still battling for third. Gafera on the inside. Luque on the outside. Ortiz just ahead of them here. We'll pick them up over in turn 6. Gafera and Fernando Luque. Luque, slide job, man. He was full opposite lock coming out. Here comes Stephen Miller. Wow.
Amazing kart handling here by some of our drivers as they once again looking at our leader there coming down to turn number 10. Look at the gap that Aiden has pulled out. In the meantime, that's allowing Caleb Gafera to try to make it back up under the back bumper of Jorge Ortiz. And as I say that, it looks like perhaps Fernando Luque and Caleb Gafera were switching spots there. Again, some of our drivers are just really doing a great job here racing in the rain.
Ortiz across the line loses a little bit of time, or pulls away a little bit as Luque loses time, and now Gafera under more pressure here. Don't know if he got any damage from the contact with Teddy Musella, but now Gafera's under pressure for 5th, and that is Diego Ardiles challenging on him as he's gone by Stephen Miller. Little crossover action there as we pick your leader up over in the S's. Here's that battle again. Miller just behind the pair. Behind Stephen Miller, we find G3 Argyros. So 4-driver train chasing Caleb Gafera.
Once again, looking for our leader, just now coming through turn number 10.
Oh, and look at this here. This was one of the comments we just got in our live stream. I'm trying to tell. It looks like the nose. Oh, we got another around. Oh, we're back in turn 10. We'll pick that up in a moment. Had one spin. I think that was out of the lead group, but I believe Aiden Ingrata's nose cone might be down.
Interesting.
As there goes the 214 backwards a little bit. That is midway through the field outside the top 15, I believe. Oh, the driver that went around. So that was who it was that went around. Ernesto Rivera loses some spots inside the top group. He falls down to 10th across the line. Well, you can see the front nose just kind of sitting loosely here. So your leader, Aiden Ingrata, with a potential pushback penalty in the 205, trying to outrun it.
Certainly not something that Aiden was looking forward to. Perhaps an issue there with that front bumper. But I tell you what, once he got out and got around, he is absolutely checked out on everybody. He ran a 103.6 to a 104.2, so he's 0.6 faster that last time by than the whole group. That red speed driver just now coming through turn number 13, going to go down past the start finish once again. So obviously little weather issues going on here in Orlando. Not getting the sunshine we like to have, but little liquid sunshine nonetheless, making for some interesting driving and racing out on the course.
The good news for Aiden Ingrata, if he does indeed have a pushback right now, his gap is over 5 seconds. So the 5-second penalty would not affect him, as it's a 5-second penalty for the pushback bumper going in here at the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. So it's the time penalty he's able to outrun. At the moment, again, he is 8 seconds out in the lead and is growing. As you mentioned, Ron Johnny was nearly a second faster than everybody last time by. Here is Caleb Campbell trying to make up some ground ahead of Christian Cameron. That's just outside the top 10. Campbell's drive back forward now has him up to 13th as Ingrata comes over the curbing into the final corner. It'll be 2 laps to go this time by. 8 laps complete in the 10-lap heat race here. Again, shortened by 2 laps, so 2 laps shorter than what we've got typically on your ticker. Rather than 4 to go, we've got 2 laps remaining as they've cut the laps down here at Winter Tour. Ingrata's lead. We'll wait for the Luke group to come across the line and keep an eye on that battle back for second as well.
Looking down our list there, it looks like the 7th place position there for Yao Viguera, up 9 positions. Congratulations to Yao. Also, Fernando Luke, big run for him, now sitting in that 3rd position, up 9 spots.
Yeah, Fernando Luque
been having a great run.
Up quite a bit here, and he was 4/10 faster than Jorge Ortiz last time by. So he's closing up to his Super Tune USA Tony Kart teammate. Big time gains there through the turn 7, 8, 9 complex for Fernando Luque. Jorge Ortiz again. Only 2 karts out in front of him. Ortiz, your winner from Pompano, your winner in St. Petersburg, leads the championship here coming into this event. And he is, makes a little bobble in 10, and Luque gets by. So Fernando Luque into second.
Just that little wiggle there coming out of that turn, opened up just enough for Fernando to get around Jorge.
And so that'll make the final lap now with Fernando Luque taking over second. Aiden Ingrata, your leader here, coming out of turn number 5. The gap now up to nearly 10 seconds. Back to Fernando Luque, up 10 positions from 12th on the grid.
Wow.
An impressive drive here in the wet conditions.
Very, very impressive. Passing those many karts to get all the way up into the 2nd position. These kind of conditions. Congratulations. Aiden Ingrata, just once he got out there in front, he absolutely checked out. Again, another one of those gentlemen that is very precise, very consistent. I always say if they could just take a couple of pages out of Jordan Musser's book, they'll be just fine.
If anyone can, they'll be looking really pretty here. One driver looking good, of course, is your leader. Ingrata himself will win the 2nd heat comfortably over the rest of the field. A 10-plus second margin back to Fernando Luque, who puts himself and Jorge Ortiz to make a Super Tune USA 2-3 result as they cross the line. Then it'll be Caleb Gaffera. G3 Argyros was side by side with Stephen Miller, just edged him out by 7 thousandths for 5th. Miller 6th, Yal Vagara in 7th. Sebastian Weldon ends in 8th. Ernesto Rivera 9th, and Enzo Vidmontien rounds your top 10.
All right, our RPG juniors just wrapping up their heat race number 2. Championship weekend here for the Florida Winter Tour. As we had mentioned, the 24th year of the Florida Winter Tour. All right, so our ROK juniors are finished. Up next will be our VLR Masters, brought to you by ROK Cup Canada.
Yeah, VLR Masters up next, and then after that, the Pro ROK Shifters will get to go out onto the racetrack here. Of course, we played a few of these interviews yesterday, so let's play a few more to give you guys an idea of some of the ROK Shifter drivers you've got. Of course, we've talked to a number. We've also talked to the likes of Jake French, AJ Myers, and Danny Formal back on Thursday. So if you weren't watching, hear from your championship point leader, Danny Formal, who after final penalties was second at the end of heat number 1.
I'm Jenna Tommy, and I'm here with Danny Formal, who was mentioning that you hadn't been hitting the curbs as much in practice. Why is that? You're usually a curb monster.
Well, new go-kart, it's only practice, right? I know if I hit it right, there's could be a couple tenths there. Just taking care of the equipment. Plus, Andre told me if I hit him too hard, he's going to put a barrier on the track. I don't want no barrier on the track, so taking it easy right now. Maybe now that we're going new tires, I'll do it a couple laps, push the limit of the curb and see what we can do, but so far so good.
Yeah, nobody wants to make Andre mad, and nobody wants barriers on the curbs. How's the rest of setup weekend going for you?
Yeah, pretty good. Like I said, the go-kart was in a box yesterday. We unboxed it, built it. It's a new go-kart. We raced the other one for about 5 races. It was awesome, obviously, right? Yeah. But yeah, go-kart feels great. Went through our engine program this morning, broke in both my engines, as it might rain tomorrow. Actually, might rain very soon today. Looks like a rainy weekend. We normally like the rain, so yeah, looking good, looking happy, positive, and yeah, hopefully we can close the championship.
Yeah, how are you feeling about potentially knocking AJ Myers off of his Florida Winter Tour streak?
Well, I think for him to win the championship is almost impossible. So yeah, just go try to drive as calm as possible, as fast as possible. If we can make it 3 for 3, it would be the first one in history in Shifter. So that would be the goal. But if it doesn't happen, we just have to be safe, not crash, finish all the races, make all the points we can, and hopefully that's enough to close the championship.
Yeah, well, if Danny doesn't win, that's not a 3-4-3, and Jake gets to cut his flow. So place your bets, I guess. Thank you, Danny. We appreciate it.
So we are back here from Orlando Kart Center, and it has gone from, well, decent to a little bit more ugly, as we're just waiting to hopefully go green with your VLR Masters in a few moments. We're just going to leave it here and let you guys keep an eye on the track for us before we send a commercial here, because the ROK Pro shifters are going to be coming. The VLR Masters are up before them. But let's just give you a good look at the skyline, as it is, again, getting nasty all around us. Right about when predicted, around 10 a.m. You can see how dark the skies are, and a wide shot again of what we've got coming our way. And the rain already has been lightly kind of touching us. There's just a big wave coming across the state of Florida. I was over in New Orleans, over at Ron John's house, kicking his door in yesterday.
Yes, it was.
Well, he wasn't there, and it followed him over here. So really, it's all Ron John's fault. I think the bee was trying to tell us something yesterday.
Exactly. He's telling us to pay attention.
I think it was just telling us we shouldn't have invited you here. I think it was trying to get you to go back home.
Go home.
Take the rain with you.
Yes. Boy, I'd love to do that. Yeah, that's a beautiful view of the ominous clouds out there as they're heading from a westerly to an easterly direction. We're right here in the central part of the state. Hopefully it'll come through here, get through here pretty quickly, and looks like we're going to go ahead and give it a shot here. We've got our VLR Masters.
Yeah, here we go. So the VLR Masters released onto the racetrack. We'll see how well their session will go. As they make their way into the infield for the outlap. Laurentiu Mardan has been the man to beat in the class. Martin Stone was close to him yesterday, and for the first time all year, we started to see a bit of a battle, as Rob Mayer was right there also. So we had a 3-driver breakaway in their first heat race of the weekend. Now we get to see them in the wet here. You can see again the lightning not too far away, the thunder's not too far away. I mean, it is going to open up here sooner rather than later, and the ROK officials are going to do everything they can to get it where these guys can at least get as much racing in as humanly possible. So here we go for VLR Master. The outlap complete. Mardan ripping the top side here through the sweeper. Let's go through the starting lineup here, Ron John.
All right, on the pole, Laurentiu Mardan, the Techno Kart USA driver in the 782. It's Rob Mayer up next, RPG for Rob in the 729. Martin Stone rolls off next, the 701. A Bennick for Martin. Christian Vomir, Techno Kart for Christian, the 785. Charlotte Fonseca up next, the Orlando Kart Center driver in the 716. Caden Goodrich in the 725, part of Goodwood's Kartways. Peter Cook up next, Macron Motorsports, Peter in the 712. Alex Dalbon, the Lost Brothers driver in the 721. Mark Pavin, also a Goodwood Kartways driver in the 754. Gallo Barros up next, BTM Racing Team for him. Tony Palau in the 744. Ruben Cherez in the 710. Bruno Sorgiovanni in the 773, and Gary Macchio in the 707. So again, Laurentiu Mardan and Rob Mayer, your front row.
It is so dark here. They're about to have to turn the lights on at Orlando Kart Center as they're moving all around. Everyone kind of battening down the hatches on and off the racetrack. We're green down to turn 1. And Laurentiu Mardan takes him over the curbing around the outside. Rob Mayer's trying to hang tough. Martin Stone trying to take away second. He will. He gets the grip through 3. So it's Mardan, then Stone, Mayer under more pressure as Christian Vomir look in on the inside and will back out, and now he'll have looking to his outside, I believe, Charlie Fonseca. So Laurentiu Mardan, half a lap in, so far in the clear for the 10-lap heat race. And again, just look at how dark it's already getting here at Orlando. And that's some lightning all around us. I mean, it is going to be coming down here sooner rather than later again, folks.
Yeah, that's the one thing that we don't want to have is a lot of lightning around here, because we certainly got a lot of metal around here as well. So keeping an eye on that. Keeping an eye on the race out there, and it's still Laurentiu Mardan out there in front. Martin Stone right there on his back bumper, but the first time that Laurentu's actually looked over his shoulder and seen somebody that close to him after the start.
Yeah, Martin Stone with a good run,
Looks
and
like
there's the reds for the lightning right there. The lightning and the thunder that just came, that is going to put a halt. So they are pointing to the skies, red flags out, so we are going to go under a lightning and thunder delay. And we'll wait for further updates here from the Rock Cup officials. They will give us the update of how long. Oh my goodness!
Look at the rain!
Wow! It is like a wave coming across the track right now.
And here it comes.
Oh my goodness! They knew it was coming. We knew it was coming. We saw the forecast. And here come the drivers into the scale liner, and it is coming down here in Orlando.
Well, this is better get it done now, get it over with, move it on, let it go across the state, and get back in here.
Oh man, those poor guys at the back, you know, you qualify in the back, you're going to be sitting there in the back of the scale line before you get under the cover. First top 10 get at least under shelter. And again, look at this here, folks. It is just a nasty scene at Orlando Kart Center. The rain coming down. We want to advise everyone in the paddock area to make sure your tents are strapped down, all your valuables are taken care of.
Here comes the wind.
And we're going to, again, take a break on the broadcast. We'll keep the cameras so you can see what's going on as much as we can, but we're going to try and protect our equipment just as much as we want you guys to protect yours. So if you're tuning in on live, again, just hang tight. Bear with us here, folks. We are just making a few more battening down measurements while this heavy, heavy shower is pounding here in Orlando. I mean, wow.
Yeah, this is what had come through New Orleans yesterday. I know they were under tornado watch for a while. I believe actually we've got to keep our eyes out as well. Never know with these kind of storms coming through Central Florida in the middle of the day on a Saturday. Put down a lot of water really quickly.
So with the rain coming in here, folks, again, we are under lightning delay. We'll give you updates as they come. Obviously now it's going to be flooding the racetrack and a little bit too wet to be able to run. So with that in mind here, again, we will continue to work on everything we've got and hope that everyone please stay safe. Keep everything strapped down and ready. So we'll go cold on the air. We'll leave the broadcast up so you can see the weather delay here in Orlando Kart Center, putting a damper on things for Saturday at the Florida Winter Tour.
not too soon. Maybe you're not too soon. Maybe you're not too soon. Maybe you're not too soon. not too soon. Maybe you're not too soon. Maybe you're not too soon. Maybe you're not too soon.
Orlando Kart Center. My name's Xander Clemens alongside Ron John Eversole. You can see here on that live shot of the paddock, it's definitely damp here, and we're getting set to go rain racing. We were under a short lightning and thunder delay. They had to move a few puddles across the racetrack with some of the pumping that they've got, a few generator pumps that move the water from off the racing surface off to a better drained area of the circuit. You can see there's quite a bit of standing water around the racetrack, so obviously a wet race. At this point, Rock Cup USA is declared ready racing. They're going to roll straight in, back to back to back. The classes have all been cut down. 2 laps. We've got our timing monitor updated, so now for those of you watching along at home, you'll actually get to see once again the updated proper laps to go. They've cut 2 laps off of just about every session, 1 lap off of the Mini and Micro 206 session. So now these guys on the racetrack here, your VLR Masters who are getting out a sighting lap to kind of get used to the conditions. I think they may form up here this time, if not do one more, but
very interesting as I was watching them go around. Without a doubt, still quite a bit of water on the track, but I think they are going to go ahead and try and form up here. They're able to get up there, although it does look like the back-to-back is still quite a ways back behind them there, Xander. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to form up. They're trying.
Well, the good part is, again, they've only got a smaller group here in the VLR Master class, only about 14 in total. So they've got them together. They're making their way towards the tramline now. Last few drivers making their way up. We'll get a couple of other angles ready to go. For now, we've got our overhead camera that's got a good shot of the track as we get set to roll. And here we go. Green flag. We're back racing here in Orlando. And underway down the turn number 1 as Laurentius Martin leads them through 1 and 2. Martin Stone into second. Rob Mayer dropped back a little bit off the start, and we're green down to turn number 5, and they're going to tiptoe around the outside. Couple drivers trying the inside lane. The 729 of Mayer himself was down on the bottom into 5, and you'll see there's a number of differences, of course, to rain versus dry racing. First and foremost, the line changes of where they want to be on the circuit. Typically now, where you normally want to follow the dark line where the rubber has been laid down, that gives a lot of grip in the dry, it becomes like ice in the rain. So they go around the outside and on the inside to stay away from the rubber. And as they make their way to turn number 10, that's why that line's going to be the far side around the outside of the racetrack. The marbles don't matter here in the rain. You're just trying to avoid, obviously, the wet spots, the wet S spots, but you're also avoiding all the rubber. So you're going to see them on the outside here in the final turn. And it makes it a lot like a dirt track with a very powerful cushion on the outside lane, where you'll see slide jobs of to make a pass. You got to go down to the slick side, to the inside of the racetrack, and slide up and get clear before the end of the corner, and the outside guy gets a big run. So 1 lap completed, 2 laps completed here now. And we've got your leaders breaking away in a nice little battle here for third, just behind. So Martin Stone and Laurentius Martin lead, and here's that battle for third, and it looks like one driver, I think in the Tony Kart, Charlie Fonseca. Yeah, good call there. He went through a puddle, and for a moment it looks like his motor cut off. So they run an airbox cover. Typically, you want to suck air from above. However, when the rain comes, you don't want the rain dropping from the sky into your airbox. So they run a cover on top of the airbox to pull air from behind them. So it covers up the top of the airbox, and it covers up the front of the airbox. So the air that they're going to pull into the motors through the airbox into the engine is going backwards. So you'll see if we get a close look here on some of the go-karts, a little bit of an extension. You can barely see it there on Laurentius Martin's car. and a few of the closer shots we'll get will give you a good idea of the adjustments they make. They also make some drastic setup changes. We're going from a very little battle for the lead here. Martin Stone around the outside trying to get there, couldn't. On the right to Mordan, and he hits a big puddle, and right there again, that'll suck some water in. That'll cut him out. But he went down the shorter way around into 6. Mardan, Stone, and Stone has to cross over. Almost clear into the sweeper. He's going to have the grip on the outside. Mardan's going to run him tight. And Mardan hangs on. So great battle here in the rain. This is where the differences in lines all kind of come together.
Man, oh man, I thought for sure perhaps he was going to continue that move. Looks like Laurentu's been able to hang on and get back around him as they head down into 10. A couple of different lines there, although it looked like Martin Stone did have a better run coming out of 10. As they come down through the chicanes, look at the rear end kick out as they come through the chicane area, down through turn number 13. And again, it's side by side. Laurentu to the inside, Martin Stone to the outside as they go down past the start finish. And it looks like Martin Stone's going to have the speed to get around Laurentu Mardan.
Took him the entire first couple laps. That's the thing. Passing becomes so much more difficult here in the rain. So as they work their way on through and out of the corner, Martin Stone, you're no leader over Laurentu Mardan. Now, the changes they're going to make here to the race day, they've already cut laps down. Master VLR will run. ROK Pro Shifter will run right after that. They're currently warming up down on the grid. Beyond that, we're going to take a 45-minute lunch break and then go directly into heat number 3 and then the pre-finals. So once again here, for those in the paddock getting ready, Pro ROK Shifter goes up right next. As soon as the checkered flag flies here on VLR Master, we'll go karting nonstop here on Kart Chaser. No commercial break, straight into the next session. But Martin Stone, your leader in VLR Master, and then again right after, Pro ROK Shifter coming up next year from Orlando in the wet. And then it'll be a 45-minute lunch break before we go back racing here at Orlando Kart Center with the third round and final round of heat races. So Stone getting away, Mardan second. Rob Mayers quickly worked his way up into third. He's the second quickest on the track, a little bit slower than Martin Stone last time by. Mardan's actually fading a little bit on the techno. And then back from the top 3, it's a big gap back to the battle for fourth with Christian Vomier and Charlie Fonseca. 5 laps in, 5 laps to go.
How about that for the first time, Laurentu Mardan taking a look at the back end of a bumper of another kart, as he has pretty much led just about everything except today. Now he's in that second position. Still though, Martin Stone, what a great run there for the Bennett driver.
And apologies here, I thought we did have our monitor updated. That's my fault. Tried to get us updated to the proper laps as they battle for second back behind him. Let's watch that battle here. Laurentu Mardan, Rob Mayer. Mardan knows he's coming, and he'll try to fend him off as best as he can. But there goes Mayer inside, not clear. So we're 2 laps shorter than what's showing on our monitor on the stream. We're live and perfect on the ROK Cup timing app. 6 complete, 4 laps to go, not 6 to go. Here as we work our way through turns 1 and 2. Stone's lead now 2 seconds. Ron John.
How about that? Martin Stone out there in front, already pulled out, as you had mentioned, a couple of second gap there over the second place driver. And as we say that, we've got a new second place driver. Look like Rob Mayer has now gotten around Laurentu Mardan. That'll drop Mardan back into third. And as I say that, it looks like he's going to be able to get back around Mayer this time. Yeah, to the outside, looks like he's going to get a little bit better grip coming through 7.
Yeah, but he has to stay on the outside there. Mayer's still right on him over as they go through turn number 9. And we've moved our camera here to get a little bit closer to make sure that we don't lose any connection, but also to give you a better view at turn number 9, the one corner we miss on the racetrack. So Mardan on the inside, back on Mayer. Back and forth they go. Great fight here for second with 3.5 to go.
They know going 2x2 through that area is not the place to do it. It looks like Rob Mayer is going to give it another shot to the inside. Laurentu going to try and go back around him. Don't think he's going to hold this time. I do believe that Rob Mayer is going to be able to get around Laurentu as they head down to turn number 1. I say that, we'll just have to wait and see who ends up in 1 first.
Little crossover. More again, that's what I'm talking about. That slide job. Go down to the inside. Get yourself clear. You saw Mardan pull right to the bumper in the middle of 1 and 2, and now Mayer again, he's running the inside using the curbing to get around. So that's one way you can kind of get some grip and rotation, because it's so tough, obviously, just to turn the go-karts. They switch from the slick tires to the treaded rain tires, go to a full rain setup. You make a number of changes. You bring the front tires all the way out. You bring your rear tires as far in as you can. And then from there, you want to put on a lot more teeth because you're going a lot slower. So you're going to change your gear ratio a little bit as well.
Yeah, some folks were talking about that during the rain time. You don't quite have the horsepower that you would normally have. Not able to quite use all of it. And now it was going to definitely separate some of the men from the boys when it came to racing in the rain. And certainly Martin Stone has shown you that he loves racing in the rain. He loves his results so far as he's out there in front over 3.5 seconds now. Back to Rob Mayer. Looks like both Mayer and Lauren too have kind of split just a little bit. Wait as they come back by and see how much of a difference it is.
And you can see here, let's go side by side for a minute here, Kyle. I see we've got it queued up with our paddock camera. Again, that is the ROK Shifter drivers. On your screen is the bright green TV card of Matias Ramirez. So they're making some final changes, making sure they're ready to go, and they're going to push their way up to the grid. So they're getting set to go green. Again, you can see just a flooded paddock area. They're going to try and get some cover here because it's still, it looks like the rain's pretty much gone, but it's going to be wet here for quite some time. As we see Caden Goodrich losing a spot there, and the Goodwood Cartway's Intrepid. He gives up a position. Picking back up the front of the field here. Here's our battle for third. The teammates on the Technos, Christian Vomir, catching up to his business partner, good buddy and Romanian countryman and teammate, Laurentiu Mardan, who is continuing to struggle a little bit with his setup so far in the rain as they're back battling for the third position with the white flag coming out here this time. One more lap around as the back of the field makes their way through. Half a lap now left for your leader, Martin Stone.
Looking for Martin to make his way around. Looks like he's coming now through turn number 5 and 6.
And here they come out of turn number 6. Stone again. He's just going around the outside, more your traditional rain line. Able to avoid the rubber. Goes out mid-track here through the sweeper. He's actually able to get down even a little bit lower. So that's always a good sign. It's going to be a while before that dry line begins to form. But over time, them running on the same line on the racetrack will naturally just move the water off of the racing surface. You can see you get a lot of standing water, a lot of water spray coming off the back. They like to call those rooster tails because it's two big sprays off the two rear tires.
Yeah, without a doubt, you can see the amount of water that still remains on the track. Of course, these Levanto Kart tires, these rain tires, doing a good job.
Well.
Doing a real good job.
So Martin Stone will collect the VLR Master Heat to win.
Bam!
As the checkered flag flies here. There goes Rob Mayer across the line in second. He goes purple on the final time by, really starting to figure things out. So the RPG Cosmic driver picks up speed, just too little too late, ends up second. Mardan holds on to third over Vomir. Charlie Fonseca finishes fifth to round the top 5. Then it's Mark Pavon up 3 spots. Ruben Cherez made it up 5. He ends in 7th. Alex Dalbon 8th. Caden Goodrich in 9th. And Bruno Sorgiovanni rounds the top 10. Out of the 14 drivers, Tony Pillow, the only one to not make it out here for heat number 2 in the VLR Masters. Only one more heat race to come in the second round, and it's the Pro ROK Shifters as the mechanic stand starts to find a little more life in it. A few more friends and spectators and family making their way up, and I'm sure quite a few drivers as well checking out the conditions as we go for this wide shot here. You can see the clouds have kind of moved on through. So after that heavy rain shower that hit us earlier on here this morning, we're looking a little bit better. We've got, again, no sun, so it will take a while for this track to heat up. And the whole wave of rain was also bringing a major cool front across the coast and just from the west. So that's going to bring the temperatures down. In fact, tomorrow we're projected for a high, I think, of 65 or 67 degrees Fahrenheit. We've been experiencing highs of 85 to 87, so a 20-degree drop for Sunday, which should be a fully dry day, as we see, unfortunately, the 712 pulling into the pits here. That is Peter Cook. He DNF'd, unfortunately, the Macron Motorsports Ricardo Kart driver, pulling into the scale line and pushing himself on in. But the ROK Pro Shifters getting their engines fired up.
They're firing up is right.
About a minute away from going green. Hopefully, I hope I set the lap count right. I believe I did, but if not, I know we're fully set for the third round of heat races. Once again, Now that we got some quiet in the paddock area, a quick reminder to everybody, we're going to do the Pro ROK Shifter third heat, and then we are going to take a 45-minute lunch break. So that would approximately put us going green with the third round of heat races at 1 p.m., which I don't think puts us terribly off of schedule. We were set to go green with, we were a couple hours back with the heats. My mistake. So puts us about 2.5 hours back. Now we've cut the laps down.
Right.
That'll help us. They'll probably keep the laps cut all the way through the pre-finals, and I mean, I think we might be getting some pretty cool action tonight. Might end up a little bit under Andre Martin's lights here at Orlando Kart Center. We're in the final few pre-finals, and that is a much different condition again than
that would
racing.
be quite interesting as well.
So,
hey, we're throwing everything at them this weekend. It is championship weekend for the Florida Winter Tour. Throw a little rain at them, a little wind.
Make sure
Maybe
it's
have
a
some
deserving
lights.
champion.
Yeah, it's a deserving champion, exactly. Had to win in all kinds of different types of weather conditions and able to pull it off. But I'm just looking forward to this race in this rain right here. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, the Pro ROK Shifters making their way onto the racetrack here. AJ Myers qualified on the pole, ran through Heat 1, was disqualified for a carburetor issue in post-race tech inspection. So after winning the opening heat race, he gets credited with a 24th place result. So it's going to put him about mid-grid for the pre-final, depending on how good he can rebound here in Heats 2 and 3. As for his championship rivals, Jake French, Gianno Torino, and your championship point leader, Danny Formal. Well, they ended up first for French. He was second to Myers on the track. Third to Myers on the track, now promoted to second was Formal. And Torino had a good start. Again, we talked about it earlier this morning. I don't know exactly what happened for Gianno, but he ended up fading down the order to the edge of the top 10 after running inside the top 5. So here comes your Pro ROK Shifters. Couple adjustments on the brake bias for a few drivers. You see them reaching down below their left leg to make those adjustments after the opening out lap. They kind of got the feel of the track a little bit. There you see Michael Stevens kind of reaching down. He makes another micro adjustment on the bias. He's either dialing to have the percentage be a little more front brake or a little more rear brake, depending on what he wants. We'll see if it pays off. So they're going to line up here into the start boxes. A few of the drivers, again, going to be in the puddles.
A standing start's always fun, too, in the rain.
So this is where that hole shot will be ever so important. We saw how much the VLR Master struggled for grip. When you got that much more horsepower, it's that much trickier to make a pass. This start right here is going to be crucial for your Pro ROK Shifter drivers. AJ Myers and Jake French in the front row as the red flags wave. Getting set for the Pro ROK Shifters second heat race. They've been waiting a long time to get underway. Nearly 12 hours since 24 hours since they hit the racetrack yesterday, and they're away, and it's a good start for Myers. He'll stay side by side with French. French to the lead. Myers actually drops to third, and we got 3-4 collected in the back. Gianno Torino is one of them. Jake French, Danny Formal up to second. AJ Myers to third, and look at that, David Greco with a great start into fourth. Look at Greco around the outside trying to dig here in 6. Won't get the traction he needs. French leads him. Here comes Formal up on the curbing, looking for the lead into turn number 7.
Not quite able to pull it off there as Danny drops back into the second position, but what a great start for Jack. Able to get out there. Not exactly sure what happened there with AJ. Where he end up in that fourth position? Is that where
third there.
Third,
not a good start. Oh, Formal trying again to go low. French around the top side. Little contact. A lot of respect, though, here from Formal. Look at the spray there. That was a great shot down the backstretch coming into turn 11. Of what little these guys can see. Formal's got another run. Here he comes. He's looking for the lead into 1. Can he get it? Slides it over the curbing. French around the top side has to hit the brakes. And now he gets a little contact from Myers. And the man they call the Rain Master, Danny Formal, Curb Master, Rain Master, whatever you call him, he leads the way. French struggling for grip now as Myers goes to the top side for second.
Looking down our list here, some other folks starting to make their way up the list as well. That's Nathan Nicholson already up 6 positions. We see Rubens Barrichello up a spot. Also, David Greco, great run so far for Dave, up into the 4th position, up a couple of spots as they head down the back stretch, heading towards turn number 10 once again. And Danny Formal.
Oh, big send down the inside. David Greco into his teammate there, Jake French. He was just trying to get by AJ Myers. Ends up no harm, no foul, but Greco was trying to go by because he knows Michael Stevens is on his bumper looking for a way past it. Formal leads your field down to turn number 1.
Comes back by the start finish. Look at that 1.5 second lead over that lap.
And
Able
I
to
mean,
stretch
he
it out.
is hitting every single curb on this racetrack.
He is jumping them big time. Formal just coming out of 5 into 6.
Again, he goes all the way down on the bottom.
Yeah,
Now
staying
Jake French
inside.
trying to mimic him. You see here, again, this is the two options I mentioned earlier. You can get up on the curb to rotate the go-kart, or you can go search for grip on the outside lane. There's a good shot of everybody coming through the sweeper.
Get a real idea of how they're sliding through that sweeper as well. Quite a few, but look at Danny Formal absolutely take off.
He's gone right now. Now it's a bit of a kind of monkey see, monkey do game. Oh man, heavy contact for Giano Torino, and he has pile drive the barriers with Baylor Griffin flipped up and over. Heavy damage to both go-karts over there here in Pro Rock Shifter. That might bring out the red flag. Right now they're going to check out both drivers. Let's go back to the lead. Will they take a look at that? That was just off camera.
And of course, it's actually started to rain just a little bit, drizzle, if you will. In the meantime, though, Danny Formal still out there in front, coming now through 5 and 6, heading towards
And
the
here
area
come
where
the
the
red
incident is.
flags. They're going to bring them out now. Red flags in the air, I believe. Yep, red flags. Yeah, red flags waving. So they are going to take a look and get some help here for Giano Torino. And you hate it for the kid who was so elated to get his first career podium in the Pro Rock Shifter class. And for heavy, heavy contact with the wall and with Baylor Griffin together. I mean, those two karts heavily chewed up over at the outside of the sweeping turn number 7. And that'll bring the field to a slow halt here as Danny Formal brings them around.
Can't help but notice the drivers kind of taking a peek over their shoulder as they come back by the area where the incident happened.
Everyone taking a look here. The on-site medical team dispatched now. They're checking out Giano Torino already. So quick response here for the Rock Cup USA's on-site medical crew. They're going to take a look at Giano Torino. And right now, with only 3 laps complete, the race not official yet. So he will go back green, which is good for the rest of the field as the likes of Jake French, AJ Myers and company will get a chance to kind of get locked back up close to Danny Formal. Maybe they can do something here on the start, but you can see all the drivers here conversing a little bit of what went down.
You know, Giano is not a small kid.
No, he is a big dude.
He's a big
Torino
dude for sure, and he took a pounding there coming into the area. It just happens to be that it's right at the entrance to the scale line. Thank God that bumper right there saved him from completely going through there. Although it did stop him like right then.
Yeah, it was a hard impact there
Sure
for Giano Torino, Baylor Griffin. They're going to have a lot of work to do here during the lunch break, and again, we're set for a 45-minute lunch when this race concludes. But now we are under red flag conditions for an incident with Baylor Griffin and Giano Torino. Baylor Griffin quickly got up. He seems to be okay out of the go-kart. Torino getting checked out by the on-site medical team has us under red flag conditions. And the field is stopped on the front straightaway.
Yeah, Baylor Griffin looks pretty dejected right there, taking a look at one of his friends, I would imagine.
Yeah,
Giano.
a lot of respect here in the Pro Rock Shifter class. It's been one thing that's been talked about a good bit for the division. A lot of respect amongst a lot of drivers, and they all know how hard it is to get behind the wheel of one of these beasts, these 6-speed, 125cc, 40-plus horsepower machines that they themselves, without the driver, weigh maybe 175 pounds. So, I mean, you got a heavy power-to-weight ratio similar to that of a Formula One car. So, your updated order as of the previous lap when they came by, which I think maybe 1 lap off at the moment. So it was Formal, French, Myers, Greco, Stevens, the top 5. I don't believe any other changes happened further back, with Nathan Nicholson up 7 spots to 6th. Rubens Barrichello is 7th. Vincenzo Saraceno 8th. Jimmy Cabrera 9th. Matias Ramirez 10th. Torino obviously dropped down the order. So did Griffin. and it sucks because Torino was running inside the top 10 at the time. So we're going to take a moment here to go quiet on the air. We'll give you updates when we can. We'll send it to a commercial break. When we come back, more updates here and a restart coming, we believe, for the Pro ROK Shifters as their second heat race of the weekend is under red flag here for an incident on lap number 3.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
So good news here coming out. Gianno Torino able to stand up under his own power, and he's going to go get probably a further evaluation here. A hard impact with the pit end wall for Gianno Torino as he gets helped over to the on-site medical team, but was able to get up under his own power. Just going to get checked out for a further evaluation. So again, we're under red flag right now for ROK Shifter, and when they get Gianno checked out a little bit further and are able to move him off the racetrack, we will get set to go back racing here. But good news from the Gianno Torino camp, him able to get up under his own power. Again, they're just taking a close look at him, and again, a heavy impact with the barrier has him under evaluation. So as the ROK Cup crew continues to tend to that, we'll give you more updates as they come. Trev. Back to life here for Pro ROK Shifter. You can see your race director Chuck Yoder at the helm. Gianno Torino going to get checked out here on site. He's currently in the bus, as you can see at the bottom of the frame there. The red flag coming out for the Pro ROK Shifter class. They're going to let these guys kind of move their way around the racetrack, get the engines back fired up, and we should be set to go back racing here in just a few moments. So again, for Pro ROK Shifter, an incident involving Baylor Griffin and Gianno Torino and the infield pit wall coming into the scale line. Torino checked out here by the medical team. They were quick onto the scene. He was able to get up under his own power. They removed the neck brace that he had on him. I think they're just going to do some further evaluations here for Torino. So they'll clear him off while we clear the rest of the field into the positions they need to be for the restart. It will be a single file rolling restart, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, to get these guys back going. So
yeah, just going to wait for the first responders there to get over in their position.
Yeah, they open the gate up, so they're going to pull on in here, I believe, and back right up into the corner. So as the first responders get pulled off to the racetrack, looks like all thumbs up here from the field. They're going to send them around here in just a moment. Almost clear, as you can see the on-site first response team just backing up into their posts. They're going to do, again, keep Torino for a further evaluation. We'll get hopefully a word here with Gianno as soon as he's out cleared from the medical team, and get his thoughts on and his take, and really have him help explain what happened. Because right as we were getting ready to cut over was when the incident happened, and we just got the aftermath of them into the wall. So as they back their way back out of here, they'll close the barrier back up, and here we go. Pro ROK Shifter making their way back around. Danny Formal and Jake French. AJ Myers lines up in the third spot here. Two laps complete, so we'll be, I believe, maybe one lap off on our monitor. I'll see if we can adjust that momentarily.
So it looks like they went back to lap number 2. They weren't complete with lap number 3, so that pushes them back. They'll start the order based on where they were in lap 2.
You can see they're already starting to form up here as Jake French, Danny Formal bring the field to a nice and slow single file run. So again, a rolling restart here for the ROK Shifters. Very rare to see. It's only you ever get to see these guys start together following a red flag. So as they exit turn number 10, Danny Formal, Jake French, AJ Myers, 1, 2, 3 on a wet racetrack. The sky's getting a little bit brighter, but I wouldn't say the sun's out. It's still pretty cool. Probably temperatures around 60, 65 degrees here in Orlando. The final race before our 45-minute lunch break. When we come back after this one, we'll go green with the final round of heats for VLR Junior. They're short heats, 10 laps. 2 are already done. We're working to come, I believe, to see 8 or 7 laps to go. We'll give you the update as they come. Formal has them lined. And this one looks like it should be a nice restart here. When does Danny Formal get onto the power? As they pop down into first and second gear, trying to find the best place to restart from. Here comes the field. Front straightaway, Formal's on the gas. And we're back racing down to turn number 1.
Like a rocket, he blasted off.
Good start there, and look at that, David Greco around the outside on AJ Myers. He takes over third.
Great move as he maintains that inside, kind of help block AJ from coming back around him. Great move there from David.
Yeah, David Greco able to get by. So now Greco makes it 2. PSO Karting Burrell Arts inside the top 3 as the field washes out wide through the sweeping section. And it's a nice little jump here over to turn number 9. Danny Formal gets a good launch out of it. So does Jake French. Decent one. Here comes the field all tiptoeing through that section down the back straightaway. And Formal will take them out of turn number 10. 3-4 car lengths up on Jake French to put a lap back in the books and get us back underway.
Still using those curbs, though, for Danny as he goes back.
David Greco looks really good here.
He really does.
He's all over Jake French. We got problems for Mike Rivera back in the field. He's a little bit slow trying to get back going. Let's pick the leaders back up. French feeling the heat. David Greco having a great drive in the works here in heat number 2. Oh, but he makes a mistake. Big time mistake for David Greco. He dropped a tire coming out of turn number 3 and bounced it through the dirt. And right as he was getting going, He now has to worry about A.J. Myers. He gets to clean the tires back off again. So Greco falls back, and Jake French could breathe a little bit and try to chase down this guy, Danny Formal, as he takes him through turns 8 and 9. Oh, Myers trying to get by on Greco, not able to do it. Greco runs wide. Here comes Myers. He'll get clear of him down the back straightaway.
What a great pass there for A.J. Great job.
Yeah, A.J. Myers able to get clear. So A.J. Myers up into third. Danny Formal leads. David Greco back to fourth. Then it's Nathan Nicholson in fifth. Got by Michael Stevens on the restart. Side by side for seventh. That's Vincenzo Saraceno and Rubens Barrichello. Door to door down to turn number 1 at the end of the screen as Formal leaps it over the curbing in turn number 3 and begins to build his lead back up once again. Here's Greco under fire from Nicholson. The second-year Pro Rock Shifter driver right behind a veteran and Canadian national champion of David Greco. We got yellow flags flying. Potentially an issue back over in turn number 5, but here's Vincenzo Saraceno's group. Let's pick back up the leaders. Oh, that was Greco. Greco went off again. David Greco's day just goes from bad to worse.
You could tell that line he just took over turn number 9 there. Not exactly the line he wanted to take, but he made the hop. In the meantime, third place is starting to spread it out just a little bit, and then it looks like Nicholson has gotten around David Greco.
So now it's Nicholson, Greco able to hold off Stevens here. He's struggling for grip. I mean, he's just been in a backward slide since getting going. He got all the way up to Jake French's bumper, and sometimes being a little bit aggressive hurts you. So Danny Formal, the leader, headed to turn number 5.
We're starting to get a little bit of the next part of the storm, and that is a little bit of the wind coming through here. So if we sound a little windy, that's exactly why. Danny Formal out in front, Jake French, A.J. Myers, your top 3. Winding down the laps. In the meantime, Danny Formal, last time by about 9/10 of a second lead for Danny, went purple. Heading down towards turn number 10. Just now coming through there, but boy, look at that. Good run there off of 10 by Jake French. Actually starting to make up just a little bit of ground there on Danny Formal. Our leader once again just going by the start-finish line. Watch him jump through turn 3 right there.
I mean, he just literally gets airborne here.
4 wheels.
Now, Jake French has started to figure the track out a little bit. It's taken him a moment, but he's kind of gotten going. He's about 1.3 seconds back from the race leader right now. You can see him at the edge of the frame. Formal through the sweeper here, 6 complete. Working lap 7. It shows 3 to go. He might be 1 lap off with the way the restart was, as Formal takes him down the back straightaway here this time to turn number 10. Oh, we got one off. Vincenzo Saraceno's gone off here. He loses some ground over in turn number 7. A tricky spot here where that's caught a couple drivers out as Formal leads them out of the final corner. Let's see, this time by should be 3, not 2 to go. So 1 more lap here than what's showing on the timing monitor. Oh, there we go. Now we're caught up here. 3 laps to go. So 3 to go here for live timing as they go to turn number 5. Formal's lead. Oh, he opened it back up. Great middle sector for Formal. We got Jake French at the wall. Jake French has pounded the outside barrier in turn number 5. Got it a little bit too hot. And the PSL karting VLR driver is going to have to try and get back fired. He's kept it going. Heavy contact with the left front tire.
Wow. Didn't see what had happened there. He was pretty much on his own.
Yeah, he just got in a little bit too hot. I mean, he was running by himself. I got to believe he's probably heavily bent on the front end. So that's going to promote A.J. Myers into second. Great rebound here, points for him after the DQ put him with the last place, 24th place points result in the heats. 2 to go coming out for Formal in a very unpredictable heat. All together, lots of comers and goers. So there goes Formal to turn number 5. Let's see if we can find some of the drivers further back behind him. It's spread out. A.J. Myers in second. 4.3 seconds back is the gap. Still just barely in the frame there in turn number 6 as Formal takes him through the sweeper.
Danny Formal already out there in front as far as the championship is going, and here he is leading in the rain.
Looks like another issue for a few drivers further back there. I think our camera was trying to find. I think Blake Hunt went off over in turn number 5.
He just takes a different line coming through number 12 there.
Yeah.
Danny does, as he gets a little closer to the inside.
Yeah, he gets really narrow.
Yeah.
And just rides up onto the curb, and that kind of helps him rotate through the corner.
Gotcha.
There's Rubens Barrichello coming through the infield here. You can see he just barely flips the curb at the end of the turn versus riding it the whole corner. Danny kind of just gets on it and leans on it all the way through the entire center of the apex, and it allows him to, of course, move his way through the corner quicker than most drivers trying to go around the outside. So for Formal, through turn 7, we got another one that's... Oh, the wind. The wind is moving the barriers over here in the final corner. Look at that. The barriers onto the racetrack now. As here goes A.J. Myers, the track official, running off to the side to try and go help out because the barriers might be the only thing that keep the Costa Rican from winning heat number 2. So French wins heat 1, puts it in the wall here in heat 2. Myers qualifies pole, DQ heat 1. Formal, third in qualifying, second in heat 1. He's going to win heat number 2.
Bam!
And by a healthy margin at that.
Huge margin.
Danny Formal, let's see across the line. A.J. Myers was digging to try and make up some time at the end, and he makes a mistake on the final lap in faith. Nathan Nicholson, his Magic Kart teammate, up 10 positions in the rain to third from 13th. David Greco fourth. Colin Daly, we talked about him, didn't even really get to mention much of his drive forward. The DRT driver, the Jamaican, who had the issue in qualifying, had to come from the back of the field, picked up a number of spots in heat 1. He picks up 17 in heat number 2 to go to 7th. Barrichello 6th, Michael Stevens 5th, Vincenzo Saraceno 8th, Jimmy Cabrera 9th, and Jake French rounds the top 10.
All right, so Jake did end up being able to get back underway, ends up in the 10th spot. It's a lot better than it certainly could have ended up.
Well, we're going to go on a 45-minute lunch break here. As soon as we can, we're going to try and track down Gianno Torino and capture his thoughts. And, of course, a very happy Danny Formal here with the heat race win in Pro Rock Shifter. So we'll take the lunch break and come back with some more action. We'll keep the cameras up here so you guys can see. Let you know when we come back green. A 45-minute lunch break puts us green flag at 1 p.m. So 1 p.m. right now, the tentative green flag set for VLR Junior's third heat race. Kart Center, we are here for the VLR Junior final heat race of the weekend. Getting set to go racing here for the Rock Cup USA Championship finale at Orlando Kart Center. We had a wet and wild morning here, Ron John, didn't we?
We certainly did. It was, to say the least, quite wet, although it has started to dry up pretty well here on the track as we look out there. There's still a few puddles here and there, but nonetheless, should see some good racing here throughout the remainder of the day. Heat race number 3 getting ready to get underway. Caleb Gaffera out there on the point. Charlie Smith will start off second. So again, as they always do, they'll come around, go back by the start finish, and they'll come up, start to form up. Hopefully we'll get ready to go racing. 10 laps here for heat race number 3 of our VLR Juniors.
And again, this is the first time the VLR Juniors get onto the racetrack since morning warm-up, which was a dry morning warm-up for them. So the first time for them to experience the wet conditions here in Orlando as they begin to form on the backstretch. Caleb Gaffera and Charlie Smith, as you mentioned, on the front row. Elio Meza and Stephen Miller make up row number 2. Oscar Iliff starts to the inside of row number 3 alongside Graham Tremmel. Then it will be Cooper Shipman and Emma Scarborough. Jorge Ortiz and Christian Cameron around the top 10. Then it's Mayor Deanna Ryan, Christian Quijano, Ivana Richards, Nathan DePoy, Jordan DeLeo, Colin Aitken, Chris Aitken, Zachary Hitchcock, and Daniel Mendez. A 19-card VLR Junior field there. Stephen Miller coming into view as he gets into position. And we get set to go racing once again for the VLR Junior class to set the grid for their pre-final later this afternoon. Here they come out of the final turn, getting set to get after it. And into the tram lines we go. Let's see, do we get a good start on the first time by to kick off the afternoon? A wet racetrack slowly drying. Green flag coming. We're underway down to turn number 1.
It looked like Charlie Smith got a really good jump there coming out of turn number 2. Now through turn 3. Looks like Charlie Smith out there in front, the Nash Motorsports driver. Being brought to you by Nash Motorsports as well, our VLR Juniors. As I say that, it looks like perhaps Caleb has gotten back around. So again, just within those couple of turns there, we had a change for the lead. That lead has gone back to Caleb Gaffera, dropping Charlie Smith back into that second position. Watching Caleb as he heads down towards turn number 10. Just now coming through 10. Nice little puddle right there in the turn as they come out of 10. Caleb Gaffera up and over the curbs here as he makes it around for the first time. Caleb Gaffera, let's see what kind of a gap he's been able to pull over the second place driver. It ended up being Stephen Miller by the time they got back around. So Stephen Miller now in that second position, already up a couple spots. Cooper Shipman on the move along with Jorge Ortiz. Talked to Jorge earlier. Loves racing in the rain. Looking forward to see it. Looks like somebody's gone around. Couldn't tell exactly what cart number that was, but as soon as we get him to come back around here, I can mention who that was. But we did have one of our folks up in the front there spin around. Last time by, it was Gaffera out in front of Miller, 1.3 second. A 1.3 second gap already building for Caleb Gaffera, the RPG driver. All right, looking back down the list, as I mentioned, Mayor Deanna on his way as well up to the 7th position, up 4 carts, and
Gaffera getting away nicely here off the start, so a great start here for Caleb Gaffera. However, the rest of the field, as you mentioned, Ron John, a little bit sideways. We lost one of the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart drivers. It was Cooper Shipman and Elio going backwards. Elio Meza lost a couple spots off the green, but Shipman going around right there, and that has caused a spin that has sent him to the tail end of the field. So Gaffera leads them out of turn number 6 with a healthy margin of 2 seconds back to the next pack on the racetrack where they start to separate a little ways. So the RPG Cosmic 2 laps in here to this 10-lap final heat. And there's the rest of the field all trying to navigate. Cooper Shipman, his drive will keep a tab on him, and where he tries to get back to as his spin puts him all the way down to 18th. And we'll keep an eye on where the 814 can work his way back up to, because it's now going to be a recovery game for Shipman. Stephen Miller up to second. Great early couple laps here for the Tampa, Florida-based driver as Gafera pops the curbing. That seems to be having no issue right now finding grip in the 804. He looks really well underneath him, I would say, the RPG Cosmic does. With 3 laps complete here, 7 laps to go.
Yeah, taking a look at Caleb there as he comes through. Turns number 2 and 3, hops over the little bump there coming out of 3, heading down towards 5. Caleb right now about 2.4 second gap already to Stephen Miller. Jorge Ortiz now up another spot, up into the 3rd position. Good run there for the 811. Local driver here from the Orlando area.
Miller goes through. We're watching this battle back here near the edge of the top 10 for 9th. That is Graham Tremmel working on Christian Cameron. No, a little further back. He's trying to fend off Nathan DePoy and Ivana Richards in the Goodwood Kartways OTK and the HRM Mexico Tony Kart as well. Gafera leads them into the infield chicane. You can see he got a lot of curb that time coming through, trying to find a little more grip on the racetrack. Let's see what the lap times look like. He was 4/10 quicker than anybody else on the circuit as of last time by. Tremmel's group back in 9th, 10th, and 11th, as everybody inside the top 10 has kind of spaced themselves out since the start. You've got an Iron Rock Tony Kart behind him. That is not Cooper Shipman. He's still down in 18th, but he's going to start to carve his way forward all the way to the tail end of the field. So we'll keep a tab on that as the field goes on by.
Tough luck there for Cooper Shipman, dropping himself all the way back down there, had a little spin. Although able to get it back underway, puts him in the 18th position, 17th position now. Looking up front, though, still, what a great run here for Jorge Ortiz, your championship leader right now as we head towards Championship Sunday.
I'm not sure if he's a championship leader in ROK Junior. I don't know if he's a championship leader in VLR.
That's correct. I believe that's Caleb that may be the leader there, or is it...
Caleb had a good run, but he had to sit out St. Petersburg weekend due to a rib injury. So after a great run through Pompano Beach and obviously a dominating start to this weekend, he's kind of playing catch-up. The way the points work, he should be okay. Charlie Smith here on your screen right now, trying to dig his way forward. He is back in the 4th position. Actually, looks like he's a little further back behind the 844 Mayor Deonorine, who's gone around him. So Deonorine up 6 spots, no, up 8 spots now, up into the top 4. Problems for Jorge Ortiz. He's dropped off the radar. So we'll find where the number 811 has gone to. The Super Tuned Tony Kart with a problem. Yellow flags waving, I believe, down at turn number 1 and 2. I don't know what they're for. There's Cooper Shipman coming through in the 814, up to 15th here, 3 spots back gain from his spin. So maybe we can keep an eye on where Shipman gets up to. This is that group that we were following earlier. Graham Tremmel's pack of 9th, 10th, and 11th, or 8th, 9th, and 10th now with the spin for Jorge Ortiz, or whatever happened to the 811. He might be off the racetrack. He still has yet to come across the timing loop. So Jorge Ortiz, another top 5 driver with a problem. As Gafera rounds the final turn, here he comes across the start-finish line. Caleb Gafera will put 6 laps down, 4 laps to go, and just so you can see at the end of the view there is Stephen Miller in 2nd.
Giving you a better view there of turn number 1 as they come out there. You can see there's still quite a bit of water there in turn 1.
Pass made there for 8. Graham Tremmel loses a spot to the 820 of Ivana Richards. So Ivana, she's able to get around Tremmel. He drops back to 9th. Here is the 818. Emma Scarborough currently in the 6th spot there on your screen, so just outside the top 5, running on her own. Her teammate, Caleb Gafera, continues to show the way in VLR Junior's 3rd and final heat race. And there's a little bobble through the puddle for Graham Tremmel, who loses another spot as Nathan DePoy able to get by in the Goodwood Kartways X-Prix.
Caleb Gafera went purple that last time, a 104.908 for your leader.
Here comes through Stephen Miller. Here comes that group for 3rd with Mayor Deonorine and Charlie Smith. Then it's Elio Meza, who should be in championship contention, if not in the points lead after his big win in St. Pete. There's Scarborough under pressure from Christian Cameron. Here comes the next group led by Ivana Richards. Then it's Nathan DePoy, then Graham Tremmel, and here comes, at the end of the shot, tall driver right there, second to last in view, Cooper Shipman in the 814, trying to dig back forward.
Obviously, laps winding down on him here. We've got 7 in the bank, working towards lap number 10. Waiting for the leader to come back by or start finish. Looks like he's actually already come by. Coming through.
Guevara midway through turn number 7. Here is Cooper Shipman. This is what we're going to focus on for a little bit. Is Shipman's drive back forward. Oh, battle for third, actually. Good catch by our camera guy, Charlie Smith. Fighting on the inside of Mayor Deonaron, and he takes the spot back away.
Great pass there for Steven to get back around Mayer. Boy, did you just see that slide piece that Caleb did there coming through the chicane there? He just got sideways, almost lost it there, but able to control it as he went up over the other set of curbs there.
Yeah, he's been yawing the kart up and over there, and you can see him using the curbing to help rotate the kart through turns 1 and 2. There's some puddles forming outside the racing line over there, and they got to go through one ride through the splash zone and back in turn number 3. But turns 1 and 2, I think, will be very quickly to find the racing line go back to the normal loop because, again, the puddle seems to be in the middle side of the racetrack over there. Let's see what it looks like here in the sweeper. I think they're about back to normal over here, almost dry.
Not looking too bad through there.
In that sector, so I think we're about maybe 3 or 4 groups away from slick tires. It could come a little bit sooner, but I don't know if it will. Zachary Hitchcock and the JC karting number 835, they're just at the edge of your screen, so that's some lap traffic for Guevara as he comes into turn number 10. A lap and a half to go for the 804.
North Carolina driver Caleb Guevara out there in front. Once again coming around through turns 12 and 13. Should be picking up the white flag here as he comes back by the start finish. White flag is out. One more trip around the layout here at the Orlando Karting Center.
So Guevara able to get a nice and early jump here in this heat race. He has pulled away and dominated in the wet conditions. Just went fastest last time by, and you'll see a lot of that here as the races go on. Drivers continuing to find more pace throughout the session and get quicker and quicker and quicker as the track gets faster and faster as well. It's a mix of both the drivers getting confidence in their machines and the tires underneath them, as well as just the track in general developing more and more grip. Here comes Guevara on that long run down the backstretch, has gone by the lap traffic of Zachary Hitchcock, and it is all clear, it looks like, through to the finish. Half a lap to go.
Looks like they had yellow flag out there over in turn number 1. I could see it off in the distance, no problem. Boy, look at him come through there, huh?
Heavy jumping over the curb. So good run for
really
Guevara.
Kicked him out really far.
And so from the pole, he'll sweep the day here on Saturday. Bam! Or at least the start of it so far. On his way to a sweep. Quickest in morning warm-up. And your winner in heat number 3. Here comes Stephen Miller across the line to finish in second. Charlie Smith in the Nash Motorsports EOS car. That's another driver with an outside shot at the championship here this week. Started second for another race week where he's find himself on the outside lane. Where is Cooper Shipman at? Let's pick him up. Down here on camera number 1. Cooper Shipman, his drive almost through upper one more. It looks like it's going to come up just at the edge of the top 10. As they cross the loop for the final time, he'll end up in 13th. Gets by Jordan DeLeo on the final lap. Makes up 5 spots from the spin, but he's going to be kicking himself, I'm sure, after that one. So unfortunate for Cooper Shipman and the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart.
Good run, though, for Mayor Deonaron.
Yeah, up
Mayor ends up 7 spots, the 844. Congratulations to Mayor. Halio Meza ends up in the top 5, ends up in the 5th position. I believe it'd probably be Halio that was actually the one I was meaning to mention about being the leader in this particular group. Our VLR Juniors, brought to you by Nash Motorsports. Heat race number 3 is in the bank.
So in the books for VLR Junior Heat number 3, their grid will be set based off the provisional and then final results for that one to go into the afternoon. The engines will be fired here in just a moment for VLR Senior. We'll take the advantage to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, the final round of heat races rolls on. One class down, 11 groups to go. Live from Orlando Kart Center, you're watching the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour on Kart Chaser.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
So back here at Orlando Kart Center, VLR Senior onto the racetrack here. Ron John, final time they'll line up in this order. Why don't you give our viewers an idea of where they're going to line up?
All right, it's going to be Gia Cicero on the pole, the 943, the RPG driver, with Jeremy Fletcher, the 922 on the outside pole, part of the Gary Willis Racing. It's Victor Shoma up next in the 907. Cedric Lupien will roll off in the 4th position. The 920. 5th will be Wes Duchek in the 935, with Alan Ali rolling off in the 998. Up next is Christian Redzian in the 984, with Daniel Ali rolling off in the 932. Nicholas DeAndrea will roll off in the 955. Brooke Berry up next in the 924. Rocco Pasquarello, the 995, with Cameron Steller in the 923. It's Gabriel Kauer in the 904. Alexander Dalbon in the 959. Riley Pegram. Riley will roll off in the 973, and Larry Pegram in the Larry in the 973, was Riley's rolling off in the 972. A little daughter and dad combo there. VLR seniors getting ready to head towards hopefully a start here. First time, let it be the charm.
Yeah, let's see it here. 10 laps on the books for Gia Cicero and Jeremy Fletcher. Looks good. Everyone's in the lanes, and we're green. On the power and into turn number 1. Fletcher tries to send it around the outside, but he'll hit the water. And Gia Cicero will get the advantage out of turns 1 and 2. Here they come packed up through turn number 3. Single file down to turn 5. And we got one driver hard off in the water. Rocco Pasquarello. Big run through the splash zone as Fletcher just through that. As we go backwards, we pick up the pass for the lead. Fletcher able to get by out of turn 5, and Cicero drops to 2nd.
Wow, not really sure exactly what happened over there coming out of turn number 3, but boy, did they ever get a big splash of water when they went down into just off the line of the track here.
And the wind,
able to continue on. What a wave it was.
And the wind picking up here too. Again, that's going to affect things a little bit, not so much for the drivers entirely, but it's just going to make it that much harder to get some heat down on the surface and dry this racetrack up. As they come out here, Fletcher already pulling a bit of a gap over Cicero, then Cedric Lupien, then it'll be Victor Shoma, then Wes Duchak, then it will be, I believe, Adam Ali, then Grayson Redson right behind him as Fletcher brings him into turn number 1. Nice run through the opening couple corners, and Jeremy Fletcher is hooked up here in the rain. I mean, he just put a 2.25 seconds on him already here at the end of lap 1.
What a great first lap for Jeremy. As you said, got out there already a 1.3 second lead. We'll keep an eye on that group, though, right back behind him with Gia Cicero, Cedric Lupien, Victor Shoma, and Wes Duchek, as that group still continues to battle.
Fletcher coming through the sweeper
Obviously
here.
A bunch of RPG drivers together, right?
Yeah, a couple of them. I mean, they've been around each other all weekend long. It's just now that in the wet, it seems like they're struggling a little bit here to keep up with the team fella in GWR, Tony Kart, of Jeremy Fletcher. Watch him come in here to turn number 10. He just kind of moves and shimmies a little bit off of the rubber to get some good braking traction. Not a ton of movement as we would see if the track was a little more wet. And then here he comes through the infield. So he's not grabbing as much curbing as maybe Caleb Gaffaro, but you can see how much more comfortable he feels in the go-kart and how much more trust he has in it with how much more roll speed he carries. I mean, his mid-corner speed is significantly higher right now than Gia Cicero and Cedric Lupien as he puts another 2nd on him here in the wet.
And went purple all the way through on that particular lap, each section as well. Gia Cicero now back 2.5 seconds. We'll keep obviously an eye on what's going on here with the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions. as they come through, looking for our leader. Looks like he's getting ready to come through the sweeper right here in front of us.
Gia Cicero is going to have some pressure here. Cedric Lupien, talk about a lot of experience. Again, a Canadian national champion, multi-time U.S. front runner. He's finished in the top 5 at a number of different U.S. Pro Nationals.
You know, they always talk about the fact that when you're in Florida, it only takes a minute for the weather to change. That's exactly what's going on here. We've had the rain, we've had a little bit of wind. We're starting to get a little bit of the cool from the wind as well.
And for a Florida homegrown kid like Jeremy Fletcher, I mean, he's in his element.
He's loving it, yeah.
He is, used to this, where some of these other drivers maybe haven't experienced nearly as much wet racing as Fletcher. Obviously, his resume goes on and on. For Gia Cicero and Cedric Lupien, they are now 3 seconds back from the leader at the end of 3 laps here. He's consistently about a second faster. Now, they've picked up the pace a little bit. Cicero's found some more speed. She was only about 6/10 off the pace that time by. But out of turn number 6 here, Fletcher's gap again continuing to mount over the rest of the group. Cicero and Lupien there, second and third.
A couple of the RPG drivers racing together, and meanwhile, we've got Adam Ali on the move, now up into the 4th position. Couple Kart change there for Adam in the 998. Now he is in that 4th spot. Wes Duchek back into 5th. Reggie and up into the 6th position. Good run so far for Gratian.
Well, while we keep our eye on the on-track action, especially this great battle here for second, kind of 2 RPGs running nose to tail. Lupien looking low, Cicero high. Let's send that on over here to our Jenna Tommy. She's caught up with VLR Junior's dominating heat race number 3 winner, Caleb Gaffera. Jenna?
Thank you. I'm here with Caleb Gaffera, who's our winner in VLR Junior, the 3rd heat. Caleb, how was that race for us? You walked away super fast.
So we started off, got on the outside, got a little bit of a jump start, and then I got past him and then just kind of drove away.
Yeah. Well, how was the wet conditions for you?
The wet conditions, I like it. Sometimes I'm just not the greatest. I make bad moves, but this time it's pretty good. It started to dry up a little bit, so.
So Sebastian Weldon was keeping you on your toes yesterday. How are you going to hold off from him in the pre-final?
I think I can hold off from him. If it dries up, I'm sure I'll be quickest, but we'll see what it is.
Great. Thank you so much, Caleb. Back to you guys.
Of course, Jenna talking about the other junior class. We've got the ROK Junior class with Sebastian Weldon and Caleb Gaffera at the front. Gaffera right now untouched here in VLR Junior this weekend. In the close battle in the 2nd heat yesterday afternoon as the Iron Rock Tony Karts got going, Elio Meza, Cooper Shipman, of course, as well as Oscar Iliff, but they all kind of struggled in different ways through that 3rd heat. The worst, of course, coming out of it for Cooper Shipman. For the group here battling for second, it's starting to really get going. Cedric Lupien just there in frame, able to get by Gia Cicero. She moves up a little bit on the racetrack and move Lupien into second, Cicero to 3rd, and looming, who just went purple behind them, Adam Ali, the Canadian, fellow Canadian to Cedric Lupien. 2 countrymen inside the top 4. He's closing up to both of the RPG Cosmics as they all fit in frame headed through the sweeper.
Can't help but notice that the track is definitely drying up quite a bit. Be interesting to see if we start seeing perhaps some slicks coming out here in the next couple of groups or so, but you can see actually Jeremy almost looked like maybe he's running over into the water to keep those tires somewhat cool.
Yeah, you want to try and keep them cool and keep them in the water a little bit here as the track starts to dry in different sections, and that's where the guessing game comes in here. Won't be this session, won't be the next session, might be one coming up in a little bit, but there's a few wet patches where it's fully across the racetrack that they're having to, you need the rain tires for.
Especially in 1.
Yeah, especially in turn 1. I mean, but that you can kind of stay off the line a little bit. Watch Cedric Lupien and Gia Cicero here. They're kind of touching it on the exit, but they can get onto the curb and miss a lot of it. It's right here is a big wave coming out of turn number 3. They're going to hit. If you're on slicks there, you get really sideways as Adam Ali able to get down the inside and clear on Gia Cicero in 5. It looks pretty good in 5 and 6, I'd say. I don't think it looks bad there at all. The other section that's going to be pretty wild and probably slow to dry will be right here with a little bit of shade over it. Actually, no, it looks pretty good. Turns 8 and 9. That was bad earlier. It seems like it's cleared up. But yeah, like you said, Fletcher trying to get some water on the tires. They're hitting that down the backstretch as well here for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th.
As Adam Ali continues to move up the grid here, he's now up into that 3rd position, as you had mentioned, gotten around Gia Cicero. Adam Ali showing he's got some speed as well. Racing Edge Motorsports driver, the Canadian. See, we've got a Kart off the track there in the middle of the track. Not sure what particular, is that Rocco or Daniel Ali?
Might have been Wes Duchek, actually, that's pulled off over in the infield that you caught right there, because those other ones, they've been out for a couple laps, but Duchek with an issue, and he was running inside the top 10 comfortably. So a problem for a fellow RPG Cosmic and Wes Duchek. Yeah, that's the 935.
Yes, it is.
Duchek off the racetrack out of 13. Good catch, Ron John.
I saw that, and also you mentioned Daniel Ali. I see he's actually off track and over there near turn number 5. Once again, looking at our leader coming down.
Here's the
heading for
midfield
10.
battle. So Cedric Lupien, Adam Ali in third, Gia Cicero in fourth. They're spacing out a little bit. We saw for a moment coming through your screen the group further back from them, but second, third, and fourth is on your screen right now. Jeremy Fletcher continuing to lead here, 2 laps to go. He went purple that time. Lupien looked pretty good in the middle sector. He's only 0.003 off him, so they've kind of started to stabilize, and Cedric Lupien's found his flow a little bit as everyone pops that curve there in turn number 3.
It's amazing how high off the ground they actually get there as they pop off of number 3. Looking for our leader once again. Jeremy Fletcher out there has already put about a 4.5 second lead over the second place driver, Cedric Lupien. Continuing to spread out. Actually, it looks like our top 3 have actually spread out quite a bit. No real close battles going on there. We got to look back a little ways back behind them. See anybody battling one another. That's spread now about 4.8 seconds the last time by. We'll see as Jeremy comes back around towards the start finish. Just now coming through turns number 12 and 13. Tony Kart feeling awfully good in his hands as Jeremy Fletcher comes by. Pick up the white flag. One more time.
Yeah, one more time around here for Jeremy Fletcher as he exits turns 1 and 2, heads through turn number 3. Heavy jump over the curbing there, over towards turn number 5. He'll run the outside here. And again, that's the 2 real options you've got in the rain, is to go all the way around the outside and miss the rubber, or to climb up on the inside curbing and creep your way around the bottom side, because if you run the standard line where the rubber is, it'll be pretty slippery. Now, when it dries up, the rubber becomes fine to run on, and that's the preferred line, as you can see over there in the sweeping corner. As they come out of turn number 9 here, Fletcher, you can see that gap, ooh, a little bit wide there coming out of 9.
Yeah, that was probably a little bit too close for Jeremy, but yeah, you just took a little bit of look like that left rear off the side of the track, but able to get it back under control as he comes down towards turns 11, 12, and 13. All right, once again, here comes your leader, Jeremy Fletcher. Got out there in front on the first lap, bam! Takes the victory. It's going to end up being Cedric Lupien will end up in the second position. Daniel Ali in third. Gia Cicero will hang on to that 4th position. Racing Redzian will hang on to the 5th spot. Good run there for Racing. It's Cameron Steller up next. 6 positions for Cameron into the 6th spot. And I say that actually Cameron just got around another driver, got around Racing as he came up. Put Cameron Steller now in 5th. Brooke Berry ends up in 7th. Nicholas DeAndrea in 8th. It's Gabriel Carr in 9th. And Larry Pegram up 6 positions. Good run there for the 973 of Larry Pegram.
Yeah, Larry Pegram rounds out the top 10. VLR Senior done and dusted again. The next class up is your 206 class. A little bit of a different kind of motor package. We showed it yesterday. Let's show you again what you may be seeing for the 4 strokes here. Your Briggs and Stratton divisions, 2 classes together. Everything else is all in 1 class. So you got 2 races going on at the same time. Briggs Senior for the 15 and up, and Briggs Masters for the little bit heavier minimum weight and 32 and up. Here, let's take a look at what the motors look like.
Here at the Pete's Racing Development Tent, we've got Greg Campos' 206 Senior chassis and his father Marcelo Campos' 206 Master chassis. The only difference here from the 206 Senior to the 206 Masters is the difference in minimum weight. 365 pounds with the driver for your 206 Senior class. That means your driver weight needs to be at least about $180 or under. The 206 Master class, 390. The motors are very simple. 206cc, a 4-cycle motor instead of a typical 2-stroke engine, and a pull cord to start it, and a red push button here to kill it. All in one, air-cooled engine with a fan right here, and a short pipe on the exhaust.
back here to Orlando Kart Center. VLR Senior just wrapped up the Briggs Seniors and Briggs Masters getting set to go green, Ron John.
Yeah, we want to thank RTD Media, by the way, for sponsoring our seniors. Greatly appreciate that. And yeah, getting ready to roll out our next group here. Do we have a little? Yeah, we still got a little work being done on the track. You see, we've got a crash cart out there. We got to scoop somebody up and bring them in here before we get everybody else out onto the track. Once again, congratulations, Jeremy Fletcher. Know he's got one pretty proud grandpa. Pretty excited about that victory for Jeremy.
For them to get set to go. They have a little bit of track clearing to do, obviously, as we've got the view of the spectator stand with the flags flapping in the background here at Orlando Kart Center. Only one blemish on the weekend so far with that big incident with Gianno Torino. Our update from him here, he's resting up in his RV. Was obviously ejected from the go-kart with the way the impact was with the wall, but got up under his own power. Nothing broken from what we can tell on the outside, nothing sprained or anything, so he seems to be A-OK. We will, again, keep our eye on the circuit when it gets ready to go green here for your Briggs Seniors and Briggs Heavies. For now, we'll take another quick commercial break. When we come back here, more action. Live from Orlando, it's the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Welcome back here to Orlando. The karts on the racetrack for Briggs and Stratton Racing, Briggs 206 Senior and Briggs 206 Masters. Of course, my name's Xander Clemens here, alongside me, Ron John Ebersole. Jed Perkins and Mike Valente got away in the first two heats here. Valente got the better of the pair for a lot of it. Really kind of controlled the race. He pushed Jed away and then ultimately passed him. And then, we saw James Perkins being able to win his second heat race on the weekend. Dad doing a little better than son, so that kind of holds some water as they go down to dinner at night. But both of them in some pretty good battles here. I mean, the classes aren't massive for the Briggs Seniors and Briggs Masters, but overall, the racing has been pretty solid. I mean, they've had groups and packs at the front. The beauty of the lower horsepower classes here, like your Briggs Seniors, like your Briggs Masters, is you get pack racing anywhere you go. So you're going to always pack them up just because there's only so much the driver can do. He really can't break away. And again, it makes it really fun to watch. So,
is that a cup covering the cover there on the?
So in the same way that you've got your airbox covers for your two-stroke motors, for your air filter, which is out on the right-hand side, you've got different types of plastic air filters to keep the water from getting into the engine. So you'll see that on your Briggs Seniors, your Briggs Masters, all the way through. Green flag, not going to come this time by here for the Briggs Seniors. They're going to give everybody a little more time. With that, it gives us the time to talk to our VLR Senior Heat race winner, Jeremy Fletcher, who has mastered the rain and was popping the curbs just a few moments ago. He's now with our Kendall Hedge.
I'm with Jeremy Fletcher, the winner of Heat 3 in VLR Senior. Jeremy, Gia Cicero has been giving you a run for your money yesterday, but you were able to pull away today. How'd you get it done?
Yeah, I mean, she definitely had pace on us yesterday. I got in front in the second heat and got away. I mean, she got me in the first heat. She threw it in, and I didn't expect it, and she got it. But today I liked the rain, and we were fast.
Yeah. So the track is slightly starting to dry up. What's the track looking like today?
I mean, it's pretty dry, honestly. I mean, there's only a couple corners where they're wet, 2 or 3. Other than that, it's pretty dry.
So what game plan do you have going into the pre-final today?
I mean, I have GP next, so I'm definitely thinking slicks, and just hopefully it doesn't rain again.
All right, well, good luck, Jeremy, and have fun the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very interesting comment right there from Jeremy.
Thinking
Perhaps
slick
some
tires.
slicks.
No, I fully agree. I think we'll be back on slick tires here probably by Group 5, Group 6. So right around the ROK GP, ROK Senior Pro class that he's mentioning. That's the 6th class in the order. We've got 206 on the track now, then our mini rockers, then ROK Shifter Master. Shifter Master may be kind of a borderline decision. I think they've got to be on wets here for the 206 class when they get done. It really just comes down, like Jeremy said, to a few wet spots. Most of the track pretty dry enough for slicks. One spot that's wet here is turn 1. We're going to see it now. Green flag in the air for Briggs Sr. Jed Perkins around the outside, rips the top side to the lead. Mike Valente drops to second. You can see a little bit of spray there in 1 and 2. Little spray as they come out of turn number 3. And then it's easy, pretty dry over here in turn number 5 as your Briggs Masters take the lead into 1. Little hand in the air from James Perkins. I don't know if he expected Eli Yanko to get that big of a jump on him, or maybe he didn't like it. But either way, Eli Yanko leads. Perkins leads in senior. Here comes the seniors through the sweeper.
Yeah, Eli really did get quite a good jump there on him. Didn't happen to notice if it might have happened on the start there, but look at him already looking back over his shoulder going, wow, how did I manage to pull out this kind of a lead in the first couple of turns?
Well, a big help to that was Alex Dalabon getting by on James Perkins. Here comes, again, that senior field coming in. Late entry here today. Ruben Caceres Jr. in the 356. He joined in the field after flying in, was set to run a late model over at Hickory Motor Speedway. And well, that race got canceled, and he's like, Dad, they're racing the ROK Florida Winter Tour back at home. Why don't I go run that? And so he starts at the tail end of the field on used rubber from Pompano Beach, although granted now they're all on rain tires, so that doesn't matter all too much. First rain session here for the 206s. And he started at the tail end of the field and is having a blast here racing some of his good buddies in 206 Senior. So then they go through turn number 3 over to turn number 4. Perkins will, younger Perkins will pick him up, and he leads lap 1 halfway through the second lap out of this 8-lap heat race.
All right, waiting for Dad to come on through here. Heading towards the sweeper here, turn number 7. Still looking good as he comes on by. Dad's been pretty doggone fast out there. Of course, Mike Valente has been also fast as well. He's right now in that 2nd position. Alexander Dalbon, 3rd. Greg Campos in the 4th position. As we look further down at our Masters, it's Eli Yanko, Alex Dalbon now in 2nd, with James Perkins back down into 3rd. Jason Abrams is down a couple of spots as well. Ruben Chair is now up on the move. Ruben in the 12th position. That'll make him in the 5th position amongst the Masters. Again, got 2 groups out there.
And a lot of drivers here on the sidelines kind of watching the track conditions. Up here by us, Alessandro DeTullio, coach for Paralyn USA, driver in the first 2 rounds. Mateus Morgado and Marian Kremers, they're keeping an eye on the racetrack as well, trying to debate, again, what tire compound to go with. Jeremy Fletcher, again, he mentioned he thinks they'll be slicks by the time the Pro ROK Seniors come out. So we'll see what the likes of Kremers and Morgado, who have been the class of the field in the division, decide to go with. Right now, again, you're watching a wet tire. Briggs and Stratton Racing, 206 Senior and 206 Master Division, with a good battle here for 2nd and Senior. That's between Alexander Dalbon on the inside, Mike Valente on the outside. Dalbon takes a spot away, and Jed Perkins gets a bit of a bigger gap. As let's go back to Briggs Masters here. Eli Yanko leads. This is the battle for 2nd with father Alex Dalbon and fellow father here, James Perkins, 2nd and 3rd, trailing by about a 2nd or so back from Eli Yanko.
So a couple of father and sons out there racing one another. That's always fun. Always makes for an interesting conversation, I'm sure, at the dinner table, especially after a crazy day on the track. But Jed Perkins and Eli Yanko, your 2 leaders. Again, Jed's going to lead the seniors, and Eli right now leading our Masters. Working 8 laps here. Got 3 in the bank. Just now as our leaders come back by the start-finish line. I believe that is our Masters group. Our seniors now coming through turns 5 and 6. Looks like there's been another move there. Said Dalbon has gotten back around.
And Dalbon was able to get him over here in the sweeper a lap ago, and Valente.
Okay, that is Mike. Valente has dropped back again, yes.
Yeah, so he's back there in the third spot, no change. Here's in Briggs Masters, James Perkins losing a little touch with Alex Dalbon, and we pick the seniors back up over here in turn number 10. Younger Alex Dalbon, Valente, Greg Campos, 2-3-4, chasing that guy right there in the 315. Jed Perkins, nice lead here in the CRG. The Privateers, Perkins Racing, father-son duo. Cool operation for both of them, and again, right now, Jed's having the better Saturday so far than Father James as they battle for third. Greg Campos on the inside. Turn 1, not going to get by on Mike Valente. Valente actually with a crossover move on Alex Dalbon. He retakes second. So a good turnaround. He was on the outside coming down the front stretch. I thought he was going to get freight train. Instead, he turned it into a positive. Got back up a position into second.
They're still battling, though, coming through 5 and 6.
Yeah, we'll see here. Single file out of 6. No change there.
None.
I will say, though, in the Briggs Masters class, it's about to heat up for the lead. Eli Yanko is going to have Alex Dalbon on his tail here sooner rather than later. He took a look back, sees that the 626 is gaining, or 629, and James Perkins has been a little bit quicker than Yanko the last couple laps as well. So Eli Yanko with a good exit out of turn number 6. Here they come on through, all evenly spaced out in Briggs Masters. Ooh, side by side again for Briggs Sr, door to door. Valente fending off Alex Dalbon, slides a little bit wide through the S's. Jed Perkins loving it. He continues to pull away here. 3 laps to go. 5 laps complete. Valente back into second. Fends off the charge back at turn 10. What does turn 1 look like? It'll be single file, I think. Dalbon looking a little bit lower. Campos around the outside. Doesn't pay off. So again, every time they go through that puddle there and they disturb the water, it just slowly moves it further and further up the racetrack. If they get that puddle again moved up here in the mini class, I think by Shifter Master again, you may, don't know if you will, a gamble like the likes of Mike Rivera in Ocala Grand Prix last year with maybe a few guys having a rougher weekend, trying to go with slick tires in the back to make up some ground. Because this track, again, it is drying. It's slowly drying because of the cooler temperatures. We were here on Wednesday for testing, and this track dried out probably about 15 minutes after a similar level downpour because of how hot it was, how quickly it evaporated the water. We're not seeing that here. I mean, this is strictly from the heat of the carts on the racetrack to dry the track up. So that's what it's going to come down to, and you can see still plenty of spray altogether. The battle for seconds heated up again while we've talked about that. Dalbon back into P2, Campos into third, Valente back to fourth. This time by 2 laps to go. Campos around the outside. Good bit of momentum for the Paralympic driver. Does he get clear? Valente will follow him and push him down turn number 1 as we've got a change into the lead for Masters. Alex Dalbon, father, to the lead over Eli Yanko back in the Master class out of the final corner.
As I say there, it looks like Eli is able to get right back around him as they head towards the start-finish, continuing looking over his shoulder, heading into turn number 1. Whoa, somebody went way low. Hit a big puddle there coming out into turn number 1.
Dalbon able to
Is that
hold
Dalbon?
the lead. Yeah, on the Tony Kart in the blacked out suit, black and blue helmet. He defends into turn 5. That'll back him up a little bit as he suffers on exit. Yanko gets a run, goes to the outside. Dalbon defends again. Here comes James Perkins closing in, and we'll have a 3-way fight here for the lead in Briggs Masters as Yanko tries to go around the outside. Won't get it. Tucks back in line.
You're right, that battle's still going on there for the second position amongst Alexander Dalbon, Greg Campos, and Mike Valente as they head down through the S's right here. That's going to be turns 11, 12. Now into 13. They'll run back down towards the start-finish. Look up and see the white flag. One more run around the track here for Jed Perkins out in front. The 315. Still that battle going on between Dalbon and Yanko as they come through turn 11, 12, and 13 as well.
Let's see Yanko here, a little bit of a different line, trying to cross him up side by side for the lead. White flag in the air. They're going to beat wheels down to turn number 1. tight, dicey racing action for the lead in Briggs Masters. Into the first corner, Dalbon slides wide. Yanko crossover, almost clear into 3, and he jumps the curb 4 tires over there to take the lead back.
Absolutely went in the air, all 4 off the ground. All right, right now we've got him coming through turns number 5 and 6. Still Eli Yanko right there. In the meantime, our leader coming back around through turn number 10. That's Jed Perkins working his way through the track and heading for the start finish.
So Perkins will take him into the infield chicane. We'll have him come on through. Final time by. Jed Perkins will collect an easy win here in Briggs Sr. as he comes across the stripe. So he'll win heat number 3 for the 206s. Let's go back and find the Briggs Master battle for the lead and the win. Alex Dalbon, Eli Yanko, James Perkins. I don't think Yanko's close enough.
Not so sure.
Into the chicane, final time. Dalbon going to open it up. Yanko will not go. And so Alex Dalbon Sr.
Looks like Dalbon's going to be able to hang on.
Yeah, quick couple looks over the shoulder. Doesn't celebrate too early. Yanko won't get there.
Eli kind of had his hand up, wondering whether or not he was blocking there as he came down. I'm sure he was somewhat, but
yeah,
still a great run there.
He's pointing at every
He
single
really
corner,
is.
Marshall, coming into the scale line. I mean, Yanko's trying to did you see that? Did you see that? I don't know, man. I mean, I think at that point he was just kind of, the normal line goes from right to left anyway.
Right.
Yeah, at that point, I'm not sure yet. You know, Eli might be grasping for straws just a little bit because I don't think any way you cut that one, it would have been a photo finish no matter what. He just didn't have the run coming out of the final turn. But 8 laps complete. 206 Senior and Masters set for their pre-finals. Let's take them through the finishing order. Again, Jed Perkins wins out over Alexander Dalbon Jr., Greg Campos, Mike Valente, and Matthew Walsh. Nicholas Villanueva and Ruben Caceres close out that field. Then Alex Dalbon Sr. wins out over Eli Yanko and James Perkins. Ruben Cherez ends up in the 4th spot, and Jason Abrams drops a couple to finish off in 5th. So 8-lap heat races for the 206s, for the minis, for the micros. Next up, the minis. Mini rockers coming with 8 laps on the boards here. And they have had 2 really exciting heat races. If you can take us back to yesterday, Asher Rockstein ended up winning both of them, but it could have been any of about 5 to 7 drivers winning in the Mini Rock Heats. I mean, they battled to the final corner every single time. Kai Johnson, unfortunately, hasn't had the best of weekends. He was leading going into the final corner with 2 to go in Heat 1. Kind of got boot and scooted out of the way.
Certainly
and then in the second heat, got turned out of the lead pack as well, racing hard with a couple of other drivers in the pack. So he's obviously going to be looking for some redemption. Carson Weinberg was in that group that was involved in that incident over in heat number 2 on the final lap. I don't think he even crossed the line first, but he's going to be looking to make up some heat points, as I believe a penalty was dished out for that deal. So let's send them onto the racetrack, and here we go. We've got our starting lineup pulled and ready. Asher Rockstein ready to lead your field to the green here in the Mini Rock class, presented by Speed Lab Racing Engines. Over Kai Johnson, Isaac Malkut, and Oliver Weldon will make up row number 2. Gian Mateo Russo, Marco Romero, row 3. Then it's Keelan Harvick and Sarah Bradley. Ty Fisher, and then Salvador De La Vecchia, Max Christie, Luis Humana Sanchez.
If by chance anybody might have taken the shot of putting on the slicks here in our minis. Maybe somebody way back down the order here that needs to make up some spots. We'll have to wait and see. Still shuffling quite a bit out there.
Yeah, they're trying to find themselves where they need to be. I mean, the front couple rows are all set and good, so they'll be able to form up when they hit the back straightaway, get double file, and give plenty of time for the back half of the field to kind of catch on up. As all the Mini Rockers, again, first time for them as well. First time for everybody up until Senior Rock. The first 6 classes in the order hit the racetrack for a drive round of morning warm-ups. And right now, as we get set here for the Mini Rock 3rd heat, I think this may be the last one that you see everybody on the rain tires. I like I said, I have a feeling the Rock Shifter Masters may try to gamble. I think at least, if not them, for sure, we'll see some guys on slicks here for Senior Rock. But it'll be kind of a hybrid setup here because you got a couple wet patches. As a whole, though, the track pretty dry.
Looking good as they're forming up, and just trying to get a good look at those tires. Looks like most of them are on rain tires.
Yeah, definitely. We still got most of the field on rains, so those rains will be chewed up here by the end, but it's what you got to go with. It's a little bit faster, so price to pay to try and go out and win. They are getting the signal from the flagmen and from the officials. Wait to the acceleration cone, boys and girls. Don't get too antsy. Is it going to be good enough for a green? It is. Green flag, turn 1. Johnson gets sent wide again. Kai Johnson trying to hang on, and around he goes on the outside of turn number 1. A couple other drivers collected. One in the grass over here. That is the 153. That was midway towards the back. Fion Shi, mid-pack. Fion Shi gets stuck in the grass, able to get back going. Now we got to worry about Kai Johnson, where he can get back to. He's just at the end of that shot there. Only 4 karts from the back. Your leader here coming into the infield sweeper, Oliver Weldon over Isaac Malka. Then it is Salvador de la Vecchia, I believe, who's up a number of spots from 11th on the grid to 3rd, if I'm not mistaken, for Salvador de la Vecchia. And the back arrow of the field comes on through as your leaders head out of turn number 10.
Wow. Once again, another funky start for Kai Johnson as he gets kicked out there on the high side. Of course, ends up in the water as well. Able, I believe, to get it back together and get it back out onto the track. Not sure where he actually ended up. Where did he end up by the time? It looks like he ended up all the way down at the very bottom there. So pushed him way, way back.
Yeah, Kai Johnson's going to be about probably 27th or 28th when they come across the line. They'll update here now. So
yeah, here we go.
Again, indeed, great start for Salvador de la Vecchia. He's already working to the rear of Isaac Malcutt for 2nd. Turn 5, not close enough. Let's see when he decides to try and get by Malcutt. There he goes, turn 6. 1 corner later, goes for it and takes it. Salvador de la Vecchia takes over 2nd. Isaac Malcutt back to 3rd.
Obviously a huge first lap there for Salvador. Great run there for Sarah as well. Sarah Bradley now up 5 positions into 4th. Max Christie up 7 into the 5th spot. Martha Ramirez, what a huge run for him. First lap, 16 karts. Yeah. So he's now up into the 6th position. Great run so far from Martha.
Yeah, Martin Ramirez up a 16 spots, as you mentioned, into 6th. Closing in on Max Christie. He was 3/10 back at the line. I think he might be even a little bit closer right now. So the AKT Racing Team driver trying to catch up to Christie. He's aboard the Kart Republic. Across the line. There's your top 3. Weldon, De La Vecchia, Malcutt. 1, 2, 3 through turns 1 and 2. And that water again just getting dissipated a little bit, moving up the groove. It just makes it a little bit better. I'm not seeing a lot of spray in that section over by turn 3 where we saw a lot earlier on here in the first couple classes for the 3rd and final round of heats. And then from here on, it's a pretty dry racetrack. Might be a little bit chilly, might be a little bit cold, but I guarantee they're running the air pressures low. And when you have a very wet racetrack, you kind of pump up your tires to be almost double that of what you normally run like basketball. So they don't really stick to, you want them to at least have the firmness for the tires and the grooves cut in them to wake the water off. When you get to a drier and drier racetrack, you're kind of just bleeding the air down and get closer and closer to the times of your slicks. You just don't want to burn them up by that being that high pressure.
Interesting looking at Salvador de la Vecchia there as they went through the S's. Completely missed the S's there, but was able to actually make a little bit better run coming out of 13. He's right there now on the back bumper of your leader, Oliver Weldon. Salvador de la Vecchia on the move.
2 car lengths between Oliver Weldon and Salvador de la Vecchia into 5. Last time by, De La Vecchia was 7/10 better than Oliver Weldon in the JC Karting Lando Norris kart. And De La Vecchia on the San Antonio Racing Paralympic. 1 kart back now to the sweeper. He could be close enough for a dive into turn number 9. Battles further back in the field there in 5. Let's see if he can get him out of 9 here. We'll pick them up down out of the hairpin. De La Vecchia was able to get by him into 9. So Salvador De La Vecchia moves up a position. Oliver Weldon back to 2nd. Isaac Malcutt back to 3rd. Or still in 3rd, but not really gaining, not really losing a ton to Weldon, but he is losing some to De La Vecchia, who is really looking good as he barely clips the curb in the middle and misses the one entirely coming in. And the 116 looks quick. He's got a 4-car length lead here to start lap number 5.
Starting to stretch it out just a little bit. We'll see as they hit the start finish. It looks like it's about 0.6 of a second lead there for Salvador Della Vecchia. Salvador now heading for turns number 5 and 6. Been a calamity corner for a couple of folks earlier on in the racing. Remember Jake French getting caught up over in that particular area, went high, and at that time running in the second position in his group. Unfortunate for Jake, but in the meantime, here comes Salvador Della Vecchia. Oliver Weldon, Isaac Malquit. Isaac actually starting to make up a little bit of room. Distance there, it's only about 0.4 between the two. That'll be between the second place driver and the third place driver of Isaac Malquit.
And then it's a big gap back from there.
It's a huge
gap. You can see that there on the straightaway as the top 3 run away from us. 4th and 5th is Sarah Bradley and Max Christie, like you mentioned. Martin Ramirez kind of starting to hold station there in the 6th spot, not making up any more ground on the top 5. Bradley and Christie. Christie that time I was the quickest in the middle sector of the racetrack, so the PSL Karting Burrell Art digging forward, and he might be getting close to Bradley, if not by her already, as the top 3 go through turns 1 and 2. So we'll see if we can find the battle for 4th. Max Christie, where does he line up right now? Still a little ways back, of course, from the top 3. There they go into the corner. And Christie did get by Bradley. So Max Christie up to P4, Bradley back to P5. All right, taking a look at Max Christie, Salvador Della Vecchia as he comes out of turn number 9, heading for 10. You can see your top 3 still several cart difference. Looks like it's about 5 to 6 cart difference between first and second, and about the same back to the third place driver. Maybe looks like they're all just about even there. Your top 3 just now coming through turn number 13. Once again, heading back down towards the start finish. Well, the interesting part will be what lap traffic may do if it doesn't get flagged off in time. Double sticks going here, 2 to go. They're catching the back half of the field. Della Vecchia looks pretty good. Malcutt was the quickest of the 3, Weldon the slowest of the 3. And as they go for turn number 5, you can see it as we've got one driver turned over at the exit of turn number 2. It's the 132 of Gabby Gadara. She was about to go a lap down anyway aboard the Bennick. Now, will the lap traffic clear for the leader? I will not. So Salvador Della Vecchia may have to work through some lappers to get this win here on the wet racetrack. Looked like perhaps that driver was actually taking a look over his shoulder, knowing that the leader was coming up on him. Goes wide there, but in the meantime, going to drop back in and kind of block Oliver Weldon right there. Yeah, so that'll hurt Weldon a little bit here in the infield. He goes by there into the final corner. We pick up Della Vecchia across the line. White flag. Weldon's by. Malcutt onto the bumper. We will have a battle for second on the final lap here. White flag thanks to a little bit of a pick by the lap driver. So there's Della Vecchia going through 1 and 2. Battle for second coming to us. Weldon and Malcutt into turn number 5. The gap opened back up. Malcutt okay. Here comes Della Vecchia to lap traffic. He'll carve his way through both, no problem. He certainly did. Good call right there. That was a carve. He literally just put it right where he needed to be. Able to stay out of their way, and they stay out of his way. In the meantime, though, it does look like that battle continues right behind him. Malquit has definitely made up the room. Right on the back bumper of Oliver Weldon. Again, coming down out of turn number 9, racing down towards turn number 10. Look at that. Their battle for second. That's back at the edge. Weldon had Malcutt with a run, and it looked like Malcutt thought better of it. Final time into the last corner. Your leader, Salvador Della Vecchia, well up the road. Weldon and Malcutt trying to get around the lapper. Weldon will. Malcutt has to follow. And so here we go. Salvador Della Vecchia will win heat number 3. Bam! And Weldon survives the lappers to hold off a hard-charging Isaac Malcutt there at the end. Nicely done. Back through your top 10, Max Christie finishes 4th. 8 positions gained. Again, 10 gained for Della Vecchia from 11th to the lead. 4 gained for Bradley. 16 positions gained. Martin Ramirez David Ramirez ends up 7th. He's up 8 spots. Jacobo Vega up 9 to 8th. 14 spots gained for Gabriel Balog, the Canadian Magic Car driver, to 9th. And Gian Matteo Russo onto the AM Racing team rounds the top 10 in Speed Lab Racing Engines Mini ROK. We've got Diego Ramos here with Jenna Tommy. He's had, well, not the best weekend so far. 2 DNFs here in 2 heats. After an issue in qualifying put him to the rear. Let's catch up here with Jenna and see what Diego thinks of what tire may be the tire to run for the Senior ROK Final Heat race. Jenna?
I'm here with Diego Ramos, who will be starting last, which is not something that's usually where you are. How has your weekend been going? What happened yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday I had a bad luck. I DQ in the qualify, and then I needed to start all the heats in last. In the first heat, I'm 11, and the guy took me out in the last lap. And again, the second heat, I'm 12, but 2 guys in front of me crashed, and I cannot finish the race again. But I had a speed. I did a fast lap, but the car feel good, and I hope today I can go from to a front, and for I can start in the middle, I think the pre-final, and get more points for the championship. But let's see.
Yeah, are you on reins or slicks?
And slicks.
Why did you choose to run slicks?
I think because the track is almost dry, and I need to try something different for I try go to front.
Yeah, definitely different things equals better luck, right? Thank you, Diego. Good luck out there.
Thanks so much.
So again, that's exactly what we were talking about, Ron John, is wanting to go different. If you're starting at the back, like Diego said, he's like, look, I got to try something. I'm starting back at 30th, basically,
right,
in Pro Senior ROK. So he's got a lot of ground to make up. He's going to go slicks. What do we get here for Master Shifter ROK? Well, we're not sure, but we're about to see. So Master Shifter ROK coming up next here. We got a close look at championship point leader Jordan Musser's kart yesterday, or on Thursday. Let's take a look at a closer look at the 125cc gearbox Masters class for 32 years of age and over, and 125cc, and oh yeah, over 40 horses under that thing.
So we're over here in the PSL karting pit at championship point leader Jordan Musser's ROK Shifter masterpiece. His Braille art here, very similar setup to a ROK Shifter. The only difference for this division from the standard ROK Shifter class is the higher minimum age and a higher minimum weight, allowing the veterans who got to go to work on Monday to still get to pound some 6-speed 125cc gearbox action. They've got front brakes here, so 4-wheel braking. They've got an adjuster here so they can adjust the bias from the front to the rear live underneath his knee. They've got the clutch lever here over here on the left-hand side of the steering wheel. Their shifter over here on the right-hand side, the pull back to shift up, to push forward to shift down. And then, of course, same thing as the 125cc single-speed classes. You've got a radiator here on the left, and then water hoses here on the back with a water pump belt that pumps the water through the system to keep your engine nice and cool. The ROK Shifter motors punch somewhere around that 40 horsepower mark, and again, 6 total gears in the gearbox package. A lot of shifting here around Orlando Kart Center.
Well, the Master Shifter ROKs are onto the circuit. 10 laps set for their heat race here. Jordan Musser, Patrick Otto Madsen, Daniel Debos, Renee Martinelli, Cole Matthewson, Hernando Sanchez, Mundi Lawyer, Juan Nagaro, and Nico Ronde. Your first few starters. Then we go back to Farshad Bagheri, Vicky Bryant, Hugh Templeman, Born Van Tak, Zoli Sewell, Luis Gautier, Francesco Vasallo, Corey Matthews, Marciano Santos, and Joseph Catania. But again, Jordan Musser will get to start from the point on a slick racetrack here. It's borderline. Again, tires, like I said, you see a couple Senior ROKs deciding to go with slicks. I got to feel maybe a couple of the Master Shifters at the back might have gone with slick tires as well. I don't think Jordan Musser's on him. He's at least got rain wheels on, or the standard wheels they'll put on those PSO karting Braille arts for the wet tires. I don't think he's on slicks yet, but we may see a few near the back try it.
No, I think you're right. He's definitely not on slicks. He's on reins, and it will be interesting to see if somebody has actually tried it back down the order here. All right, these guys are going to go 10 laps here. Master Shifters being brought to you by PSL Karting. All right, so Jordan will bring them around. They'll line up. Go from a standing start here. Looks like they're getting the wave around one more time. Yeah, they're getting the wave around. I'm seeing the flagman say, go back around one more time. Not really sure why, but they went ahead and I do see a cart, looks like towards the back there on slicks, just went around, spun around there coming through turn number 12. Once again, waiting for Jordan Musser to bring the field to the start. As he's heading towards the start line here, they'll get in their boxes and we'll get ready to go racing here.
So Master Shifter ROK coming into the boxes here. Second time by, got waved around here. We'll see if this second attempt at lining them up will be good. Jordan Musser, Patrick Otto Madsen, your front row. Cole Mathewson has had a good couple of heats. He's dug his way forward. Who can master the elements the best here? Late into the 504 spot, that is Daniel Debo. So he rolls off on the inside of row 2. Gets up there. They waited on him. They've got everybody. The engines are fired. It looks like we are just about ready to go. So are we set? Here we go. Thumbs up, visor down signal by race director Chuck Yoder to the front row. And away we go. We're green. Rene Martinelli with another jump from the outside. He goes quickly into second and decisively. Patrick Otto Madsen drops back to third here on the first start, and everybody is clean through 2, clean through 3. Wild stuff back around the 6th, 7th position, and we got one way off. It's one of the FKs under the ANSA Motorsports banner, I believe. He is already out of the go-kart at the exit of 3, and he washed out, definitely hit a major puddle.
A huge puddle, made a huge splash just trying to get off the track and out of the way. Needs to go make sure that kart's in a good spot. Meantime, our leader's coming down out of turn number 9, heading down towards turn number 10. A lot of water being splashed up there as they come down there. You can see those guys are definitely on rain tires.
I was trying to tell if that was Patrick Otto Madsen or Daniel Debos that was in that incident, and I have a feeling it was Daniel Debos over in turn 3 as Musser makes a mistake. He misses a shift out of the final turn. New leader for the first time this weekend. Rene Martinelli leads here in Orlando.
Good catch there, Xander. Yeah, all of a sudden you look up and it's like, what happened? And Jordan Musser for the first time in a while looking at the back end of a cart out in front of him. Something looks like it's just not right there for Jordan as he come out of turn number 5.
Well, you can watch the hands at the exit of the corner here. You watch Martinelli. He's able to pretty much get the power down, get the wheel straight, and grab the shift lever. Some of the other drivers here, as we watch Patrick Otto Madsen under fire from Cole Mathewson, you compare that to Jordan Musser out of turn 5 this lap. He was still fighting, sawing at the wheel a little bit to get the power down and to get out of the hairpin. And now he, again, is fighting a little bit as they go to turn number 10, losing a little bit of ground to Martinelli. And you can see Musser there. He just tried to put the power down to quickly kind of spin the back end around and straighten the cart up so he can finally just get going. Almost like a blip of the gas, let it settle, and got back onto it. In any case, he's lost some ground here already. Martinelli leads lap 2.
Great run so far from Rene Martinelli. And look at that, he went purple as well. So a great lap, that last lap for Rene. As soon as he got out in front of Jordan, able to go out there and put down a really fine lap. Jordan Musser, though, still solidly there in second. Patrick Otto Madsen, as you had mentioned, had gotten around Cole Mathewson, putting Patrick up into the 3rd spot. Cole Mathewson now back into 4th. Fernando Sanchez 5th. Juan Unigaro up into the 6th position. Frishard Bagari up 3 spots into 7th. Nico Rondat up a spot in 8th. Vicky Bryan on the move. A couple of spots for Vicky now in 9th. And Francesco Vassallo up 6 positions into 10th right now. Just a couple of laps down, working to lap number 10 here for our master shifters.
Yeah, over the curving and around out of the final corner here. Renee Martinelli will put another lap out in front. Jordan Musser across the line. Does he do any damage? He does a little. Picks up 0.2 of a second. So does Patrick Otto Madsen. He's coming. Mr. Ansuk Motorsports, P3, second, actually fastest on the racetrack. A couple of thousandths quicker than Musser. Martinelli going narrow, very similar to Formal's line we saw earlier today in the rain. Getting over the curving, letting that rotate the go-kart instead of trying to find grip on the outside. And then again here through the sweeper, you're seeing a very dry racetrack where you can see the marbles again. That's how you know it's really dry, when you can see the dark spots of rubber on the outside. Those
You
are
also
normally
see how they're
tough
kind
to
of
pick out.
Yeah, kind of weaving back and forth to try to find some of that
Trying
water.
to find some water, yeah.
See as they come out of the turn number 10 there.
Yeah, there's a little water on the inside. That's just a narrow exit for them that naturally helps them out. And then, like you pointed out, Ron John, they're going low on the straights, trying to find something to keep those tires cool before they burn them off here before the session's even over. 4 complete, 6 to go. Martinelli, Musser, Madsen, Matthewson, the top 4, all within about 2.5 seconds. And then another 2 seconds back finds Juan Unagaro, who's up 3 spots from his starting position back in 8th.
Haven't really been able to tell if any of these back markers or guys that had actually started towards the back of the pack decided to go ahead and put on the slicks. It's been really hard to tell out there. Everybody's slipping and sliding no matter what. But
yeah, I'm not sure if we had any guys go with the gamble here in this one. If they did, they haven't made up a lot of ground. It doesn't look like there's any big speed differences through the field. It's just kind of evenly spaced. Renee Martinelli last time by went back to pull the gap, and again he's done it as well this time here. So through the infield chicane, he's pulling further away from Musser. Little mistake on the gearbox. You saw him lean forward as it kind of jumped out of gear, but he was able to recover. Quick look back. Luckily, that's why you try and dig hard early and never stop pushing, is to build a cushion for mistakes like that one in the final sector. He lost about half a second in that little mistake, but he was so much quicker the rest of the lap, he still pulled 300ths on Musser. So all good for Renee Martinelli here with 5 laps to go.
he's got to feel awfully good about being out there and having that kind of a lead over Jordan. Don't normally see that with Jordan Musser. Normally it's him that's out there. And once he gets out in front, he tends to want to walk away. But Renee Martinelli, he's the one walking away right now. Like I said, about a 1 second lead as they come down towards turn number 10. Go through that little puddle to the inside there of number 10. Making their way towards the S's.
Cole Matthewson applying a lot of pressure here to his boss, or team boss anyway, team owner, Patrick Otto Madsen in third. Got to be a little careful when you're racing your boss.
Yes.
But nonetheless, he's keeping him honest as the top 4 remain the same. That time by Juan Unagaro, fastest, or second fastest on the, no, a little bit further off, sorry, I'm reading my numbers wrong. Quickest overall was Martinelli, but Unagaro was on pace with Matthewson that time by. We need the driver of the 141. 141 to the steward's office. Driver of the 141 to the steward's office.
Thank you.
3.5 laps to go. And you're welcome, Ron.
All right, laps winding down. Renee Martinelli still out there in front.
Oh, we got two together.
We got a couple of together.
Oh, that's a big impact over in turn 5. Vicky Bryan is one. The other is Francesco Vassallo. And they're going to try and get refired. Vassallo's at least trying to bump start his Burrell Art. And he will. Bryan, on the other hand, she is just about done. And the leader is coming to turn number 1. So that's over in turn 5 where that wreck is. They have nosedived the barrier over in 5. Martinelli seeing the yellow flags waving hand in the air. No passing here through turns 4, 5 over until they get to 6. Not like he has to worry. That gap is 2.3 seconds. And he went purple last time by. 3 to go here for Renee.
What an unfortunate incident there for Vassallo and Vicky Bryan. They were up there battling from mid-pack, up in the, probably within the top 10. But Renee Martinelli, boy, he has really shown. He's got plenty of speed today. Continues to lead the 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501, 501 Looks like he does have a back marker up just a little ways ahead of him. Don't think that'll really come into play here. Not with a 2.3 second lead over the second place driver, what happened to be Jordan Musser. Once again, Xander, it's looking more and more like you had mentioned that it's going to be end up probably around the ROK Seniors that may be the guys going out on the slicks. I wasn't sure if maybe one of these guys would have started with some slicks towards the back of the pack. Hope that the track kind of dried up ahead of them.
Yeah, we just got word from our pit reporter, Jenna Tommy. She mentioned that everyone in the Senior ROK Pro class is lining up on slick tires except for Diego Ramos. He wants to do something different. He's going out on rains. So,
very interesting.
Well,
you know, he had mentioned earlier that if everybody was going rains, he was going slick. Everybody going slick, he might as well.
He's going. I mean, might as well try something. He's got to try something. This is a Hail Mary shot.
Certainly.
He's starting last. He's got 2 last place results, or at least deep back results. If he finishes good here and he drives up into the top 10, I mean, he could be looking for a mid-pack starting spot, like you said, in the pre-final, and that could kind of be decent to start the main. 2 drivers getting together there. Born Von Tak, one of them. As the white flag waves for everybody, we'll pick back up the top of the field. Here is second and third. Jordan Musser there over Patrick Otto Madsen. Then your leader up front, Rene Martinelli in the TB cart.
He has been so strong. Just putting the cart exactly where he needs it to be. As Rene just comes down through turn number 9, he'll race down towards 10, that long back stretch. Now through turn number 10, a little bit of water right there to the inside part of the track. Now through the S's for the last time. Coming now through turn number 13. Rene Martinelli, TB cart in his hands. Bam! Rene takes the victory. Going to be Jordan Musser going to end up in that second position. Patrick Otto Madsen hangs on to third. Cole Matthewson in the 4th position, and Juan Unigaro ends up in 5th. Fernando Sanchez 6th. Nico Rondet in the 7th position. Frashard Begari will end up in 8th. It's Monday Lawyer in the 9th position. Let's see if it's Luis Goche that ends up rounding out your top 10. Waiting for him to come by. And yes, and Luis will round out your top 10. Again, congratulations to Rene Martinelli.
One, 2, 1 to the steward's office. 1, 2, 1 to the steward's office. So the Master ROK shifters are wrapped. Pro ROK Senior coming your way here next as we watch again the field begin to form. 30 drivers strong. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, more heat racing action coming your way from Orlando.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center for Kart Chasers coverage of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour Championship finale. It's been wet, it's been dry, and this class right here has provided some of the best racing action all weekend, especially with their second heat race. Now, they've got mixed conditions, and most of the field has opted for slick tires except for one that we know of, Diego Ramos, going on rain. So we were talking off air that we weren't sure what turn one will look like, because that's the one corner that has a lot of standing water still. And you can see as they go into one how much everybody's going to tiptoe in this section on the outlap. We already got one driver that spun over here in turn 13. That's the 325 of Eric Coons in the Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic. But if we could pan over to our left just a little bit, you'd see in turn number one that just in the center of the corner, there's still a lot of standing water. You can even see it at the bottom of this shot right here. It's just off the line going in, and it kind of crowds down into the turn.
Yeah, it sure does. Look at this. Anybody goes wide, they're going to be the ones that are going to be in trouble.
Well, let's see here. As they warm the tires up, this is where you really test who's got a really good natural feel, who can live on the edge and not go over it. We've seen plenty go over it, and this class has already seen mixed conditions once this weekend when they wrapped us up, or wrapped up heat number one on Friday afternoon, because with the last 30 seconds of the race, rain came down, and poor rookie Jack Jeffers, well, he got bit the worst of it, ended up going wide in that turn 10 hairpin. He rolls off on the outside of championship point leader Mateus Morgado.
Looks like they're just sending around again.
Think, yeah, they're going to give him another lap here.
I think that's a good idea. Give them an opportunity to make sure the tires are good and clean. Also, maybe give them an opportunity to get a better look at where these puddles are.
Yeah, so that lets them kind of clear the racetrack out a little bit. I mean, for sure will be dry tires. If these guys are willing to go dries now, we'll go dries for the next following session, which will be the Master ROKs.
Right.
But, yeah, interesting to see. And I thought we may have more of a split grouping, but it's really everybody on slicks, and then Diego Ramos starting shotgun on reins. And he's going to be able to go through those puddles where these guys are going to lose a little bit of traction. So whether it pays off or not, we're about to find out. Again, a bit of a monkey-see, monkey-do thing, I'm sure, on the grid. Mateus Morgado and Jack Jeffers, your front row. Marian Kremers and Cameron Weinberg will make up row number two. Patrick Woods-Toth on the Burrell for Prime Power Team to the inside, and Olin Bauer in the NBM Tony Kart. Then it's Gianluca Savaglio and Blake Nash. Jeremy Fletcher and Diego Contecha around the top 10. Laurent Legault, Daniel Ali, Justin White, Sebastian Blanco, the top 15. 30 drivers for Pro ROK Senior, presented by Racing Edge Motorsports. And Mateus Morgado, after just coming up short by a couple thousandths yesterday in a photo finish with Marian Kremers, who starts up behind him, has brought the field down to the tram lines nicely. Couple drivers are lagging back, but everybody else is lined and ready. Let's go racing, boys and girls. Senior ROK, and oh man, Jack Jeffers with a big jump down to turn one from the outside. Everybody washing out in the rain. Ramos jumping over curbs. He's trying to pick off as many as he can. We got a few tagged together in turn number 3, but everyone else is clean to turn 5. 2 drivers specifically. Bobby Bear is one of them. Jack Jeffers, your leader here, out of turn number 6. Patrick Woods-Toth second. Kremers is third. Morgado's been shuffled back to 4th.
These guys really going at it as they come through the sweeper here, now heading through turn number 8, now through 9. They'll come onto the backstretch once again. Jack Jeffers, what a great jump there on the start.
Here is Kremers. He goes low, pulls back up, side by side for third. Morgado gets by on Patrick Woods-Toth. So Marian Kremers sends Woods-Toth back, getting by in 9. Here he comes on to Jack Jeffers. Jeffers blocks, loses traction. Marian Kremers to the lead down the front straightaway.
Yeah, you can see that coming through those S's there. Just lost a little bit coming into number 12. And Kremers right there to take full advantage of it, get back around, and now Marian Kremers, your leader.
It was funny to talk with Marian here during the lunch break as we see Morgado look to the inside on Jeffers. He'll take second, and so will Weinberg, his Speed Concepts teammate, goes by for third. But Marian Kremers was like, you know, I don't get you Americans. Like, we could go in this right now. And I'm like, Marian, the track's flooded. It's better if it's flooded in the corner. You're going slower there anyway. You just slow down a little bit more.
It's a very good point.
He's ready to race.
He really is.
So, and he has been super impressive in the very little bit we've gotten to see him already here this year. Where he's been impressive the most has been in the wet conditions, and that is a very wet Homestead qualifying session for the SCUSA Winter Series. put it on the pole. Didn't have the best run through the rest of the day, but it was good then.
Right.
And now,
Well, he's looking pretty good right now.
yeah, really good. Morgado did not get out of the back sector. We got one turned around over in the hairpin as Kremers comes into one. That was in the back of the field. So Kremers.
Morgado's got some business to be had because Cameron Weinberg is right all over his back bumper.
Yeah, the Speed Concepts Racing CRG looking good as we watch Kremers work his way out of turn at number 6. Battle for second coming. Morgado versus Weinberg. We'll see if Weinberg gets him into 9. Can he get down the inside here? Over in through the corner. Not that time. Morgado holds into 10. Morgado, I don't know if he's waving Weinberg by or
Looks
was.
like he did.
I think he did, yeah. Oh, and Weinberg gets a little sideways. So Morgado holds the spot. He tried to let him go. Oh, and Weinberg's off the dirt. Makes a mistake. That'll dirty up the tires here, and he'll fall back as Jack Jeffers closes back in.
Wow. Just took that curb a little hard. Look as they come down there, sliding into turn number 1. At least we are actually starting to see a little bit more of that water dissipate over there in turn number 1. But Marian Kremers loving everybody back behind him doing all the racing, allowing him just to concentrate out in front. Out 2.5 second lead now.
Yeah, 2.5 seconds here for Marian Kremers as we work the end of lap number 3 here. 7 laps to go. Working towards 6 out of 9. Morgado now, again, still not as good right now as the PSL karting VLR driver. Marian Kremers, a world champion in the KZ class, the headline division over in Europe. And now we've got a change in 4th there, Ron John.
I believe that's Jeremy Fletcher. Jeremy Fletcher on the move, and his Tony Kart just got around Jack Jeffers coming out of turn number 10. So Jeremy moving up 4 positions now in 5th.
Let's see what Fletcher's got this time by. Marian Kremers went purple again last time here as Jeffers now has Patrick Woods-Toth bearing down and Nolan Bauer. And all of them going right up to the barrier, just leapfrogging over that curb in turn number 3. Anything to shorten the racetrack up, especially when you're struggling for grip here.
I do believe our leader should be coming around, pick up the halfway flags.
Yeah, he'll pick it up this time. This is the battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th on your screen. Jack Jeffers, Patrick Woods-Toth, Nolan Bauer. All, or 5, 6, and 7, as Fletcher's carved through them. Now Cameron Weinberg, after losing out last time, he got up to Morgado. This time, a little bit closer, although a wiggle out of turn number 10. He takes a look back, sees Fletcher's there. Woods-Toth a look back, finds Nolan Bauer still bearing down on him, but not making a move. Oh, he does, he tries, loses some traction. He picks it back up coming out of the corner, and Bauer hangs on to the 7th position.
Jeremy Fletcher is making his way up onto the back end of Cameron Weinberg.
Yeah, he was purple last time by. Fastest on the racetrack.
Just seems to get better as he gets a little bit further into the race. Or as he had done earlier, jumped out in front and just took off. Right now, Jeremy up into that 3rd position, got around Cameron Weinberg.
And again, now the battle back for 5th, 6th, and 7th is stationing out. The battle will become for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Morgado, Weinberg, and Fletcher all chasing Marian Kremers, trying to hunt him back down. The 327, 4 seconds out in front here in the rain. Morgado, P2. Again, Weinberg, P3. Fletcher, P4. Fletcher, not necessarily much quicker through that section, but I think he's quicker in some other parts of the racetrack as they head back towards turn number 1.
Yeah, looking on the track, looks like he's about 4 or 5 carts back behind there. Actually, I say that, and you look at him going into 1, it looks like he picked up a little bit of time right there as they're coming now. Our leader coming now through turns 5 and 6. Looking at the 2nd and 3rd place drivers here.
Yeah, they're again about 4 seconds back. Kremers has had a unmatched pace up until this point. It's kind of started to stabilize a little bit as they've found their comfort zone. Here comes Kremers into that's a lap traffic right there in the 395. Just got a little bit confused. There's your race leader, Marian Kremers in the 327.
I've noticed a couple of times, Xander, that as he comes back down the backstretch, he gets out almost like he's in the water, maybe just trying to scrub off.
Yeah, it's a little bit of scrub in there, both to get the tires clean, but also
Gotcha.
especially to heat them up. In the same philosophy you have of scrubbing the tires as the lap traffic gets out of the way for Kremers.
Good job.
The same philosophy of scrubbing tires on a pace lap to warm tires up. Again, on a cold racetrack like this, you see Martin Kremers, he's just trying to scrub to drive some heat in. So lap traffic of the 395, giving away Gabriel Cower, giving way to your leaders, very respectful.
Great job there by our back markers. Allow the leaders to get around, continue their battle up there. Although it was just I love it. Cleaning those tires as he comes around here just through turn number 9. Turn through 10. Sliding just a little bit, hit a little bit of the moisture there coming out of 10 through the S's. Now in turn number 13.
Here he comes across the loop, Martin Kremers. 2 laps to go, 8 complete. He's led all but the start as he quickly got through to the lead over Jack Jeffers. Led the end of lap number 1 with a great crossover move. And as we see the rest of the field coming by, got another driver pulling out of the way. That's Bobby Bears giving way to the leaders. There's Jeffers' group, Patrick Woods-Toth. Nolan Bowers under pressure here from Gianluca Savoglio. And there's Bobby Bears off on the side. I think he may just hang tight there with a mechanical issue before the end of this one here. With a lap and a half to go, Marian Kremers takes him down the backstretch. We've got a new driver back in second. Cameron Weinberg has gone by on Mateus Morgado. Finally got the job done. So the Speed Concepts Racing CRG P2. Mateus Morgado back to third. Jeremy Fletcher lurking back in fourth. White flag coming. It'd be a great result here for the rookie to put one over on the series points leader.
Certainly would be. What a great move by Cameron Weinberg to get around Mateus. There's always one thing to catch him, another thing obviously to pass him. Able to get around him. Good run so far there for Cameron Weinberg, but how about Marian Kremers? Been the class of the field since the start. Managed to get out there in front. Is now 3.6 second lead.
Whoa, mistake we just missed. Weinberg just lost the second spot. As he went to talk about the leader, we switched over to the leader. We just missed that pass for second. This battle's not over. Weinberg still there. Now he's got to worry about Jeremy Fletcher trying to stuff him down the inside. Morgado still holding on to second for the moment. There goes Kremers. Morgado blocks a little bit. And they all slide sideways through the water. Final time into the S's. Weinberg now going to have to block from Fletcher. He will. Does he find grip? Decent enough.
Bam!
Kremers wins the heat race. Morgado, Weinberg just got to second, lost it, fell back to third. Fletcher back to fourth.
Wow. What a phenomenal run there for Martin. Mr. Kremers, congratulations, the 327.
And Diego Ramos on the rain tire gamble, it pays off. 20 spots gained to 9th. And he was running times for a while quicker than the leaders up until the very end when the pace finally dropped down to the slick tire window. So now you may see the ROK Masters go full slicks. I don't think you'll see anyone on rain tires for that one, but impressive for Diego Ramos to make the rain tires work and pick up quite a bit of time in doing so. 20 spots gained, a 9th place result, plus a couple of upper 20s. Should put him around the mid to high teens. He can fight from there in the pre-final and maybe get a top 10 starting spot for the final still after what's been just an abysmal weekend where he came in contention to challenge Mateus Morgado for the championship. So your top 10 go as follows. Kremers over Morgado, Weinberg, Fletcher, Jack Jeffers holds on to round the top 5. Then it's Gianluca Savoglio with that late race charge. Patrick Woods-Toth and 7th. Nolan Bauer 8th. Again, Ramos up 20 spots from 29th, dead last to 9th. And Blake Nash rounds the top 10. So we're going to wrap things up for the Racing Edge Motorsports ROK Senior Pro class. For now, their pre-final coming up later on today. ROK Masters, group number 7 is next up. Stick with us here live on Kart Chaser. It's our coverage of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
I'm liking your style.
So as we're back here live from Orlando Kart Center, the ROK Masters class set to go green. Similar power plants all together, just a little bit heavier weight and a higher minimum age. Here's a close look at one of the ROK Masters power plants we got to look at back on Thursday.
We've got Pablo Ceballos, ROK Master Kart here in the Orsolon Racing tent. His cosmic 600-digit numbers for the ROK Master class. Exact same setup as the headline ROK Senior division with a 125cc single-speed ROK GP motor that puts out about 36 horsepower. It's water-cooled, so that's why you've got the radiator here. Of course, the radiator pumps off the rear axle, which means that as the rear axle spins, it moves water through these radiator hoses to the motor and back here to the radiator to cool back down, so you can kind of keep the engine temps under control. It's got an onboard battery here for an onboard electric starter, and the brakes, again, just like all the other single-speed classes, on the rear axle only. So that means all the front tires here continue to go. When you slam the pedal, the rear end will step out. So these guys, there's a lot of finesse going on, and obviously a lot of momentum racing in a single-speed division.
So the ROK Masters make their way onto the racetrack here. Antonio Pizzonia appears to be out this time. I don't know what the issue was on the outlap that hurt him last time out in ROK Masters, but Antonio Pizzonia in the 603 Orsolon Racing Tony Kart will start on the point. Danilo Ramallo will start to his outside. Then it'll be Renato David and William Isaias. Adriano Pizzonia also had an issue in the second heat race earlier this morning. So as they make their way out onto the circuit here for heat number 3, both of the Pizzonias looking to make up some points. David LaPlante, P6. Scott Robertson, Rob Mayers, 7th and 8th. Danny Robertson and Mike Jones around your top 10. Then it's Scott Carapalati, Sullivan Colombe, Kim Carapalati, Pablo Ceballos, and John Stanescu. And like we've talked about all weekend here, Renato David's seen some competition. Danilo Ramallo has been super strong all year.
He sure has
been. Especially here in Orlando. I mean, he has owned this place for the last couple weeks. So,
is this a home track for him?
No, not at all. He's from Brazil.
Well, I was just wondering, perhaps he lived in this area now and kind of made this his home track.
Not that I'm aware of,
okay.
But I could be wrong. Drives for the Canadian-based Racing Edge Motorsports Cosmic team. It's easier to tell, obviously, when the teams are based nearby. You think maybe he's relocated over here. But to my knowledge, he flies in and lives up in Canada. So as they come out of the final turn, we look to be all set. Antonio Pizzonia with a quick look over the shoulder, seeing that the field is all there, so now he can go at whatever pace he likes up until they get up to that official down the start-finish line straight, and then at that point on the straightaway, that's when they can accelerate and pick up speed. So here we go. ROK Cup USA's Florida Winter Tour Championship finale, the third heat for the Master ROK class presented by Orsolon Racing, has an Orsolon Racing Tony Kart on the pole. We are accelerating a little bit early, and it's going to be too early. No green. Pizzonia a little bit too antsy to get this one underway.
All right, so we'll send him back around, try it one more time. You know, we had that happen yesterday, or earlier with Antonio yesterday, and kept wondering where he went. You know, it's like, okay, where's our leader? Where's Antonio? Obviously something happened with the kart. Just a little over anxious about getting this thing underway here. Heat race number 3, going 10 laps for our Orsolon Master Rockers. Florida Winter Tour actually bringing us a little bit of winter today. A little cool as finally all the rain and everything's gone by, but certainly going to get some wind around here.
Oh, we got one spun around. Scott Roberts goes around here. He's kind of making it a Winter Tour tradition. If you remember back at Pompano last year, he spun on the outline there, and he goes around for a ride in the spin cycle here in Orlando.
Scotty told me he probably just stayed home when he was over in St. Pete. Said I could have just stayed home and done a little home cooking. He just didn't have the results he was looking for.
I don't know what else. There is a lot of hand sign language going on. And I don't know if that was Danny Robertson laughing at his good buddy Scott Roberts or if they were actually a little bit frustrated with each other. But whatever it was, they're lined up, they're ready. Let's get set and try again. Can Pizzonia wait and get a good green this time, or do we invert the front row? They're in the lines a little bit later on the power. This one looks good. It's got the green flag down to turn number 1, and Pizzonia leads as we've got Roberts turned around into turn number 1, and he gets backed into by the 614 of Rob Mayer. So they both go around off the start.
Certainly not the start that he wanted there for, who was that had gone around? That was Scotty?
So Scott
Terrible
Roberts
start.
and Rob Mayer getting both spun into turn number 1. Pizzonia leads through the sweeper. Over Romalo, William Isaias into third. Then it looks to be Adriano Pizzonia and then maybe Danny Robertson up into the 5th position. So great start for Danny from a couple rows back as he avoided the carnage of Rob and Scott Roberts. And into the infield S's. Antonio Pizzonia leads Renato David, Danilo Romalo, Will Isaias, Adriano Pizzonia currently on your screen in the 5th spot, down to turn number 1.
Pizzonia about a 4/10 of a second lead there on the first lap over Renato Yater David as they come sliding into turn number 5. Now into turn number 6. We got somebody around over there in turn number 5.
Adriano Pizzonia goes around over in 5, so that was just off screen. Picked him up there. He was running inside the top 5. Drops all the way to the tail end of the field now. So tough luck here for Adriano Pizzonia. Meanwhile, Antonio leading down to turn number 10 over Renato David. Battle for third. Will Isaias on Danilo Romalo. There he goes down the inside. He gets clear as your leader, Antonio Pizzonia over Renato David. Here is the battle for P3. Settled for the moment with Isaias taking the spot away here this lap 2 complete.
All right, we're working to 10. It's your Masters Heat race number 3 for our Orsalon Master Rockers. Boy, I tell you what, who was it that slid so far high there that something happened there?
Spin over here. Who is that we just lost? Picking him up now. That was Isaias.
That was William Isaias, okay.
Just on camera there. William Isaias goes around in turn number 3.
Looked like he kicked off of turn number 3 there and spun him completely around. That'll drop him back quite a ways.
So now he's right behind the other driver who spun. Here the other 2, Rob Mayer and Adriano Pizzonia. They've all found each other really quickly as Antonio looking good out front over David. Here's a good battle for the 3 again, trying to all claw their way back forward. Adriano Pizzonia gets by Rob Mayer. Here comes Isaias. Not close enough, and this 3-car group is, well, now the edge of the top 10. There's a lot of new faces up inside the upper spots now, as it's Antonio Pizzonia and Renato David, then Danilo Romalo, and then it's Danny Robertson into 4th, Mike Jones up to 5th, both of them up 5 positions.
Great run so far for Mike. Hadn't talked a whole lot about Mike Jones, but great to see him here and out here racing with us. Danny Robertson on the move, the 604, now up 5 spots, as Xander had mentioned. But Antonio Pizzonia, boy, stretching it out to about a 1.6 second lead. At least that's what it says on the scoring monitor, but if you look out there on the track, does not look like it's quite that much, but let's see here. Waiting for our lead here now. Just coming out of turn number 13, heading back by the start-finish line. Let's see as he goes back by there.
On your screen right now here is the 664. That's Jones himself. So edge of the top 5. There is the group that's the recovery train.
Okay.
Led by Adriano Pizzonia, Will Isaias, and then Rob Mayer. All 3 with a spin so far. Mayer spinning on the opening turn, Pizzonia on his own, and then as well Isaias on his own in this corner right here, turn 3. And even then there you can see when they land, they're jumping as hard as they are over that curve. They're landing kind of sideways.
I believe that's exactly what happened, is when he came up over that 3rd bump there, kind of kicked him sideways, got him spun around, couldn't recover, although he did able to get the kart back underway and Rob ends up in the 9th position.
Working towards the halfway marker as the 5th and 6th place cars come out. Here is that group back 7th, 8th, and 9th. Renato David that time by was 10th and a half quicker. We've got another one that spun. This time it's a 680. We were just on him coming out of turn 10. David LaPlante goes by and he joins the recovery group right on cue. All 4 drivers now with a spin at some point here in this this heat race. Pizzonia, Isaias, then LaPlante, then Mayer, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. All with spins here in heat number 3.
Boy, they really do come flying off that as you get a better look as they come on through turn number 3 there. Little curb, nice little bounce. I believe Antonio Pizzonia is pretty much checking out. 1.7 second lead now. Look at the slide job as he comes through the S's here. The 603 Tony Kart, Orsalon Racing Machine.
While we watch this group back here, we've also again got our leaders, Antonio Pizzonia and Renato David, up the road. We will switch over to keep an eye on the lead group and also go side by side, because now through the scale line and mastering the wet conditions here on slick tires, Marian Kremers has caught up with Jenna.
Yes, Marin Kremers, our Heat 3 winner. Marin, what happened with Morgado on the start?
I'm not sure. We ran up to the line normal, but Jack seemed to go a little bit early compared to us. I don't know if that's worth the penalty or not. Everybody got shoved wide a little bit into turn 1. I almost made the undercut on both Jack and Mateus, but Patrick got up the inside of me, put me into the water with Mateus, and then I was stuck in 3rd for just half a lap basically. Quickly made my way up to the front and just checked out.
So it seemed like your kart started falling off halfway through this race. How did you navigate that with the rain?
The main thing was for me just to get out in front early, so I knew I had to get out early. I was in a rush basically, and then from then on I was just managing the race. I saw a huge gap, so I didn't want to risk anything, especially with how tricky the conditions are. So I just took it easy a little bit. They caught up a little bit, but I still managed to win by over 4 seconds. So
yeah, what are your strategies for the pre-final?
Just try and go out and win it as well, and then start first for the final, and try to check out early on again.
Great, your first win on American soil. Thank you so much, Marin. Good luck.
Going for his first main event win on American soil. He's got a couple heat wins now, Heat 2 and Heat 3. Marian Kremers looking pretty here for the pre-final, like he said. No strategy to it. Go out there, start on the pole, win the pre-final, put it on pole here for the main.
What you got to do. In the meantime, it looks like Renato David has actually made up some ground here on Antonio Pizzonia. Let's see here. I believe we're actually getting a pretty doggone close to a battle here going on.
Oh yeah,
Renato David has definitely made up quite a bit of room here on Antonio Pizzonia.
Yeah, Pizzonia feeling the pressure. He had at one point a 2-second lead, and in a couple laps it's gone away. So lap and a half to go in the battle for the lead. Antonio Pizzonia versus Renato Yater down the backstretch towards turn 10. The gap opens up a little bit here, but we're going to see the white flag this time, and that's where they really will go for everything that they've got left in the tank, if there's anything left. Pizzonia pulled that gap back out. David nearly spun it there in turn 11. I mean, he was dang on 45 degrees sideways.
On the ragged edge right there for Renato. Looked like he actually tried to break really deep into that turn coming out of number 10, but meantime he's right there all over the back bumper going into turn number 5.
Here he goes.
Looks like he's going to have a got around him. Is Pizzonia going to try and go around to the outside?
Crossover move coming for Pizzonia, not enough traction. Renato David on the final lap steals the lead away. Now, how good can he defend? Because he's got a couple big passing zones coming up. Over to turn 8, turn 9. He goes low into 9. He'll lose some ground on exit. Here comes Pizzonia to the inside of turn 10. They're going to drag race into the corner. Lap traffic's ahead. It won't matter. Pizzonia takes the spot back. Crossover by David. Still side by side, and not enough for David to get there into 11. Now they come over the curve. Pizzonia blocks. Final time out of the corner. He gets crossed up. David with a great crossover. And at the line, Renato gets it.
Wow. I don't know who that particular driver was there, but boy, they caught him at just the wrong spot.
Yeah, that was, I believe, Kim Carapalati on the Checkered Motorsports 605 comp cart. Just about got run over by the top two.
Wow. What a great run there for Renato Yater-David. Ends up taking the victory. The Brazilians, the top three. Renato Yater-David, Antonio Pizzonia, Danilo Romalo ends up in third, Danny Robertson fourth, up 5 positions for Danny, up 5 positions for Mike Jones, ends up in fifth. Adriano Pizzonia ends up in the 6th spot, William Isaiah 7th, David LaPlante 8th, Rob Mayer in the 9th position, Sylvain Colombi ends up in 10th. So our Orsalon Master Rockers, heat race number 3 in the bank.
Yep, all wrapped up here for Master ROK. So that concludes their session. We will keep rolling on the schedule for the Orsalon Racing Master ROK drivers. Their pre-final is set. Next up, it is time for the Young Guns, Micro ROK, getting set to go green here live from Orlando. A drying racetrack, still some water obstacles. They've caught a number of drivers out already. We'll see if it catches anyone out here as the day goes on. We'll take another commercial break. When we come back, Micro ROK, live from Orlando for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
Here we are at Orlando Kart Center. ROK Micro getting set to go green. Presented by Mosport Karting Center, the host of the 2022 Canadian National Karting Championships. They're still clearing a few more of the ROK Masters off the racetrack before we go green. You can see again here at turn number 1, just a few of the puddles still there on the outside edge. You saw Marian Kremers run down on the inside. And he was crawling on the curbing to stay away from the water, having to take a weird kind of non-traditional line down to the bottom where it's normally wash out in the center of the turn, anywhere just to avoid the wet spots. And that's going to be the key here for the Micro ROK drivers. We've seen them packed up and racing together all the time.
Yeah, these are youngsters. It's not exactly something they do every day, and then just go out and race in the rain, but it's pretty dry nonetheless. These kids are going to put on an impressive race, I'm sure. They've been pretty doggone impressive the entire weekend so far as we work towards Championship Sunday here at the Florida Winter Tour, round 3. Well underway is heat race number 3 for our micro drivers. Already got one of the carts around there, just coming out of turn number 10. Again, what they'll do is they'll come out, they'll go all the way back around, we'll get them formed up, and hopefully we'll get ready to go 8 laps of racing here for heat race number 3 for our micro drivers, brought to you by the Mosport Karting Center in the Great White North of Canada. It's great having all of our Canadian friends down here join us here at the Florida Winter Tour for 2022. Looks like the number 24 has gone around. That's Declan Yanarin. to get that cart back underway. Deonorin, it looks like, is Deonorin. Looking at the kids as they come around. On the pole will be Rocco Simone, the number 95, outside pole. It's Alex Procuna, the number 66. Up next, Nico Orbizo in the 68 with Matthias Romalo rolling off of the number 7. It's Tyrone Kemper Jr. up next in the 41. Declan Deonorin in the 24. David Zhao rolls off in the 27. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. rolls off in the number 2. Drew Walsh in the number 19. It's Justin DeLucia up next. Looks like they're going to go ahead and wave him back around one more time. And it'll also give me just a little more time to talk about our drivers. Up next is Alexandra Ratuzhny in the number 1. Gavin Decay rolls off in the 75. It's Santiago Nandum in the number 6. Edward Kennedy, the number 40. Jose Carlos Murad in the number 18. Up next is Pasha Ali in the 42. Santiago Diaz de la Vega in the number 45. Juan Garcias in the 21, Vicente da Silva in the 11, Jackson Morley rolls off in the 92, Nicholas LaRusso the 99, Nico Salazar in the 38, Massimo Lorsero in the number 68, Rami Guzman the number 8, Asher Pavin in the 54, Rafael Canes in the number 12, Aiden Cushion in the 80, and Cole Davison rounds out our group in the number 63. Again, Rocco Simone on the pole, Alex Procuna, your outside pole sitter, in the number 66. Then we've got another cart around there. Looks like that's cart number 38. It's Nico Salazar, but I think he's going to be able to get that cart back underway as our leaders again trying to form up as they come now through turns number 12 and 13. Got a cart trying to get in to his position. So again, now turning into the tram lanes, heading towards hopefully a start here. Looks like we got a green flag and we are racing. Everybody just kind of taking their time through turn number 1 there.
Turn number 5 here, so clean start for the early group. Alex Procuna, nice. So we got a bad issue for the 75 of Gavin Decay. He's slow going over to 5, but Procuna gets away with the early lead. Rocco Simone with third here as they go through turn number 8 behind Matthias Romalo. Here they come down the backstretch, as you can see, for the first time in heat number 3. Procuna, Romalo, Simone into turn number 10. Then it'll be Nico Orbezo. Then a battle for the 6th position. 6th and 7th as a few drivers get pushed wide and get some mud all over the go-karts as the small puddles continue to form over in the exit curbing. Santiago Namnum up ahead of Orbezo with a good exit. So Namnum to 4th, Orbezo to 5th, Tyrone Kemper Jr. 6th, and the 27 of David Zhao is 7th. 1 lap complete. Alex Procuna leads the way.
Good start there for Alex. Already about a half-second lead there for the FLC driver. First time we talk about Alex up at the front. He's been there battling for the top spot. Finally, he's out there in front, pulling it out just a little bit, about a half second over the second place driver, Matthias Romalo. Romalo already up a couple of spots. Santiago Nandum up 9 positions already into the 4th position. Good run so far for him. In the meantime, looking for our pole sitter. That's Rocco Simone, still sitting back there in the 3rd position as they come down towards turn number 10 once again.
Santiago Namnum closing in on Simone here. That's the closest battle. He gets a good exit out of turn number 10. Not good enough that he'll get clear back behind the top 2, but was able to challenge. We got problems for Nico Orbezo out of the top 10. Dropped a tire at the exit of turn number 10, and unfortunately the water bit him, and Orbezo in the Iron Rock Tony kart is going to fall way deep down the order. He was running 5th at the time, 5th just behind Santiago Namnum, and now he is done, and we've got another issue over here in the infield. It is David Zhao in the 27 for Goodwood Kartways has also had an issue, and this time it'll be a DNF for the 27. At least Orbezo was able to continue, so 2 top 10 drivers dropping out here on lap number 2 as we work lap 3. Procunia's lead now, 1.8 seconds. Further back, here's Tyrone Kemper Jr. A little 2-for-1 deal. He gets by both Santiago Namnum and Rocco Simone. So Procunia leads over Romalo, and now it is Tyrone Jr.
Good run so far for our New Orleans driver. Tyrone Kemper Jr. now up into that 4th position.
And here he comes looking for 2nd on the inside of Mateus Romalo.
Just
Gets
as we
him
talk
there.
about him, ends up going around him.
Whoa, a little sideways over the curbing. We interviewed Tyrone yesterday. He's like, you know, you just got to send it.
Got to send it.
And that's exactly what he did there. And man, he was yawed out.
That was a good move for him there.
Drew Waltz making a pass just at the edge of this group here. He's going to take over what looks to be the 5th position as Kemper Jr. moves up into 2nd and is one of the quickest drivers on the circuit right now, just behind that of your race leader, Alex Procunia. Pass for 4th. Waltz will get another one, so he gets by Rocco Simone, gets by Santiago Namnum in the same breath. Drew Waltz moving his way into the top 5.
Yeah, Santiago looked like he got a little squirrely coming out of 3 right there, and it allowed Drew to get up there and get around him, coming through 5 and 6. So Drew rolls on the move, now up into the 5th position. Keeping an eye on Alex Procuna. Just barely slaps the curb there, coming out of turns 12 and 13.
Mateus Romalo back by on Tyrone Kemper Jr. And so Kemper goes back to work on him as Waltz has pressure coming from Santiago Namnum in that group. He was able to get by them. They're still hot on his heels, headed to turn 1. Here comes Namnum looking for the 4th spot. Just missed it into 1. As we follow Romalo and Tyrone Kemper Jr.
Looked like it was quite a gaggle of cards that had started to come down towards turn number 1.
And a good crossover for Waltz, so he was able to get back by Namnum, and he brought Justin DeLucia with him. So Justin DeLucia moves up in the number 48, another spot higher. Or no, sorry, not Justin DeLucia, Edward Kennedy. Edward Kennedy in the Nash Motorsports number 40. Then Namnum, and then Rocco Simone and Justin DeLucia. My apologies there, but Santiago Namnum trying to get aggressive, unfortunately didn't pay off. Yellow flags waving here in 10, so they can't pass. This group will stay all tucked behind the 2nd place driver, Mateus Romalo, because we've got 2 off over at the exit of 10.
Just trying to make sure those carts are off and in a good, safe position as they now come through the S's. Turns number 12 and 13 here.
Santiago Namnum trying to find a way past Edward Kennedy. He cannot. Across the line, Kemper Jr. to the inside. And he gets the job done for 2nd.
All right, waiting for our leaders to come through 5 and 6.
Battle for the 3rd spot. Here comes Drew Waltz to the inside of Romalo. He'll take it away. Tyrone Kemper Jr. still 2nd. Waltz to P3 now. Romalo back to 4th. Alex Procunia still showing the way. I mean, checked out is one way to put it. 7.5 seconds up on the Micro Rock field here, just past the halfway point. 2 laps to go this time for Procunia. He's made this one look easy.
You know, with everybody else back behind him battling the way
problems
they've
for
been.
Santiago Namnum. In the 6th there was just on your screen out of 10. Another driver inside the top 10 with an issue. Namnum goes for a ride in the spin cycle in the hairpin as the battle for 2nd comes across the line to the double sticks. Kemper Jr., Waltz, Romalo, Kennedy, 2, 3, 4, 5. But back to Procunia. Man, what a good run he has had here. Alex Procunia just dominant as Santiago Namnum goes by. Here's a pass for Edward Kennedy. Gets by on Romalo into 5. Around goes the 38. Oh, more. Couple going around over here in turn number 10. Still a very slippery spot, it looks like, especially for the Micro Rockers.
They are definitely seeming to find that water right there coming out of turn number 10. Kind of staying wide from it.
Meanwhile, there goes the leader. Here comes some lap traffic. And here comes the fight for 4th. Romalo goes back by an Edward Kennedy. And so Mateus Romalo loses the spot on the exit. Kennedy able to cross him up and a little shake of the head as he does.
White flag is out. One more lap.
Yeah, white flag here this time for this group 2, 3, 4, 5. Here's your leader, Alex Procuna, through turn 3. One more time around as he heads for the 5th corner on the racetrack, that tight hairpin. The gap up to 8.5 seconds now.
Just been very consistent, putting the cart exactly where he needs to put it.
Ooh, lap traffic playing a factor that loses a spot for Drew Waltz. Edward Kennedy takes advantage. He takes over possession of the 3rd spot. So now it's Kemper Jr. second. Kennedy gets by with the lap driver as a pick. And here comes some more lap traffic. I don't think it'll affect Procuna. He should be fine as they go through turn number 10.
Alex right there now through turn number 10. Look at all the carts off to the side there out of turn number 10. Just now approaching the S's here. Kind of tiptoes through them. Knows he pretty much out there all on his own. 8.5 second lead. Alex Procuna, the number 66. Bam! Takes the victory. What a great run there for Alex. Is Tyrone Kemper Jr. going to be able to hang on to second? Yes, he is.
Edward Kennedy, 11 spots gained there, especially with the pick on the final lap to 3rd. Drew Waltz 4th. Mateus Romalo 5th. Rocco Simone, Justin DeLucia, Alexander Ratushny, Santiago Namnam, and Jose Carlos Murad. Your top 10 here in Micro Rock. And
Definitely need to find out what the difference was there for Alex. Because he just got out 9 seconds ahead of everybody and just took off.
On another level for Alex Procuna right there in the 66 FLC Parolin. And again, we've got a lot of drivers, as you've seen in some of the supporting shots. Oh, we got more. 2 more just spin over into turn number 10. Another one going off over there, and they're barely just trying to get everything cleared. And we got one driver very unhappy that he was not able to finish the race.
That's because when they spun off, all the mud went all over them. So yeah, they're not in a very good spot right there. And I believe one of our corner workers actually got a good little rain shower as well. Yeah, he's still wiping it off of him. In the meantime, obviously, we'll have a little cart.
Yeah, we'll have a lot to recover here. That's going to take a couple of trips, ladies and gentlemen. You're not missing anything, but we'll be coming back with more action. ROK Junior should be coming up here real soon. We've got a VLR Master on the ticket and Pro ROK Shifter's Final Heat coming up your way as well. So more action to come. We've got some cleanup duties to do. Live from Orlando Kart Center, it's the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Back here in Orlando for ROK Junior action. Their final heat race here to help complete the grid for the pre-final. And one of the biggest classes and what saw some controversy a little bit, if you could say so, in heat number 2. Teammates coming together, Teddy Musella, Caleb Gaffera fighting for the same real estate as they were in a 4-way battle, all chasing Aiden Ingrata. Ingrata mastered the wet conditions. Let's see how he does here in the intermediate stuff. He rolls off third behind Sebastian Weldon, who starts on the outside of the front row, and again, Teddy Musella will start on the point. G3R Gyros was close. Good run going up until a little bit of misfortune hit him later on in the heat. Stephen Millard, Caleb Gaffera, Jorge Ortiz, Caleb Campbell, Ernesto Rivera, and Christian Cameron. Lots of different teams represented inside that top 10 from Rollison Performance Group with Musella and Gaffera. Speed Concepts Racing has 3. What do we got there, Ron John?
Somebody spun right in the middle of the back stretch there as they're warming up their tires, able to get the kart back around and continue, but
yeah, a little bit more. So Scott Roberts isn't alone. Oh, we got Christian Cameron's gone around over here coming into the infield S's.
Interesting.
But he's going to be late to the party to get back into his spot. He might be able to get there. He's going to have to dig here and hope everybody gets out of his way. Oh, red flag coming.
Going to stop him right here.
Looks like we got a little come to Chuck meeting here. All right, so the ROK Juniors gonna have a few words, and not gotten back going. That's one of the Prime Power Team Charlotte Leclerc karts. So they're gonna stop this one here because he got junked on the warm-up lap, and the ROK Juniors getting out of their karts, trying to see what's going on. Actually, they might need to check him out. I think this might be. I'm not sure what the red flag was, if that's for our race director or if we've got to check out the driver that's made contact with the wall. The driver's up and okay. I don't know. We'll get updates here in a moment.
Obviously, the driver's a little perplexed as exactly what's happened, kind of looking around.
So here's the other driver involved in the wreck here, and I think, again, the ROK officials, they'd be gathering them together, and they might want to have a little word with them about what's going on these outlaps. So, nope. All right, we're going to get it back in. Yeah, not sure. Maybe a little bit of a different issue here. They're going to send them around and make a decision. But let's get the drivers back into the karts. Let's try this one again here. Teddy Musella and Sebastian Weldon, they'll fire up. The rest of the field will as well for ROK Junior. Presented by Rollison Performance Group. Teddy Musella in the RPG Cosmic, again set to start on the point alongside Weldon. Mentioned to Gyros and Ingrata on row number 2. And they'll slowly roll off here as they all make their way back up to the finish line. And I believe next time by we should be able to get a chance at a green. That was, I don't know what that was exactly, Ron John.
Not really sure myself. We'll obviously have to find out. All of a sudden, it looked as they were coming back around there to possibly take a start. Looks like they're sending them all into the pit area right now. Yeah, they're pulling them off the track.
So Matt said somebody lost an axle. I don't know.
You can't lose an axle, does it? ROK Junior's getting sent into the scale lines. We've obviously got some investigating to do. We will keep the cameras rolling so we don't run too many commercials on you guys, but yeah, not sure exactly what we've got. We'll give you updates when we can. ROK Junior. Nothing of his own doing. Snapped the left front tie rod on the Prime Power Team Charles Leclerc car. It was the driver in front warming up the tires that spun and collected him. So they've got VLR Master queued up on timing. I'd have to imagine what we'll be doing and moving forward here is allowing any repairs to be made since the race was not started. When a red flag comes out before the green or it's a total restart, you can work on the go-karts. And so they'll give these guys the opportunity to fix any repairs needed. Obviously the 212, well, he's got only 3 working tires right now, so he'll make the adjustment to fix that car as well. And then we'll go at green probably right after the VLR Masters with our ROK Juniors, either after them or after Pro ROK Shifter for Heat 3, and then it'll be time for our pre-finals. So a bit of a kind of wacky and wild way to try and start Junior ROK, but I hate to say it, Ron John, sometimes that's a bit of a Junior ROK situation.
Yes, it is.
You got a kid with a lot of horsepower, a lot of desire to kind of make a name for themselves, and at a 30-plus kart field, stuff can happen. So VLR Master's been released onto the racetrack. They're going to fix up the karts there in ROK Junior due to the contact between everything that went down. Again, a little bit of a wild situation. So VLR Master gets sent out now, and we're going to go through the starting lineup for this one here. Their final heat race. At least there's a few less go-karts. Hopefully no warm-up lap shenanigans. Laurentius Mardan, Rob Mayer, Morton Stone, Christian Vomier, Charlie Fonseca. And man, it's just getting chillier and chillier up here in the booth, Ron John.
I thought they called this Sunshine State.
Yeah, not much for that here. We are projected for lows of down in the 30s here for Fahrenheit today, which is hard to believe considering when we woke up, the humidity was high and it was somewhere in the mid-70s at 6 a.m. But this massive cold front that was brought in by the rain, I mean, you see pants, you see jackets, I mean, everyone is just bundling up here for the Florida Winter Tour. Tomorrow, a high of 60, low of 40, but as a whole, I mean, it's just a cold afternoon here in Orlando, and of course, it just happens to be the one we're going to run in the longest.
Yes.
We still have an entire rotation of pre-finals to come for 11 total classes, which is great news for all of our viewers back home. You guys have a lot of racing going all the way through to dinner time. For us over here, man, it's not as fun.
Not necessarily, that's for sure. And you know, you talk about the craziness on the warm-up. I've seen two 2 of the karts already spin around coming out on their warm-up lap. So hopefully these guys will get this all together here. Wait for them all to get to hopefully form up. It looks like somebody's actually slowed down really, really slow to allow everybody to catch up.
Yeah, so nicely done here by Laurentius Mardan and Rob Mayer. They're going to allow everyone to kind of get back into position of where they should be. Drivers are all formed up, and so for your VLR Master class, they're going to come into the tram lines. 10 laps for heat number 3. 2 more heat races to come, then a full round of pre-finals here at Orlando, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we are in the tram lanes in green. Down to turn number 1, Mardan takes him. Martin Stone to second. Rob Mayer just trying to avoid the water, and he has to hit it, and he goes wide. He'll lose about 3, 4, 5, 6 positions over through turns 1 and 2. So as they come through turn number 3, 4, and 5, half a lap in. Nice and easy start for Laurentius Mardan and Martin Stone, your winner from heat number 2, Ron John.
Yeah, Martin Stone looking to try to get back up under that back bumper there of Laurentius Mardan. Great start for Laurentius on the, you could tell right there on the start, able to get down there in front of Rob Mayer. Martin Stone, Christian Vomir, Charlie Fansakis, waiting for it to come back around, just now coming through turn number 10. Heading for the S's here, turns 11 and 12, now to 13. Christian Vomir looked like he's trying to put down one of those laps. One of those, I get out there and I gap you and you guys race and I'll just continue to pace out in front.
Well, that'd be right if it was Christian Vomir. It's actually his Romanian buddy, Laurentius Mardan, continuing to lead here. Martin Stone second, but like you said, he is losing a little bit of time. Not a great first lap for Stone here on the cold tires. A 2.5 gap building for Laurentius Mardan and the master of the rain, Martin Stone. The Intrepid suit and the Team Benek number 701 OTK is second, losing a bit of ground here to your leader. Christian Vomir is closing in on him in third with a good start, up 1 spot. Then it's Charlie Fonseca, Caden Goodrich, Alex Dalbon Sr., Mark Pavon, and then your second place starter, Rob Mayer, all the way down in the 8th spot, as we mentioned, went wide down in turns 1 and 2. Yellow flags waving at 10. It's for Christian Vomir. He got it a little bit too hot, got sideways and spun it around. And so now he's dropped back from Martin Stone. Well, I don't know if he fully spun, but Charlie Fonseca's now on the bumper here of Vomir.
You could see that coming into number 10 there. It looked like he had kind of cut down, take a little closer to the inside move there. Just spun it around. Thankfully able to get it back underway. But look at Laurentius, he's already out 2.9 seconds in our second lap here. So Laurentius pretty much is checked out on our group. Martin Stone, Christian Vomir, Charlie Fonseca, your second, third, and fourth place drivers. Caden Goodrich rounds out your top 5.
In light of Pro Rock Shifter coming up here, we've finally gotten Gianno Torino released from the on-site medical team and good enough to come up here and join us and chat with us. He's with Kendall Hedge here. Let's send it over to them.
I'm here with Gianno Torino, who is in the red flag incident in Rock Shifter. First off, how are you feeling right now?
I'm a little sore. But yeah, just sore.
So what exactly happened? We didn't really see on camera. We kind of just saw you flip over the barrier, and that was it.
I think I sensed it a little bit too much in going into it, and then I just couldn't do anything about it. Yeah.
Personally, I thought you were going into the pit lane and were just going way too fast, but I guess that was not the case. So how was the car after that? Because you look like you're ready to race in the next heat.
The cart got folded in half, but besides that, I'm just a little sore, but I'm going to go out there and see what I can do. I'm still, I think third in the championship, and I definitely want to keep that, so I got to at least try.
Yeah. So who do you want to thank for helping you get your kart back together?
Everyone in the Magic team, all I don't know, 20 of them were there putting the thing together. My dad was a big play. He was excited to keep on going, so yeah, just the whole Magic team and Checker Motorsports.
Well, not congratulations. Good luck for the rest of the day, and I hope you feel better for tomorrow.
Good. You guys will see a comeback.
All right, sounds good. You heard it here.
Man, talk about earning the Iron Man Award. Wow. Gianno Torino suited up and getting ready to get out and get after it after one of the hardest hits we have seen in quite some time in the Florida Winter Tour. He's going to be going out and digging here in heat number 3 for Pro Rock Shifter. Laurentiu Mardan leads here coming out of turn number 6. 4 laps complete, working lap number 5. 6 laps to go. Got a couple superstars gearing up for their coming out of the ROK Junior class, and I'm not sure they know too much of what happened, but they start at least inside the top 10. Let's send it over to Jenna Tommy, who's caught up with Sebastian Weldon and Caleb Gaffera. Jenna?
I'm here with Sebastian Weldon and Caleb Gaffera, who just had a very, very interesting Heat 3. Who wants to talk about it? You want to hold that microphone?
You can talk about it, Caleb.
Okay, so we went out, and it was just like some kid got put in the wall, and then we just had to cancel the race, and they get 30 minutes to fix the cart.
So they did 30 minutes to fix the cart for what? What exactly happened? Sebas, tell us.
This girl, these VLR drivers, don't know. It's just a kid took out a girl, and then they have to repair, and then it's kind of screwing us up because it's kind of starting to sprinkle.
Yeah, so this definitely changes your Heat 3 because now you might have to go out on rains. How do you guys feel about that?
I feel pretty confident, and yeah.
Well, you're good in the rain. Sebas, what about you, Caleb?
I'm good in the VLR. The GP, it's okay.
Yeah, I get that for sure. Well, sorry about your guys' very interesting Heat 3. You are now moved to the last heat race of the day. Yeah. Awesome. Good luck, guys. Thank you.
Well, at least they're in good spirits.
Yes,
so,
they are.
Yeah, I mean, both of them, it sounds like the drivers were just as confused as we were, but their heat race now put to the end. And so the ROK Juniors get 30 minutes there to work on the go-kart to try and repair it, and then they're going to go, which it sounds like they're going to go to the end of the 3rd round of heats. So the ROK Pro Shifters will be up next, and then will be time for the ROK Juniors. Meanwhile, Laurentiu Mardan continuing to dominate. No change there.
No change there at all.
7 seconds.
I will tell you, though, it was great to see Giano. One of the best parts of that interview was the fact that he had a big old smile on his face. That's the Giano I know, and looking forward to seeing him get out there. Hopefully he'll be able to battle all the way through it. He is in 3rd position right now, and I know he would love to be up there on the podium for the championship come tomorrow. So we'll keep an eye on Giano. Right now, though, our VLR Masters, brought to you by ROK Cup Canada, working their way through their laps. Got 6 in the bank, working towards lap number 10. Laurentiu Mardan obviously has been the class of this particular race this time, although Martin Stone showed him what it's all about when it comes to racing in the rain, as Martin took heat race number 2. Christian Vomier now solidly in that 3rd position. Charlie Franzeka in 4th. No changes there, although perhaps there may have been a move there. Could have been Alex Dalbon, maybe perhaps getting around Caden Goodrich. Have to wait till they come back around and get another cart.
That's Galo Barros.
Barros, yeah. Looks like coming out of 3 right there.
Yeah, so Galo Barros coming out of turn number 3, going into turn number 4 on the inside with a broken down number 771 Tony cart, or at least a stuck one. He's trying to get back going, and he will. He'll be able to get back underway. With, I don't know if there was any damage or if he just got beached on the side of the racetrack. But Laurentiu Mardan leading here. Pro ROK Shifter going to be up next, then ROK Junior, and then that'll close out the heat racing segment of the Florida Winter Tour for 2022. Out of turns 1 and 2 this time. 2 more laps around for Larry, and I don't know if he's in any rush to finish out the Winter Tour or if he's just loving it and is happy to do this all day long. Because some drivers, they're like, hey, you know, they welcome the competition, they welcome the battle. Other ones, it's like a sigh of relief, and they're just happy that they can get away and get a dominating weekend. Because it's not like that every single weekend, although it has been. Well, it's been like that every
pretty much has been, yes.
So far for Larry.
He's really had a tremendous Florida Winter Tour. Congratulations to Laurentiu. Those techno carts have been really, really strong for both he and Christian. Just now coming through turn number 10. See, still just a little bit of water being kicked up there as they come out of 10. Cleans off the tires a little bit. Now coming through the S's. Taking different line this time. Not really getting up on the curbs. Kind of tiptoeing around, knowing he's got a huge lead. White flag is out. One more trip around the OKC layout for Laurentiu Mardan. Martin Stone still solidly there in 2nd with Christian Vomier in 3rd. Look a little bit further down, Caden Goodrich in the 4th position. Charlie Fonseca in 5th. It's Alex Dalbon in the 6th position. Rob Meyer right now in 7th. He's made up a few spots from that incident earlier on. As I say that, he moves up into 6th, dropping Alex Dalbon back into 7th. Ruben Cheris is 8th. Bruno Giovanni in the 9th position, and Peter Cook will round out your top 10.
So through turn number 10 here, final lap. Mardan, as you mentioned, the top 10 all pretty stagnant. Couple drivers have been close. Dalbon and Mayer the closest, but beyond that, it's all just a spaced out, pretty calm heat race. Laurentiu Mardan, final time across the stripe in heat racing for the Florida Winter Tour.
Bam!
Wins Heat 3 in VLR Master. Martin Stone will finish a couple seconds back. Here's Christian Vomier leading the next group over Caden Goodrich and Charlie Fonseca, and that's going to close off the top 5. Don't think we'll see any other major changes in the top 10 for VLR Master. Pro ROK Shifter will be next, and then the ROK Juniors with the adjusted 30-minute period to allow them to work on the go-karts. Again, the heat not canceled, just moved to the end of the heat bracket, so they have time to repair the karts involved in the pace lap incident.
So our VLR Masters brought to you by ROK Cup Canada. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. Looking forward to seeing our ROK Cup shifters out there up next. We'll do shifter and then we'll do our juniors.
Yes, the Pro ROK shifters here. We've talked to quite a few. If you haven't seen already here, we chatted with AJ Myers earlier on Thursday before his topsy-turvy weekend. And while it's been up, it's been down from the pole award in qualifying to a DQ in Heat 1. And then digging back forward to a second place result in Heat number 2. The reigning 3-time Florida Winter Tour champ is, ready to get back after it for Heat 3. Let's hear from him.
Hi, I'm here with AJ Myers under the Magic Kart tent. You've had about a month to mentally reset after the gearing issue from St. Pete. How are you feeling about this weekend?
Feeling good. It feels good to be back on a real racetrack, and weather is going to be interesting, but it's good.
Well, with the weather, what are you kind of expecting to happen with constantly having to either change go-kart setup or just track in general?
I don't know if it's going to rain tomorrow. Now it keeps changing. I think it's going to rain for sure Saturday, and it'll be wet, dry, wet again. Who knows?
Yeah.
Just got to be ready for everything.
So you ran X30 Senior last weekend to prep for this weekend. How did that go for you?
It wasn't really the prep for this weekend. It was just trying to launch off our tag, single-speed kart, get it dialed in. We weren't really ready for that race, but we're ready for this one.
Well, so you weren't ready for this one, but you're ready for this one. What's kind of the difference going into this weekend?
We know what we have with this package. We've been driving this every race for the past couple of years. The tag kart, we go out and do a one-off race, and we're not testing every weekend on it like we are with this.
Okay. Well, you feeling mentally prepared for this weekend and ready to put the past behind you?
I'm ready.
All right. Well, thank you, AJ.
Here, we also spoke with Danny Formal and the other of the part of the Big Three, Jake French, here back on Thursday. Hear what he has to say here about racing in Orlando and being in contention for the championship just a little ways back in the point standings.
I'm Kendall Hedge, and I'm here under the PSL tent with Jake French. Jake, you ran KA Senior last weekend for USPKS. How'd that go for you?
Not very well. We were pretty fast. We had good speed. Kart was great. Motor was great. Just not very good luck with some of the racecraft from the other kids, I should say. But, that week is behind us. Looking forward to this weekend.
Yeah, so this weekend you kind of got a bet going on with Kremers. What is that all about?
We got a what?
A bet with Kremers?
Well, so whoever wins a race first gets to cut their hair, and whoever hasn't won a race first has to have a little fancy mustache. So we'll see what happens.
Do you think you're going to come out on top and be the first one on the podium?
First one to win. We got to win a race.
First one to win.
I think so, yes.
Okay. Well, we'll hold you to that, and we'll come back to you. Hopefully it will happen this weekend, and you'll...
Hopefully we both win at the same time, and then we could both just get haircuts. But
yes, that would be really nice. Do you like the flow, or do you prefer something else?
It's too long now.
Okay, so he wants the haircut. So, well, we hope you get the haircut.
I hope so too.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
So as the field makes its way onto the racetrack here, we've got your Pro ROK shifter drivers starting to warm the tires up. The sun finally finally.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I'm surprised. Well, there's engines blowing up behind us. It's tough to hear, but we can see the sun poking its way through the clouds. And believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, here today we finally have some Florida sunshine. It took a while. It's still kind of cold, but you know what? We're going Florida Winter Tour ROK Pro Shifter racing here in just a few moments. So again, to give you an idea of what's going on right behind us while they form up, I mean, we've got like multiple, just the entire Junior ROK field revving the engines to warm them back up, and it takes a little bit longer when it's a little bit of a cooler air temperature outside. The ROK Pro Shifters again getting set to go green here. AJ Myers and Jake French in the front row. Danny Formal and David Greco, row number 2, or Michael Stevens, row number 2. Gianno Torino and David Greco, row 3. Row 4, Rubens Barrichello and Vincenzo Saracino. Row 5, Matias Ramirez and Josh Conker. Blake Hunt starts 11th to the inside of returning shifter driver and Florida superstar Jimmy Cabrera. Then it's Nathan Nicholson and Talon Yockel. Annie Rule rounds the top 15. 24 drivers. Pro ROK Shifter off to the head flagman. Who gets the whole shot to turn number 1? It looks like it should be Myers, and he'll easily get the shot as French drops down to the bottom. Vincenzo Saracino rim rides the top side. He'll lose some ground as they exit turn number 2. And that was a smart, calculated move by Jake French to get low and avoid that water bubble puddle by finding a place in line down on the bottom.
Boy, Danny just got a little squirrely coming through number 6 right there, able to hang on, get back underway, still in that 3rd position. Just wondering how Gianno had made out on the start there. Looked like Gianno's going to kick back into about the 4th or 5th position as well, maybe 6th.
Good start for Michael Stevens there in the 4th spot. 5th is David Greco, and what a send down the inside by Rubens Barrichello. Getting after it, and he's right ahead of the guy we just talked to, who somehow has a completely rebuilt Magic Kart after pile driving through the wall and ripping the steering hub off with his body. Gianno Torino, P7 here, digging behind a Formula 1 top-tier driver for Ferrari. And he's got pressure coming here as Matias Ramirez starts to look on him. David Greco's also simultaneously looking for a way by on Michael Stevens. Well, the top 3 start to edge away a little bit. Myers over French and Formal. A lap and a half in here to heat number 3.
There's still a lot of battling going on back there between Stevens and Greco.
I think we'll see Greco pull out a line here. Stevens knows that he's going to block Greco to the top side, trying to maybe cross him up. How does he do it? He gets through. Greco, nice crossover in 10.
Good move there for Greco as he got through.
There was a mistake for French. He's dropped behind Danny Formal for 2nd. So French also slipping up out of 10 while we focused on the battle back for 4th. Formal got through to P2. Does French answer back? He does not yet, but Formal protects. So AJ Myers continues to lead in the 428.
Already got a couple of laps down, working to lap number 10. AJ Myers now through turn number 8, heading through 9.
Here's Torino, fell back behind Matias Ramirez. Again, that is a wounded driver and a wounded go-kart. So impressive to just be in the top 10 and be running, much less,
exactly.
Running as good as he is here. So Torino again behind Matias Ramirez, currently in the 8th position.
And Matias has only run with us this particular weekend, so not really running for the championship, but Gianno is. And right now he was in that 3rd position, so he needs to get up there and make some moves.
Better driver go around here at the back of the shot. That was Lucas Catania down in the 20th position, going for a ride in the spin cycle as Danny Formal goes purple as of last time by, 52.786. He was the fastest in Sector 3 by 0.2. Where he's been struggling has been the 1st sector of the racetrack. That's where Myers had an advantage. And there's the lap car of Catania trying to get back out into it. The leaders are coming though. Yellow flags in the air as Myers takes them through 10 and with his teammate and Lucas Catania out on the outside of the hairpin. Oh man, Danny Formal took a big chunk of curb there. And he gained.
He is trying so hard to get up there.
He gained big time doing it. I mean, you talk about shaving some tenths off. Let's look at the Sector 3 section alone for Formal that time by when it updates. We got 2 together in the back. Blake Hunt has joined Lucas Catania in the wall. So Lucas Catania out there on the outside of the racetrack. The runoff was gone because he's been trying to get going for a lap, and now Hunt gets collected and taken out. He was running 12th at the time.
Looks like Catania's able to get it back underway.
Colin Daly here. We talked about him all weekend long, having a dig for the back of the pack. He's the DR that leads that group there, going all the way back to Jimmy Cabrera. Up 9 spots so far. Actually up 10, getting by Talon Yockel. Here's Rubens Barrichello, just got passed by Matias Ramirez. 3-driver grouping. 6th, 7th, and 8th. Ramirez inching closer to the top 5 where he once was as Talon Yockel's got around in turn number 10. Little slide from Ramirez, and Barrichello takes advantage. So Ramirez hit the water over in turn 1 and moved Rubens Barrichello back up into the 6th spot. Torino moves to 7th.
I was going to say, that's Giuliano right there behind him. Ramirez now back a spot. Looked like the 424 right out in the middle of the short little chute there coming out of turn number 10.
That's Talon Yockel. Look
Is
at
that Yockel?
Yeah,
Yep.
Yockel. And I think he's unable to get refired. Now look at that. The leader's slipping and sliding for grip with the wet spots. AJ Myers about to come under heavy fire from Danny Formal, and Jake French is also gaining. So the reigning Florida Winter Tour champ and the current points leader about to go at it. Here comes Formal, the 1. Not enough here. He's going to have a good shot in 5. Again, the line and some of the passing zones kind of taken away a little bit with the wet positions. I don't think he's close enough here, and Myers about mid-track. Maybe not defending, maybe so. Does he go? No, not 6 either. That gets covered off as well. AJ Myers holds the lead, working lap 4.
Danny Formal working really hard to get right back again up onto the back bumper there of AJ Myers. Let's see how he comes racing down here towards turn number 10. He looks to the inside. Believe we're going to have a change for the lead right here. Turn number 10, AJ switches back over. Maybe going to be able to drag race him here coming into the S's.
And he gets back clear.
He
Myers
sure
with
does.
a nice crossover. Here comes French. He's hoping they continue to fight. Make way for the Texan to get up in there as it's Florida's own AJ Myers trying to fend off Costa Rica's best and Danny Formal.
Boy, Jake French went way wide coming out of 1 there.
Big mistake there for French. He hit the water hard. That'll about take him out of it as he got it a little bit too hot on the brakes. Good catch, Ron John.
Yeah, it looked like perhaps Danny had maybe done the same thing because he's back of several kart links now back behind AJ. I believe it's coming through that 2 and 3 area. Although right there through 8.
Well, whenever he loses time, he just jumps more.
He just jumps the corners, no doubt.
Got Air Danny over here trying to close up here. Another look on the inside of Myers. Doesn't pull the trigger. And again, he's got to be careful how narrow they come out because all the waters are pushed down to the inside on the exit at turn number 10. But look at that. I mean, just flying him. Given everything he's got there and trying to find a way past Myers. So we've got more drivers in the wall in 10 with 2 laps to go. Let's stay on the lead battle, though. That's way deep in the field. Guys getting together, mid-teens or so. Their leaders are having a duel, and Jake French is just hoping that maybe they get together and makes it possible for him to get back up to him. Myers, again, looking for a decent starting spot for the main after a DQ in Heat 1 and a P2 in Heat number 2. He leads Heat 3. Formal doesn't have to beat him, but he wants to.
Right.
And every point matters here because he knows if he has a bad pre-final, I mean, then Jake French gets a good one, then the championship opens up. So he's given a lot of respect. He's being smart. Myers defended and it goes wide, and Danny Formal takes the lead.
What a unbelievable pass right there. Just coming out of 10. AJ right there on his back bumper. Don't think he's going to have anything for him as they head back towards the start finish. Looking up, see the white flag one more time. One more trip.
Great move by Danny Formal. Waited for the mistake. He got one. Myers blocking down the inside into 10. Now Formal was looking a little quicker the last few laps. Can Myers answer back? Can he find some more speed? Formal parking it on the apex, defending nicely. He obviously saw what happened to AJ defending into that tight hairpin, but the braking zone is so long you almost have to. Because if Myers gets even just a half-decent exit here out of turn 10, I mean, he's close. Not enough here, and I think to get him. Formal moves over about a half lane, not nearly as low. And Myers slipping in the water. Formal by 7 car lengths with a last couple lap move to get by takes advantage of Myers' mistake, and Danny Formal wins Heat 3.
Bam!
Look at this battle back in the pack here. Matias Ramirez, Michael Stevens, Gianno Torino, Rubens Barrichello around the outside. Torino fends off Barrichello. This is for the final spots in the top 5. And across the line, Ramirez holds with a good final lap, moves up to 5th.
Gianno Torino.
Man.
What a great run for him. Ends up, I believe in the 5th position, 6th position. Just a great run considering what we had seen happen to him earlier on.
So now the ROK Juniors are going to head on to the racetrack here. We'll, again, more cleanup to do as that turn 10 spot has become a major trouble spot over the course of the day. Even with the water drying everywhere else, it's still pretty wet over there. 10 laps complete here. Danny Formal, Jake French, P3, AJ Myers, P2, David Greco, 4th, Matias Ramirez ends 5th. Again, Michael Stevens, 6th, Torino, Barrichello, Nathan Nicholson, Colin Daly, again up 15 spots to 10th, and Baylor Griffin rounding out the top 11. So there's Mike Rivera, unfortunately in the 422, having to push his cart into the pit lane. Or get some help here with track owner Andre Martins. Vincenzo Saraceno out, as well as Blake Hunt and Talon Yockel and Joseph Catania. Or Lucas Catania, sorry, in the 426, I think. In any case, lots of track cleanup to be done here for ROK Shifter as well. ROK Junior is going to get set to go back green once again. Here's Talon Yockel coming back through.
That's great to see Andre out there helping him push the cart down into the scale line. And waiting for our track to get clear. Still got a few carts coming in. But again, we'll get ready to go RPG Junior rocking.
Yeah, here again, the Junior Rocker is going to get set to go. That'll let us move to the scale lines and then hopefully be able to chat with Danny Formal about how good his weekend has been going from where it was on Thursday when we last talked with him. Of course, AJ Myers so close that time, sure, maybe kicking himself a little bit over that move, but in the end, still a P2 result. It's good points. It's a good finish in the heat points.
Sure.
Put himself for a much better starting spot than where he would have been, ending up with another DNF or something for the pre-final. He's again making up for lost ground after that first heat when he came away with the win. Still a little bit wet, but the sun coming out, that's going to help us a lot. That'll heat this place up, warm it up a little bit, allow everybody to, hopefully not have the same treacherous issues in turn 10 that most have.
Right. Actually, for what I thought perhaps was going to be Calamity Corner in turn number 1, although earlier on with the rain was pretty much the Calamity Corner, but turn number 3 ended up being that spot. You just bounced along with turn number 10 there. You just catched a little bit of that water. Hopefully everybody will be good. Take their time, get their tires warmed up. Hard to win the race on the warm-up lap, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely hard to win it on the warm-up lap. It's impossible.
It's impossible.
Exactly. It's also possible to win it in turn number 1. But
right.
In any case, the Junior Rockers, that doesn't stop them from trying.
Exactly. And we've seen it before.
Well, let's see how this turn 1 shapes up with a pretty dry racetrack here at Orlando. Ron John, take us to the starting lineup. Back again to remind everybody how the juniors will line.
All right, here we go. On the pole, it's Teddy Musella on the 225 with Sebastian Weldon in the 298 on the outside pole. Second, it's Aiden Ingrata in the second row in the 205, along with G3 Argeros in the 263. Third row, Stephen Miller in the 273 with Caleb Guerrero rolling off in the 204. It's Jorge Ortiz in the 210 with Caleb Campbell rolling off in the 275. Ernesto Rivera in the 214. Christian Cameron in the 219. It's Beckham Jasir up next in the 287. Fernando Luke in the 245. Enzo Vidmontian in the 295 with Francesco Esposito in the 277. Up next will be Charlie Smith in the 201 with Yao Vergara rolling off of the 286. Diego Ardiles up next in the 299. Frederick Lemieux in the 297, Lorenzo Lopez, 249, Pierce Wade, the 296, Ryan Maxwell in the 234, Anthony Martella, the 211, Naomi Garcia in the 209, Nolan Hoffrichter in the 208, Amelia Chandler in the 212. So as you can tell, we've got quite a big group of juniors. And already we've got an issue. We've got a cart around, a couple of carts around here. Race is underway, but still got a couple of carts still all mashed up there in turn number 1. Looks like the 218 was able to get back and underway. You got to go all the way back to Lucas Nanji there in the 218. So again, we'll just have to keep an eye on them as they come back around. Already I can tell that Aiden Ingrata has made a move. Aiden now up into that second position. Waiting for our leaders now to come through the S's. And back down towards the start finish once again. It's going to be Teddy Musella, Aiden Ingrata. All right, Teddy taking a look over his left shoulder there as he comes through the sweeper, knowing that Aiden Ingrata is right there back behind him. I believe that's Sebastian Weldon there in that third position. Unfortunately, my live timing is not working correctly here, but I look out there, looks like we've had a pass for the lead, and we have. It's going to be Aiden Ingrata getting around Teddy Musella coming out of 10. And that is Sebastian Weldon there in that third spot. Got a cart around once again. Looks like that's the 218. It's Lucas Nanji. Meantime, watching our leaders come now through turns 5 and 6. And again, Aiden Ingrata now out in front, coming around through the sweeper. Teddy Musella hanging on to second. Sebastian Weldon in third.
So with a couple laps complete and a very hairy start here as Aiden Ingrata leads Teddy Musella and Sebastian Weldon. We've caught up with the top finishers here from the Pro ROK Shifter Final Heat race. AJ Myers is with Kendall Hedge here after that one. Kendall?
I'm here with AJ Myers, who finished second in the ROK Shifter Heat 3 race. You pulled away for a while, but then Danny reeled you back in. Can you explain the last couple of laps between you and Danny?
Yeah, I knew he caught up to me. It was really tricky in the one spot where it was wet, and if you either got it right or got it wrong, and the last couple laps he got it right, I got it wrong, and that's really where difference was made.
Yeah, so we see that the sun is out now, and you talked about the one spot. Do you think that spot's going to be dry for the pre-final?
I sure hope so, but honestly, it's not drying fast, but I think it'll be dry.
All right. Well, what are you hoping for in the pre-final? You've been on a roll all day, so what's next?
I think because of the DQ in the first heat, it's going to be a little more difficult. I hope to start like 9th, 7th, and just get myself to the top 3 and be ready for tomorrow.
Well, good luck, AJ.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that's AJ Myers here, of course. As he mentioned, the DQ in the first heat race puts him with some pretty poor points for the pre-final starting grid. He's thinking he's starting around 7th or 9th. I think that's a pretty good guess after a couple top finishes. Meanwhile here, great battle in ROK Junior. Aiden Ingrata, Teddy Musella, Sebastian Weldon, all nose to tail still. 1, 2, 3 right now.
I tell you, I thought perhaps once Aiden had gotten around him, he was going to be able to maybe gap him a little bit, but that's not the case at all. Teddy Musella staying right there along with Sebastian Weldon. Sebastian looking a little faster as they head down through the sweeper here. Now into turn number 8 and 9. Once again, coming back onto that front stretch, or back stretch, excuse me. Here they come down to turn number 10.
Ingrata still leading, no pressure, no change. Coming out of the turn number 10 hairpin here. Ingrata, Musella, Weldon, halfway marker now, 5 in, 5 to go in the ROK Junior final heat race. we've got Jenna Tommy with Danny Formal. They'll be pulled up here in just a moment. As your leaders head for turn number 5, here comes Musella. No, not going to go to the inside. Thought he was going to look on Ingrata. You can see again, like AJ said, while the sun is out, it should be drying it quickly. It's still a pretty chilly day here in Orlando, Florida, after the cold front coming through. So we're waiting to see what will happen in the Pro Rock Shifter Division pre-final, and I imagine it'll be dry by then. Well, let's hear from Danny Formal, the winner of today's 2 heat races so far.
Thanks, Xander. I'm here with Danny Formal. Danny, you were chasing AJ, then you got right up to him, then you fell back, and you're right back up. What was going on? Why was the cart falling off?
Well, no, I think the cart was pretty good. There's a wet patch. I'm not sure what corner that is, maybe 9 or 10 at the end of the back straight. So it depends how you hit the wet patch. He would got me or I would catch him. Yeah, it couldn't really overdrive in these conditions. Once I got it down in that corner, I caught him, I passed him, I got them a little bit in the last couple laps. So no, super happy. We extended the championship lead to Jake now, starting on pole for the pre-final. So yeah, super excited. The go-kart's been fantastic in both conditions, dry, wet. We started off the weekend a little bit off. Jake and AJ, Leading Edge Motorsports, Greg Bell, have worked really hard to get the go-kart going, and yeah, I think we have a really good go-kart, especially with the older tires. We just have to work on it for tomorrow with the new tires, but super happy, excited, and hopefully could have a good pre-final.
Yeah, so battling these wet and dry conditions, have you been changing the entire setup or just tires? And if you have been changing setup, how difficult has that been?
To be honest, it's pretty similar setup, especially the front end of our go-kart. It's very aggressive, so we don't have to change it for the wet. We did change the axle just because my preference is a stiffer axle. Obviously in the wet that doesn't work. So we actually just raced that race with the standard setup of the go-kart and we won, so obviously it's good enough. We're going to go back to the trailer and talk and see what we do for the next race, and yeah, just work from there.
Great, thank you, Danny.
All right, thanks for that, Jenna. Here as we go back to the on-track action with just a couple of laps to go. 7 laps complete, 3 laps to go here for ROK Junior. Their final heat race, Aiden Ingrata slowly inching that gap back out over Sebastian Weldon and Teddy Musella. Weldon got passed by Musella there that lap. Ingrata still holding the lead. He dominated in the wet. Here in the drying conditions, he's got a little bit of an upper edge, but not a lot. A crazy start to this one, and it could be an anticlimactic finish as the red Speed Concepts Racing driver sees the 2-to-go signal here, Ron John. A 9/10 of a second margin in building.
Yeah, I thought at one point there, it looked like Sebastian was a little bit faster than Teddy, but Teddy was able to get back around him. Sebastian was looking awfully strong there. Don't know what happened, how he got back around him. But Teddy now back into that second position. Aiden Ingrata, you know, I call him the professor. He's just a really smart young man. Seems like a very studious young man when it comes to driving as well. Doing a great job coming right at us, heading down into turn number 10 here. Kind of stay a little wide there. You can see there's still just a little patch of water to their inside as we've had some pretty heavy rain here earlier. Now we've got a little bit of wind, but the sun is out. We're in sunny Florida, and Aiden Ingrata coming down to take the white flag. One more trip around the OKC layout.
Yeah, one more trip around here. Teddy Musella trying hard to keep Sebastian Weldon at bay. Weldon clobbering the curving in turns 1, 2, and 3. Ingrata takes him into turn number 5. No pass there back for second. That's where we're going to try and keep our focus at, is Sebastian Weldon versus Teddy Musella behind Aiden Ingrata. As Ingrata comes through into turn 7, 8, 9. There's Musella and Weldon. Still single file. It might come as Weldon goes a little wide out of 9, maybe into 10. Final lap, does he dive? Does he go? He's not close enough. Out of turn number 10, Aiden Ingrata with a healthy lead. Musella gets a little bit sideways. There might be a fight for second. Oh, into the final corner, Musella has to defend. Ingrata will lead across the line, and Weldon with a crossover move takes over P2. Ingrata ends up as your winner. Weldon, a great final corner over Teddy Musella to take the second spot away. Caleb Gaffera 4th, Stephen Miller 5th, G3R Gyro 6th, Francesco Esposito 7th, Caleb Campbell 8th, Diego Ardiles 9th, Yao Vagara 10th. And the rest of the field coming by, problems on the back stretch for is at the 225. One of the VLR drivers here with an issue out of turn at number 10. Not sure which one. It looks like it's Pierce Wade on the Prime Power Team, number 296. That's dropped down the order. So quite a few drivers, unfortunately, collected in the early going in this one. Of course, for William Botellier, Jonathan Petrone, Amelia Chandler, Anthony Martella, they're going to still finish across the line, but they were collected in the early incident, I believe. Again, there were a lot of drivers all kind of together coming to the green flag, and very wild stuff to kick the ROK Junior Final Heat off. But that's it. Heat racing's done for the 2022 Florida Winter Tour season. We've got a little bit of track cleanup to do. When we come back, we go pre-final racing here live from Orlando.
Paralyn USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Paralyn Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalyNUSA.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
For VLR Junior, presented by Nash Motorsports, Caleb Gaffaro will start on the point alongside Stephen Miller. 12 laps the pre-final distance here for the full-size classes. 10 laps. Everybody is just hitting the water and it's knocking them out. That was one of the RPG juniors, I believe that was Emma Scarborough in the 818. But back to it, 10 laps for your mini, micros, and 206s, 12 laps for the full-size divisions for your VLRs, your ROK GPs, and ROK Shifters. Problems for the 835. That is going to be a driver. Actually, I think I missed
Didn't come around, I don't believe.
Yeah, didn't come around
to pick it up.
So we got one already out here on the outlap as the yellow flags wave here for Caleb Gaffaro and Charlie Smith on the front row. And it looks like Charlie Smith, unfortunately, being consistent in the heats, even though he loses a spot at the start of each one, has put himself on the outside of the front row for the pre-final once again. At least in this one, wherever you finish, you get to start on the inside. But he spent probably more of his Florida Winter Tour starting on the outside lane than the inside lane. So he's got experience doing it. Let's see how he fares against Caleb Gaffera. The RPG Cosmic brings the field out of the final turn. A nice close shot there of the midfield. Nearly 19 drivers strong in VLR Junior, presented by Nash Motorsports. Into the tram lines, looking for the green flag. We'll take it. Green flag in the air. We're racing down to turn 1. And a couple drivers get popped. Three, four, 5, 6 collected in turn number 1. We've got a lot over there. Oscar Eilif's involved. I believe Cooper Shipman was the one getting tagged in the right rear tire. And so now it's Stephen Miller to the lead. Caleb Gaffera back to second. And a big gap back from the top 2 as everyone from about the second or third row on got sent wide.
They sure did. What a big, big group of karts come together there. Looks like most of them have been able to get back underway.
Yeah, that was
in the meantime, though, look at Caleb Gaffera. Take a look to the inside here going into turn number 10. You could see he was carrying a tremendous amount of speed coming down. He's still trying to scrub those tires as he heads towards the S's here.
Trying to burn the water off.
Yes, he is.
And as they come out of the final turn, Gaffera retaking the lead. Maybe clean the tires. You might have went a little wide, which would have allowed Miller to get by when we panned off of them. So let's give you the new order. Jorge Ortiz up a number of positions. He moves into 3rd. Charlie Smith back to 4th. Colin Aitken 5th. Nathan DePoy is 6th. Chris Aitken, Jordan DeLeo, Elio Meza, and Daniel Mendez. So maybe it was Meza it was one of the Iron Rock Tony cards that got hit in the right rear tire and knocked sideways. And I believe it actually may have been Meza instead of Shipman, but I'm not 100% on it.
You get a look as they come back around here.
Either way, here's the both of them. Shipman getting by on Christian Cameron. And Meza falling back behind Daniel Mendez, although they may have all got by. I'm not 100% sure. They're all nose to tail now. Meza and Shipman in order. Gaffera over Stephen Miller, about 5 or 6 tenths of a second from P1 to P2. Another similar gap back to 3rd in Jorge Ortiz. That gap's probably going to open to about a second now across the line. Indeed, 9.5 tenths the margin of the lead from Caleb Gaffera back to Stephen Miller in the Chad Dawkin Racing EOS car.
It's almost like Caleb decided, I've had enough. Let me put down a really good time. Goes through there, ends up purple in several of the sections there. Ends up with a purple lap. Caleb Gaffera, the RPG driver. Just now coming through turns number 8 and 9. Now onto the back stretch. You can see they've now started to split somewhat. It's about a 9 tenths the last time by, about another 4 tenths of a second back to the 3rd place driver from our 2nd place driver, Stephen Miller.
And this is where we'll see things maybe shake out again, just to be a little bit safer than that wet and wild pre-final for VLR Junior, because even though we've still got some water patches around, with turn number 1 collecting most of the field as the 888 of Nathan DePoy goes around in the infield. The shakeups put fast drivers on the way back forward. Elio Meza is the quickest of the ones trying to dig back up the order. He's bringing Cooper Shipman and Christian Cameron with him. They've gone by Chris Aitken. Again, there was the issue there for Nathan DePoy. So Elio Meza's group now working to the bumper of Colin Aitken. Turn 8, turn 9. Let's see if he goes by him. Coming out, he gets him. So Elio Meza into the top 5 as he tries to hunt for a championship. This is a nice recovery drive for the 827. His teammate Cooper Shipman back there battling with Christian Cameron. That's behind the top 5. They're battling for 7th. And Cameron holds the spot once again as Gaffera puts another lap down. 4 complete. 8 to go here in the 12-lap VLR Junior Pre Final presented by Nash Motorsports.
Give you a rundown still. Gaffera, Miller, Jorge Ortiz, that 3rd spot. Charlie Smith, 4th. Helio Meza now up into the 5th position, dropping Colin Aitken back down into 6th. Is Christian Cameron hanging on to that 7th spot with Cooper Shipman working with him. In the 8th, Graham Trammell right now in 9th position with Christopher Aitken in the 10th position. Getting 4 laps down, working lap number 5 of 12. This is the pre-final. First pre-final of the Florida Winter Tour for the championship weekend going on here. The last leg here at the Orlando Karting Center for 2022. Of course, we'll have a really exciting day tomorrow when we get to crown all of our champions, give away all the hardware. A lot of guys and gals been working their tail ends off the last 3 months. Started off in Pompano Beach, ended up in St. Pete in February. Now here we are in March in Orlando.
Through turn number 5 for this group. Aitken having Christian Cameron on the bumper. I think Cameron could find a way by into turn number 9. Not close enough for anything in 7, which is a tough place to get momentum to pass anyway. But right here it's an easy dive spot. There he goes down the inside, just out of frame. The one corner that's tough for us to catch, and Cameron did get him just at the back of that shot. So Christian Cameron picks it up, and here comes Cooper Shipman, not close enough in the hairpin. He'll stay tucked behind. Graham Tremmel trying to close up. Again, Cameron on the way back forward as well, so he'll move into the 6th spot. Shipman back in 8th. Little bumper to Aitken, side by side, and he gets clear coming out of the corner. Cooper Shipman up to 7th.
All right, they should be taking the halfway flags, and that's exactly right. Caleb working lap.
Oh, we've problems for Colin Aitken right there in turn number 1. Right as he fell back in line behind him, goes around. So Aitken now drops way back down the order from inside the top 10 and borderline inside the top 5 2 laps ago. He's now all the way to the back with a half spin over in turn number 1. I think just got a little bit sideways, so unfortunate for Colin Aitken. He'll drop further back. 5.5 laps to go here in Orlando. This is a group way back down the order we're watching coming into turn number 10. That's where Aitken finds himself now, midway through the pack. Unfortunately, as your leader, Caleb Gaffera, comes through turn number 1. The wet spot, the big puddles of standing water now just becoming dark, damp patches on the circuit at the moment. So, which is good news for a lot of the drivers, as I'm sure they were hoping that when they were having to go on slick tires, that eventually this track would dry and allow them to be able to run a normal slick line. They're getting close to it in turn 1, but they're not there quite yet. Probably about a half second to second off of the quick times that they're normally able to hit. Battling further back here while Caleb Gaffera will see 4 laps to go this time by, and we are seeing 3rd and 4th come together. Charlie Smith has reeled in Jorge Ortiz 2/10 apart as of last time by. The Nash Motorsports EOS Kart driver looking to finally get an inside row starting spot by finishing 3rd here. If he can get to Ortiz's rear bumper, he'll have a good chance at him. 4 more laps around here in Orlando.
Yeah, had a good run right there coming out of turn number 13 as they were heading down towards the start finish. Don't think he was able to complete that move. We'll have to take a look as they come back by us here. Yes, he was able to get around him.
Yeah, so
Charlie Smith got back around him, right in front of Ortiz. Now it puts Ortiz back down into the 4th position. And Charlie Smith now up into the 3rd spot. Our Nash Motorsports VLR juniors out there working hard on the pre-final. And Caleb Gaffera has just been absolutely flawless at RPG.
He's had a great weekend so far. Charlie Smith now pulling away from Jorge Ortiz. He should be a little bit quicker if he can get to his pace once again that he had. And then Stephen Miller. Let's see what the gap looks like up to 2nd that time by. 3 to go at the line. 56.8 for Smith, a 57.1 for Stephen Miller. So 3/10 to the better for Charlie Smith. He needs a little bit more to get there, but he could, giving him a little mistake for Stephen Miller. No one's getting to this guy right now here. Caleb Gaffera in a league of his own. The only one on pace with him was Christian Cameron, and that was last time by. He was able to match him. So Cameron and Cooper Shipman on par with Gaffera, but they're buried 6th and 7th on the racetrack at the moment after getting spun in turn number 1 off the start. So Charlie Smith into 2nd, or into 3rd. The gap was 1.7 seconds last time by, up to Stephen Miller. What will it look like this time? 2 laps to go for the leader, Caleb Gaffera, through turn number 1.
Should be coming through, yep, the start finish, there we go. Caleb just now coming through 2 and 3. Notice that time he didn't hit that bump as he came around through turn number 3, maybe being a little more cautious as he goes around the track here. Working lap number 11. Next time by, we'll pick up the white flag for our leader just now coming through turn number 7, the sweeper. Now it's through turns number 8 and 9. We'll come back onto the backstretch once again. Your leader racing right at you as you come down towards turn number 10.
Out of turn number 10 here, nice and easy. A lap and a half to go for Caleb Gaffera. A little bit of curb action there on the left side going into turn 13. Out of the final corner, white flag in the air. One more lap around in the VLR Junior Pre Final, and we'll have the first of the 11 grids set for the main events tomorrow.
Caleb now just coming through turn number 3. Again, he didn't even touch the bump that time as he came by.
I think that line will probably go away as we see the track continue to get more grip and back to close to where it was prior to the rain shower here today, of drivers taking a little bit less curve everywhere except for right here and the final sector of the racetrack with the left, right, left chicane. Out of the final time down the backstretch, out of turn number 9, Gaffera's lead again at the line, 4 seconds. He's just kind of managing it at this point. Then we got a new set of tires, I think for VLR Junior on Sunday. I could be wrong, but if not, he at least has managed the race nicely, and we'll start from the pole. Caleb Gaffera wins VLR Junior with a flag-to-flag victory here in the pre-final.
Bam!
We talked to him here a moment ago with him and Sebastian Weldon messing around. He said, you know, I feel pretty good in my VLR. I'm kind of so-so in my ROK GP Junior right now, and he had to do those 2 races back-to-back because the ROK Juniors backed up after their incident on the warm-up lap to the pre-finals for VLR Junior. So VLR all wrapped now for Junior. VLR Senior coming your way next. And the 100cc power plants, we got to see a bunch of different go-karts, of course, on Thursday. We got to take a closer look at Jeremy Fletcher's GWR Team Felon 100cc entry, I believe. On the at the Rollison Performance Group 10, a close look at your VLR Senior package.
Here in the Rollison Performance Group 10 over by one of the VLR Senior entries they have here this weekend. 900 digit for the triple digit numbers. Same thing as the VLR Junior class with the engine power plant being air cooled. So again, as the air hits the shark fins, that's what cools the motor. No radiator, just a very simple battery system to have an electric starter on board. Roughly about 20 to 22 horsepower and 100 cc's. They start at 15 or 14 years of age and up for the adult single speed class. That's kind of like a semi-pro or lights class into your ROK Seniors.
So welcome back to Orlando Kart Center. Quick announcement here in the paddock area. A silver Toyota Camry with license plate IN35AJ. Please move your car. Again, license plate IN35AJ. Silver Toyota Camry. Please move your car. Ready racing through to the end of the day here. 12 laps for all the full-size classes, just like what we witnessed for VLR Junior. 10 laps for the minis, micros, and 206s. Nash Motorsports VLR Junior is wrapped up. Your RTD Media VLR Seniors will be making their way onto the circuit as soon as we are clear. And we've got a little bit of kart pickup to do, which gives us time, of course, to rehash the top 10 from the VLR Juniors. Caleb Gaffera, Stephen Miller, Charlie Smith, Jorge Ortiz, Elio Meza, Christian Cameron, Cooper Shipman, Graham Tremmel, Chris Aitken, and Jordan DeLeo round the top 10 for the division. DJ Kyle. onto the circuit as they head through turns 2, 3, 4, and 5. Jeremy Fletcher will line up alongside Gia Cicero here on the front row. We talked to Jeremy earlier today after his Heat 3 win. He's like, you know, Gia got the best of me in Heat number 1. I kind of had to get a little more up with my horse, get a little more aggressive in Heat number 2. He did that. He won at the end of the day on Friday. Won there this morning, so he lines up on the point. Gia Cicero lines up second. Cedric Lupien lines up third. Grayson Red's in fourth. Victor Shoma been lining up inside the first 2 rows in the Heat races. However, he had an issue in one of them with a mechanical DNF. I believe it was Heat number 2. So he rolls off about midway through the top 10. It moves Grayson Reds into the outside of row number 2. Wes Duchek and Adam Ali, row 3. Cameron Stellar, Nick DeAndrea, row 4. And Shoma rolls off in the 5th row on the inside alongside Daniel Ali. Then it's Brooke Berry in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, Larry Pegram, Gabriel Cower, Rocco Pascarella, Alexander Dalbon, and Riley Pegram for your VLR Senior class presented by RTD Media. Here they come out of the final turn. Jeremy Fletcher, Gia Cicero, the front row, coming to take the green flag. And again, a sunny Orlando Kart Center, but it's still a pretty chilly one here with about temperatures somewhere probably in the mid-50s, pushing to 60 after the rain shower came through. A little bit of shivers, a little bit of nerves maybe for the drivers, but we're ready to go racing here. Pre-final number 2 of 11 is green down to turn number 1, and Fletcher takes him to the inside. He runs a little bit wide. Cedric Lupien tried to get by him, couldn't do it. Got a couple drivers wide, 3-4 drivers into the wall here off the start. One of them is gonna be one of the Pegrams, I believe. One is Nick DeAndrea, and the other one is a Cosmic, I believe one of the Ali brothers. And a heavy impact there, and Nick DeAndrea going to check on him. So they're going to take a look at that, because that was a rough impact with the wall, and I think he appears to be okay. So we stay green, we stay focused on the leader. Jeremy Fletcher leads over Lupien, then Cicero, then Redson, then Brooke Berry. Avoided all the carnage to move up into the 5th spot. A bunch of front runners there having gotten shuffled back down the order. Fletcher will lead at the end of the first lap. We'll give you any more updates as they come. Problems for Richter Shoma. He went through the grass in the final sector here, and he lost some time.
They're coming around towards that particular area on the course where the driver's off to the side. As they come wrecking through there, you notice they had
more problems for Shoma here. He's still slow. Don't know what's going on there with the RPG Cosmic, but the leaders, like you said, were coming around. Yellow flags were up. They avoid all the traffic, and Fletcher leads to the sweeper.
Boy, Jeremy has been really fast. Looking good. He managed to get out there, get a good jump on him. Already put up about a half a second. Little gap there between he and Cedric Lupien. Cedric able to get around Gia Cicero, dropping Gia back into the 3rd position as they come through the S's. Now through turns number 12 and 13. Tony Kart driver, Jeremy Fletcher, part of the Gary Willis Racing Group. Notice that time once again that Jeremy did not take that little bump there coming through number 3.
Yep.
I believe you're right. They're starting to think better of that.
Well, the biggest thing is once you get the grip back, you can go around that bend pretty much flat out. So you don't need to jump. If anything, you're just kind of taking time away from when the wheels could be touching the ground and making your car go faster. Now, we're watching Brooke Berry under pressure from Adam Ali. That was going into turn number 9. Ali has since gone by. So Adam back up into the 5th position. Adam up 1. Looks like Daniel Ali's the next one to try and catch to Brooke, but she got a great start there again.
Whoa!
Into the top 5, and around she goes. Commentators curse Brooke Berry around to the exit of turn number 10.
Boy, I thought that one cart that was coming out of 10 was going to go right into her, right into the front of her, but nope, was able to get back around her, just as we had spoken about her. She was having such a good run. Middle of the pack there, around the 7th or 8th spot. Now it's going to drop her way back down. Looks like she's going to actually end up maybe possibly in that 11th position. Nope, looks like she's still coming down a little ways. No problem for Jeremy Fletcher, though. 3 laps down, working lap number 4 of 12. VLR Seniors, being brought to you by RTD Media. Jeremy Fletcher just now coming out of 10, heading down towards the S's here. Different lines, once again, as this course continues to get more and more dry. Of course, you're going to have puddles offline, but for the most part, looks like the track is pretty clean.
Yeah, it looks pretty good all together here. Cedric Lupien and Gia Cicero, though, both that time by, starting to gain ground back on Fletcher. Cicero especially, she was a 10th quicker than Lupien, a half-tenth quicker than Fletcher. Lupien lost a little bit, but as a whole, it looked like they were gaining for a couple laps, only about 6/10 back. 4 laps completed, 8 laps to go. Still plenty of time altogether for the top 3 to close back up. So Jeremy Fletcher not home free just yet in your RTD Media VLR Senior class as they head for turn number 10. Here we come into the infield S's. Fletcher open up and over the curving. Lupien still second. Cicero third. One of the gaps going to be across the line. I think Lupien's lost some time to Fletcher again, but Cicero's definitely coming. Fletcher a 55.6.6. And Cicero, again, a half-tenth improvement. So Gia Cicero inches closer to Jeremy Fletcher in the GWR Tony Kart. Unfortunately, Cedric Lupien, the same can't be said for the Canadian. He lost a 1/10 of a second that time by. Grayson Redson still 4th. 5th, Adam Ali. 6th, Daniel Ali. 7th, Gabriel Cower. 8th, Cameron Steller. 9th, Alexander Dalbon Jr. And 10th is Rocco Pascarella, who's had a rough couple heat races.
He certainly has.
Man.
Not been the best weekend so far for Rocco. Tough weekend. Actually, for both Roccos, Rocco Pascarella and Rocco Simone. Been having some issues there.
Yeah, Simone had a good start then, and then a not so good Saturday here in the micro rock class.
Been a tough Saturday, to say the least.
For sure. Down the front stretch here for Fletcher. Here we go, pass for second. Lupien gives way to Cicero, lets her hop in line, and a nice little team gesture by Cedric Lupien allows Gia Cicero to try and play chase to Jeremy Fletcher. She went purple last time by again. Picked up 2/10 of a second on Fletch. 8/10 back right now for the RPG Cosmic driver, who was able to win heat number 1 yesterday afternoon.
They picked up the halfway flags too, halfway home here. Our VLR Seniors, brought to you by RTD Media. Still Jeremy Fletcher. Got a second place driver though of Gia Cicero. Got around Cedric Lupien, put Lupien back into 3rd. Adam Ali up a couple of spots, now in 4th. Grayson Redsian right now hanging on into that 5th position. So we're halfway home. For our VLR Seniors is Jeremy Fletcher once again comes back by the start finish.
Yep, 7 in, 5 to go. That time by another 10th chopped off by Cicero. She was able to keep kind of Lupien with her a little bit, but Gia Cicero is hunting down Jeremy Fletcher, the Orlando, Florida native. Don't know if he knows it yet. He will in a lap or two when he starts to feel the pink and navy blue bearing down on him. Been a very good weekend for Gia Cicero, a breakout weekend of sorts as she's been kind of inching her way towards the top 5 on the national stage for the last 6 months to a year. But a really, really solid performance by the young lady out of New York. And her brother, who is helped put the Cicero name on the national stage. Of course, he won at Rock Vegas in November. He's become a multi-time 125 class pro national winner. He ran up front in the 100cc classes prior to it. Gia looking good across the line this time by. Fletcher gives up another 1/10 of a second. It's down to 6.5 with 4 laps to go. She needs a little bit more to get there, but she's trying, no doubt. And when she gets a little bit closer, she'll start to get the benefit of the toe. I think maybe this lap might get a bit of a draft down the straightaway. We will see, as it'll be 3 laps to go at the line. No other major changes. Adam Ali's been able to get by Grayson Redson. That was back for 4th a couple of moments ago. Daniel Ali is 6th. He has not been able to keep up with Adam, so he is kind of riding by himself. And everywhere else on the racetrack is pretty much all on their own. This is your tightest pack right here, the pack up front. Cicero trying to close. 3 to 4 car lengths back this time by. 3 laps to go for Jeremy Fletcher, Ron John.
Looks like she actually made up a little bit of room right there coming through the S's. Able to get up and get a good run off of 13, heading down towards the start finish. We'll see if she's able to pick up any right there. Half a second lead now. Actually picked up just a couple of tenths. But that's what it takes. Every bit counts. Look how much closer she's gotten as they head down through, I believe that's 5 and 6.
Yeah, every little bit gets there. And as long as she gets within about a car length or two, she'll force Fletcher to block, and then it's on from there. So she's close. I think she might just get there here with a good run through turn number 9. Needs to continue to be perfect. 2.5 laps to go. Quick look over her shoulder. Big gap to Lupien. Lupien's got a much bigger gap even out behind him. And Cedric Lupien, I'm sure he'll be very patient with Gia Cicero. He let her by. So he's wanting her to go up there and do this and put some pressure on Jeremy Fletcher. 2 to go here at the line. Double sticks in the air for the 922.
Yeah, I couldn't help noticing that as they come out of 10 there, that Jeremy kind of took a look over his shoulder and knew that he was going to find Gia right there, and there she is. A couple of laps left here. Seemed like she was a little bit faster coming out through 9 and back down the backstretch. Wasn't quite close enough to get up there to Jeremy, maybe take a shot at him heading into 10, but she's definitely making up the time.
Yeah, we'll see here. She's trying to get close. Car length and a half away here for Cicero. Over through 8 and 9. Fletcher defends into 9, kind of closes that off. He knows Cicero's coming. Half a cart length back into turn 10. Not close enough this time. Fletcher can take a normal line, and he does. So Jeremy Fletcher, one more lap around to try and hold on to the pole position for the main event tomorrow. Out of the final turn, white flag will wave. One more time here in Orlando for RTD Media VLR Senior. Ron John.
All right, here we go. Jeremy Fletcher, Gia Cicero. The two are nose to tail as they come through third, heading through 4 and 5. Gia takes a look to the outside. Thought maybe she'd go high, try and do a little over-under. She's still working on Jeremy as they come through 6. Now down towards turn number 7, looks out to the outside. I'm thinking maybe she was going to try and go back to the inside there as they go. Nope, still nothing. Jeremy got a little bit of a gap there as they head into turn number 9. Now down the backstretch. Once again, the last time for Jeremy Fletcher and Gia Cicero. Going to take a look to the inside.
She got there. Fletcher tries to close the door, and Cicero keeps it there. Here comes Lupien. He'll get to second. Fletcher knew he was kicking himself for leaving the door open. Credit to Cicero. She left it on the inside. Lupien blocks for second. And Gia Cicero, what a shot. And what a pass for the win in the pre-final.
Bam! Wow.
Fletcher just comes up shy on getting Lupien, 22 thousandths back, but Jeremy Fletcher drove Cicero down, tried to scare her a little bit maybe out of backing out or something because he knew he was done. His goose was cooked as soon as she got the nose down on the inside.
You couldn't help but notice that on that particular lap that she was definitely coming. Either way, she was going to show up. She was going to put her nose down to the inside, going there into 10, and came together a couple of times. Nothing really major. Able to get around there, but it was Lupien that came right along with her. It really hurt Jeremy for ended up in that second spot. So he ends up in third. Still a good run for him.
Adam Ali 4th, Grayson Redson 5th, Daniel Ali 6th, Gabriel Cowers, Cameron Steller, Alexander Dalbon Jr. and Brooke Berry, your top 10 for VLR Senior. And just like that, 2 pre-finals are wrapped. And an exciting finish here in VLR Senior. Lots more still we are working on as the VLR Seniors make their way into the scale line. 206 coming up next year, your 206 Masters and your 206 Seniors, presented by Briggs & Stratton. And they've had some good pack racing all the way through. Onto the racetrack here. We've got a few drivers to pick up off the circuit. We'll send it to a commercial break. When we come back, 206 Senior, 206 Master here live from Orlando.
Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
USA Florida Winter Tour. Briggs and Stratton, 206 Senior and 206 Master coming your way here. The sun's shining, and when you're under the shade where we are, it's still a little bit chilly, but it's starting to feel okay when you get out into the sunshine. I will say as well, of course, the cold front bringing it through brought a lot of wind. You can see all the ROK Cup USA flags and the American flags here on the track flapping in the wind because we've got some, probably the windiest day we've had since our 2-week stay began at Orlando Kart Center back last week with the U.S. Pro Kart Series and going into this week here with the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. It's been chilly. Ranjan, you just doubled up. You're double pantsed.
Yeah, well, being a Florida boy, it's kind of cold. I don't like the cold.
It is a little bit.
You know, living in Florida and then living in Louisiana, no, we don't do well with cold weather, but it's a great day for racing.
Yeah, at bare minimum, it's a great day for racing. It's a good day to be in the suit, you know. It was hot yesterday, and everyone was pretty sweaty by the time they got out of it. But right now, when you are getting out of the go-kart, you kind of want to get back in because the heat of the suit and just being out there and digging actually feels pretty good. So in either case, the 206 Seniors and 206 Masters have 10 laps on the scoreboard here for their pre-final. Briggs Sr, Briggs Master. Again, Mike Valente, Jed Perkins, Matthew Walsh, Alexander Dalbon Jr., Greg Campos and Nicholas Villanueva and Ruben Caceres Jr. make up the Briggs Senior field, and then it is the Briggs Masters field led off by Ruben Cherez, Jason Abrams, Alex Dalbon Sr., Eli Yanko, James Perkins, Barry Gilsonen, Marcelo Campos, Chris Williams, and Ryan Molina. So about even 50-50 on the breakdown, a number of karts in each class on the racetrack. Will keep us even split for both, with our cameras covering both classes on the circuit. Again, 10 laps for the Briggs drivers, 10 laps coming up after them for the Mini Rockers. Then it'll be a 12-lap pre-final for Master Shifter ROK, 12 laps for Pro Senior ROK, 12 for Master ROK. Then the micros will go. Micro ROK, I believe, going right after your Master Rockers. Then will be time for Junior ROK, back to VLR Master, and then to close out our afternoon, which you may be going into the sunset and under the lights for the Pro ROK Shifter, which again, it'd be so much cooler if it was not as cool outside.
Right.
If we were in 65, 70 degrees, even if it's hot as it was yesterday in the 80s, but we got it under the lights and out of the sun, it'd be great. But it's going to be chilly tonight here, getting down to lows in the 30s, and tomorrow, of course, staying a bit chilly as well here in Orlando. So big change of the weather. Ranjan, you mentioned it. I mean, you got hot, cold, windy,
it's been everything.
No wind, rain, dry, intermediate. You want to talk about crowning a worthy champion on Champions Weekend. This weekend is testing everybody, mechanics and drivers alike, to stay on top of things.
It's definitely thrown everything at us, without a doubt. Just in a quick couple of days that we've been here, we've had the rain, we've had the sun, we've had the rain, now we got the cold. The wind, this good north wind too.
Yeah, we've got a little bit of it all. So the drivers are starting to form up now for Briggs Senior. Again, Mike Valente and Jed Perkins, the front row in that class. And as they come through the final corner, they'll be perfectly formed and gridded with an ice cap back to the Briggs Masters. So we'll have a split start similar to the likes of the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona, where you've got the prototypes and the sports cars here. Split starts, half the group going green right now, half of them going around the final corner. Here come the Briggs Seniors to the lines. To our head flagmen, Valente and Perkins. Is it good enough for a green? It is. They're going to get underway here down in turn number 1. Nice start for all of them, and up and over the curbing, trying to get some ground is Nicholas Villanueva. Ultimately, he gets contact on the side from another driver as we go green back behind them for the Briggs Masters. So Mike Valente to the lead in Senior. Let's see how the Masters shake out there in the bottom right corner of your screen.
All right, your Masters now just coming up to turn number 5 as Valente is now with the Seniors coming through the sweeper here in front of us. Looking back there. Waiting for our Masters to come back around, and they too are now going through turn number 7. It's the 610. That is Ruben Cherez out there in front. Bumping and banging as they go through turn number 8 there. I believe that was Jason Abrams and Alex Dalbon. All right, our leaders now coming through the S's for the first time. Michael Valente out in front.
And there we go through Briggs Sr. So Valente and Perkins with the early lead in that class. Then it's going to go back to, I believe, Matthew Walsh, then Ruben Caceres Jr., then Greg Campos, your top 5 for Briggs Masters as they come to complete their first lap here. The Briggs Seniors are working to turn number 5. No change for the lead in Briggs Sr. In fact, Perkins may return the favor to Mike Valente, who pushed him away and allowed it to be a 2-kart fight in one of the heat races earlier this weekend. Perkins with a gap back. Didn't pass him into 5, and he can build that gap if he chooses to and thinks Valente will be quick enough. Meanwhile, these guys, they're doing no such thing. It's a full-on 4-driver pack race in Briggs Masters. Eli Yanko second behind Ruben Cherez, who leads them aboard the VLR for SLA kart racing. Yanko gets into the back of him a little bit through 9 as the leaders in Briggs Senior come out and turn number 10.
As they'll race down towards turn number 10, I'm talking about the Masters, just now coming through 10. In the meantime, Mike Valente and Jed Perkins going at it as they head down towards the start-finish.
And that'll be 2 laps in the books here. 8 laps to go for Briggs and Stratton, 2:06 Senior. Mike Valente and Jed Perkins, big gap back for them. 6 or 7 car lengths at least to Matthew Walsh, and he may come under fire, and he will come under fire. Ruben Caceres just at the edge of that shot, goes into 3rd. So move Ruben Caceres up to P3. Battling back behind them again. The Briggs Masters aren't really changing too much altogether. Ruben Cherez, Eli Yanko, Alex Dalbon Sr., and James Perkins. 1, 2, 3, 4. All the way through the S's here, single file. They're starting to work together. Yanko just pushing away with Ruben Cherez.
Just trying to get a better look at that number there. It was 629, Alex Dalbon. I was paying attention to there as he came through here.
So as there goes your Briggs Masters out of turn at number 10. Here they come into the infield chicane. 2 laps complete. 8 laps to go. Make it 3 complete and 7 to go here as they come to the start-finish line. Ruben Cherez showing the way as he has from the drop of the green. No change in the Briggs Senior class either. They're coming out of turn number 5 right now. Mike Valente, Jed Perkins. They pulled away from the group behind them. Ruben Caceres Jr. up into 3rd. Little battle for 4th between Alex Dalbon Jr. and Barry Gilsonen. Or no, sorry, that's the Masters class. I was reading wrong. Matthew Walsh and Greg Campos there for 4th and 5th. In the Seniors. The Briggs Seniors in the 300 numbers, the Briggs Masters in the 600 numbers. Here's your Seniors coming to 10. Valente and Perkins, the gap back to Caceres Jr., 1.4 seconds.
So obviously the battle's going to be for that top spot. Looks like 3rd's pretty much all on their own. Jed Perkins, Mike Valente just coming through the S's, now through turn number 13 and down the front stretch, kind of takes a look over his shoulder.
Perkins tired of
Perkins
pushing.
said, yeah.
Oh, for a moment, he tucked out a line. I think maybe that was just to show a nose to it because he did not pull the trigger to go past him. So does Perkins go into 5? He does. He doesn't want to push anymore. He wants to lead. Jed Perkins goes by. Mike Valente, crossover move, takes a look back, realizes no one's home. Another crossover again. And that's going to keep them losing a little bit of ground and allow Ruben Caceres Jr. to get a little closer. But right now, Jed Perkins, not too worried about it. He just wanted to get to the point, and he has, so he leads. Meanwhile, Briggs Masters, no change. Ruben Cherez leads over Eli Yanko and James Perkins. 1, 2, 3 with a little gap back to Alex Dalbon Sr. 4 laps complete, 6 laps to go.
Still Jed Perkins out in front of Mike Valente as they come through the S's. Perkins able to hang on to that move. As I say that, it looks like Valente was going to look to the inside there, thinks better of it, tucks back behind. Jed Perkins as they go back down towards the start finish, picking up the halfway flags, halfway home here. for our for our L206 seniors and masters. Brought to you by Briggs and Stratton.
Yeah, 5 laps in, 5 laps to go for Briggs and Stratton, 206 Senior and 206 Master. Perkins with a decent exit out of turn number 6, but Ruben Caceres Jr. was purple last time by, especially with the battling. He's even a little bit closer this time. Speaking of battling, Briggs Master's going at it. Eli Yanko's taking the lead and defends a little bit back to Ruben Cherez. It has allowed James Perkins to get up to his bumper and brought Alex Dalbon Sr. back into the mix as well. So the 4-driver pack is reunited in Briggs Masters as what's been the group almost all weekend long. 4 laps to go this time by, though, for everybody. Briggs Sr., little bobble from Valente, and that's the kind of bobble Perkins needed. Now he needs to try and break the draft. I think Valente will probably still get back to him, but he can still try. Over to 1, 4 to go.
Looks like James Perkins was popping on the back of the head like, somebody get up here and push me.
Yeah, he was
trying to get somebody to help him there.
Get a little bit, couldn't really find too much. Alex Dalbon Sr. was too far back.
You're right.
Matthew Walsh. No, yeah, Alex Dalbon Sr. was too far back from Perkins there. Then it's Barry Gilson in. I keep mixing up the Dalbons because it's the same name right around the same position right now. They're both in the 4th or the 5th position. Here we are, challenge for the lead. Ruben Cherez back on Eli Yanko. He gets by for the lead. Perkins looking for second, doesn't pull the trigger ultimately. Gets a little bit sideways, and Alex Dalbon Sr. with the momentum. Does he get clear? He does not. He almost did, though, into the sweeper.
I think he thought better of that. It was probably a good idea to go ahead and tuck back under there. In the meantime, we've had another change. Looks like Valiente has gotten around Jed Perkins.
Yeah, perfectly timed camera swap there to catch the battle for the lead. I thought Valente would take a little bit longer to get back to him. Only took him a lap, and he got right to Perkins' bumper and to the lead. 3 to go for everybody.
Caceres is right there as well.
He could go at any time, and Jed knows that, so he's got to be mindful of how he picks his next few laps and doesn't throw it away and end up with a 3rd place result, as that really wouldn't be all too bad. I'm sure it'd be frustrating more than anything else. Speaking of frustrating, Eli Yanko might be feeling that now. He drops to 3rd, nearly 4th. Here comes Perkins. On to Ruben Cherez, who's going to block the inside lane into turn number 5.
These guys are going at it nose to tail. In the meantime, looking over here as they come down the backstretch. Still Valiente. Jed Perkins right there behind him. And Ruben Caceres. Waiting for him to come back through the S's here. Now through turns 11, 12, and 13. He'll turn and make that short run down towards the start finish. Still Mike Valente out in front. Jed Perkins thinking perhaps maybe a little crossover move there. Not going to be able to pull that off going into turn number 2 and 3. 8 times the 610.
Whoa,
Curious out there.
Big aggressive move right there for the 629 of Alex Dalbon Sr. He sent it down the inside on James Perkins and was so far wide he lost the spot to Eli Yanko. And up front, with a lap and a half to go, Ruben Caceres Jr. to the inside on Perkins. Mike Valente trying to get there. Still there.
Wow.
Into 9. As they come out of it, Perkins was able to close the door shut on him. So now it's Caceres Jr., Perkins, and Valente headed to turn number 10. With that little wet spot on the front stretch, Mike Valente back to P3.
I would certainly say that Ruben Caceres is having a great time.
Oh, he's having a blast.
He's having a blast. He's now out in front. He's got Jed Perkins back behind him, Mike Valente back behind Jed. Laps winding down, picking up the white flag. One more trip around the OKC layout here.
And this is all again for the top starting position in the main event tomorrow. Final lap underway for Briggs Sr. Where do your Briggs Masters stack up? Well, they're fighting for second right now, back behind the leaders in Briggs Sr. Here is James Perkins defending as Jed Perkins found a hole on the inside of Ruben Caceres Jr. Following both battles here. Tough to keep an eye on both. Back and forth we go again out of turn 6. Perkins has the inside lane, and it's a reverse of the lap before. Caceres drops to second, and Perkins takes over the lead. Final time to turn 9. And look at this battle in Briggs Masters. All behind Ruben Cherez, who's gotten out in front and to the lead. Down the backstretch, Briggs Sr. for the lead in the win. Caceres gets by. Mike Valente is by. Perkins back to third. What a battle here, Ron John.
Mike looking at maybe an opportunity to try to make a pass here on Caceres.
Crossover will be the
Looks
only
like
thing
he was
he's
looking
got.
for a crossover too.
He's going to get it.
He's got a good run.
Yeah, it's going to be close across the line. Can Perkins pick a pusher? Here he comes. Here he'll go to the outside, inside. Bam! Caceres. And Perkins uses the toe off Caceres to get second. So Valente ends third. Across into the final sector here. Ruben Cherez is safe out in front. James Perkins is looking to go second. Third to Eli Yanko across the line as well. Ruben Cherez.
Bam!
Wins the Briggs Masters division of the pre-final. All 10 laps completed, so let's take you back through the order once again. Ruben Caceres Jr. showed up today.
Yes, he
Old
did.
tires. To make things fair, took his tires from Pompano Beach. Round 1, used set. And he takes it to the checkered flag and to the win here in the pre-final over Jed Perkins in second, Mike Valente in third, Alexander Dalbon fourth, Nicholas Villanueva fifth, Greg Campos and Matt Walsh sixth and seventh. Ruben Cherez wins the Briggs Masters pre-final over James Perkins, Eli Yanko, Alex Dalbon, Barry Gilson, and Jason Abrams, Marcelo Campos, Chris Williams, and Ryan Molina.
So once again, put another one of our groups in the bank as we wrap up our Seniors and Masters L206, brought to you by Briggs & Stratton. Congratulations to Ruben Cherez for his victory there, and also for Ruben Cherez for his victory as well. What would be the likelihood that we would have two Ruben winners at the same time?
Two Ruben winners there, and it came down to the final lap to
Sure
be
did.
decided, so I don't know what the odds are there, but it's probably not much better than picking out the winner of this next group. Mini Rock, 10 laps here set for their pre-final, just like the 206s, and it could be anybody because we've had so many different kids with the pace to lead, the pace to win, all in different scenarios and different conditions. Now they're going to get the chance to go out here, the Mini Rock class, presented by Speed Lab Racing Engines. They're going to be wrapped up our Briggs & Stratton 206 Seniors, 206 Masters, so the Mini Rocks on the grid, engines just about fired. I don't believe we had any DNF, so we should be good to go straight into them and send them onto the circuit here in a few moments. And Ron John, I know you love the Mini Rocks. You love seeing the racing they
all
put
the time.
on.
These kids always are so impressive, and you know, you've got Oliver Weldon up there going to be on the pole, Max Christie, somebody that's all of a sudden starting to raise up here in the group, Isaac Malquick going to run off in third, Sarah Bradley up there, Asher Ockstein. Got a whole bunch of young folks. Salvador Della Vecchia just a little bit further down the list here.
And we've got a lot of kind of names shuffled all around. Carson Weinberg, name to watch. He's going to start dead last on the Speed Concepts Racing CRG, so he's got a long way to go forward. Kai Johnson, middle of the pack here, where he's going to line, so he's got some work to do as well. Keelan Harvick outside the top 10, and we've got a couple spun over here on the outlap, and that turn 10 spot, just that whole straightaway, everyone trying to aggressively put heat in the tires has become a trouble spot for everybody.
It certainly has.
Here this week.
Again, we'll allow them to go back around. Hopefully get ourselves a start here. They'll go 10 laps, pre-final. Our Mini Rockers brought to you by Speed Lab Racing.
10 laps here for the Mini Rocks. They'll make their way over to the sweeper right by us and begin to form. Oliver Weldon and Max Christie. Christie looking to rebound after some bad lucks, kind of taking him out of contention in the last few major nationals he's competed in. Isaac Malkin and Sarah Bradley again, road 2. Asher Ockstein and Ty Fisher both have been solid. Fisher bore the 103 for Speed Concepts. Ockstein on the Super Tune USA Tony Kart. Ockstein won the first 2 heat races on the weekend. Martin Ramirez has been driving his way up the field every single session. He lines up inside the top 10 alongside De La Vecchia, who still managed to improve his starting spot from qualifying even with a DNF in heat number 1. So that was impressive here for Salvador. Then David Ramirez, Fianchi, Jacobo Vega, Devin Waltz, and Gianni Matteo Russo, I believe, should be your top 15 if I did not miscount. But we'll have the live leaderboard coming once we get underway for the 30-driver Mini Rock division presented by Speed Lab Racing Engines. Here they come into the infield chicane. Look how nice
Looking
they
good.
are. Formed up. Christie. Well, Weldon, I shouldn't say nice there. I think they all kind of stacked up and actually got 3 wide for a second, so spoke too soon. Now it looks like it's good, and Weldon's got them out of nice and slow crawl on the 104. So group number 4 of 11 on the track now here. ROK Master Shifter coming up next. Here they come into the lanes. Weldon's hand goes in the air. He wants to let them know, hey guys, keep it down. Let's keep it nice and slow. 10 laps on the board. Do we get the green flag on the first time? We do. Green flag. Weldon takes it Christie high, and Christie gets shuffled a little ways on the outside lane. He'll lose about 3 spots, slots into 4th or 5th as Weldon takes Malkut, and right behind Isaac Malkut into turn number 1 will be Asher Rockstein, and then Sarah Bradley. Good start here again for Oliver Weldon.
Great start for all the youngsters, be able to get through the first couple of turns here as they come racing down through the sweeper, turn number 7. Looks like we're going to have a change there for that second position.
Rockstein able to get by on Isaac Malkut.
Boy, Asher's taking no time to get up there.
Quickly carving forward for the 5th spot up into 2nd. Here he comes to the bumper of Oliver Weldon. He wants the lead. You're right, wasting no time. New leader, Asher Rockstein takes over the point in turn number 10. Oliver Weldon back to 2nd. And through the infield S's here, Weldon clobbering the curbing of the JC Karting Lando Norris Kart. He pulls up to the Super Team USA Tony Kart's rear bumper, gives him a little push down the straight, and Asher Rockstein will lead lap 1 of 10. 9 to go here in Orlando. A little bit sideways for Rockstein through 1 and 2, over through 3. Here they come to turns 4 and 5. Malkut not going to go on Weldon. Everybody in the top 5 stays hooked up in single file. Here's your update on a few drivers coming forward. Carson Weinberg at the end of the first lap, up 7 spots to 25th out of the 32. Kai Johnson up a couple as well. He's moved forward.
Looks like he was up 3, yeah.
So there's some of your big movers. Marco Romero up 6 spots to 23rd. Down the backstretch here, still single file for the lead group. Rockstein leading the first group of 5, then it's Salvador de la Vecchia and his group of 3 with Ty Fisher and Devin Waltz.
I'd imagine that Salvador would like to get together with a couple of drivers and push their way up there towards the front.
Well, he's going to get some help now.
He's definitely getting some help.
Passes Sarah Bradley. That'll back them up to the front of De La Vecchia's group, and that'll kind of connect this entire train down to what looks to be about 9th place on the racetrack. Arguably 10th and 11th, but at least down to 9th here for the top group. So down to Devin Waltz, only 2 seconds from Asher Rockstein to the end of the 9-car train.
9-car train. Already up in a couple of laps, working lap number 3 of 10. Asher Rockstein out there in front, the 194. Oliver Weldon still hanging firmly onto that 2nd position with Isaac Malkut right there behind him. Take a look as they come racing down the backstretch, heading towards turn number 10. Looks like we might have a change for the lead. It looks like it's going to be Oliver Weldon. Got around Asher Rockstein. Repaid him the favor there coming out of turn number 10 through the S's.
Very nicely done here by Weldon. So he'll lead his first lap of the pre-final on lap number 3. Oliver Weldon takes him down to turn number 1. They've been battling a little bit here with De La Vecchia and Bradley. That's allowed the top 4 to get separated. And now Rockstein with a mistake in 1 and 2. Nearly loses 2nd. Malkut cuts him a break. And Oliver Weldon's lead opens up through turn number 5 by 2 car lengths.
He did slide way high there coming through 1. Heading into 2, able to kind of hang on though. Didn't allow Oliver to actually get away too far.
And again, you'll see a lot of that where, guys are missing corners kind of out of nowhere because there still are the damp parts on the racetrack, especially turn 1, especially here turn number 10. It's still so cold and so windy, it's allowing the water to kind of at least keep the track surface a little bit less grippy and keep some of those wet spots around. If the sun was beating down on an 85-degree day, that would already be gone, but it's not. So we're still seeing quite a bit of wet patches around the circuit as Max Christie makes a pass on Malkut for 3rd. Here comes De La Vecchia in the 5th position, looking for 4th. 4 complete, 6 to go here in the Mini ROK Pre Final.
Kai Johnson continues to move up. Kai up 6 positions now in the 10th spot, dropping Sarah Bradley. Sarah's been up back now into 9th. Martha Ramirez now in the 8th spot. Devin Walls up 5 spots in the 131. Right now sitting in the 7th spot. Good run so far for Devin. 4 laps in the bank. Working lap number 5. They'll come around and pick up the halfway flags. But look at this big group as they go racing down the backstretch turn number 10. Nobody looks to the inside this time. Everybody going to remain nose to tail. Our top 5. And you look right back behind them, just a little bit of a gap there. I believe that's back to Ty Fisher.
Oh, new change for second. Max Christie picks up another one. The PSL karting VLR driver got by Asher Rockstein. Now he's going for the lead. Here he comes. New leader. Max Christie from Georgia takes the lead over Asher Rockstein coming with him. Oliver Weldon just recently relocated to Miami. He's moved away from that kid Rockstein, who is living in South Florida as well and lives, I believe, over in St. Petersburg, Florida, if I'm not mistaken. And all that shuffling back and forth all together. Christie, a good crossover. Rockstein got tripped up. Weldon got hurt the most. He fell back to 4th. De La Vecchia to 3rd. And it's the 139 PSL VLR machine leading the way down the backstretch.
Good passes there towards the inside. Looked like we're going to have another one there going into turn number 10. Looked like that was the 116 getting back around. Is that Malquit?
Yeah, that was Malquit coming by on Oliver Weldon. He brought Devin Waltz with him, and he brought Ty Fisher, I believe, as well. So, Malquit going by on De La Vecchia. Sorry, okay. De La Vecchia getting past. Malquit going through to 3rd, bringing Waltz, bringing Fisher, and Weldon drops back. De La Vecchia dropped back as well. Into turn number 5. Christie and Rockstein with a little bit of separation back to Isaac Malka in the 3rd spot as they head through 5 over to turn number 6.
Still, he's right there, not too far away. Right there off the back bumper as they come through the sweeper. Turn number 7 here. Up and over the bumps through turns number 8 and 9. And again, they'll turn to come back down this backstretch. Long run here down to turn number 10. All the guys kind of taking a peek over their shoulder. Looked like somebody perhaps was going to dive bomb to the inside. Yes, that is.
Oh, contact. Devin Waltz together with Sarah Bradley. They get unhooked, and they both are going to lose a lot of ground. I think Waltz stalled the car. So the 131 tries to refire, and a slow refire for Devin Waltz, and he's going to fall all the way to the tail end of the group. Heavy contact over in turn number 10. And unfortunate for Sarah Bradley and Waltz, they both had a great run going inside the top 10 comfortably. So back up front, Max Christie, Asher Rockstein with 2.5 laps to go. Have still a healthy margin back to Isaac Malkut and crew. Then Salvador De La Vecchia behind them in the 4th spot. He's battling with the likes of Ty Fisher. I think Fisher's gone by him for P4. He has moved Ty Fisher up 1 spot higher inside the top 5. De La Vecchia gets it back there at the top of your screen there into 9. Here's Oliver Weldon looking for Fisher's spot for 5th. He'll get by, I believe, into turn 10. And he's going to bring Martin Ramirez with him. So Martin moves up another spot. And at the end of that group, well, it's Kai Johnson. He's up 8 spots.
Yes.
No big deal. Another big mover again. Carson Weinberg, 19 spots gained so far. Marco Romero up 14. 2 to go. Johnson trying to work on Weldon. Weldon taking a look over the shoulder. He started on the front row, and Oliver's probably like, where did you come from? Great battle here. Again, Fisher under pressure from Ramirez. Ramirez goes by. Weldon still holding Johnson at bay for the moment. Great battle here. This is for 5th on the racetrack, 5th and 6th as your leaders go through the sweeper. Max Christie, what a turnaround this weekend has been.
Certainly has been.
He's been on kind of a struggle for the last 6 months or so. It just seemed to be nothing clicking right. Couldn't get the weekend with all pieces together. Good driving, good luck, a good engine, a good chassis setup. And finally, he is leading here at the Florida Winter Tour in the Mini ROK class, back to the form that he believed that he could be at, and it's looking good for the 139. 1 lap to go, himself versus Asher Rockstein, who drops a tire in turn 14. Not close enough to challenge, and Rockstein looked back, both to gauge the gap and see if maybe he could get a little bit of help, because there's been kind of a bubble between the pair. Christie will defend now, though. That'll bring them close bumper to bumper and put it on Augstein's hands to get by. Now Augstein won heat number 1 with a little bump and run on Kai Johnson, and I can't remember if the penalty went through or not, or if there was anything called. We'll see what he does and how crafty he can get to get by the Burrell our driver. So Georgia versus Florida, Burrell versus Tony Kart. Augstein dive bombed it, went a little bit wide, good crossover by Christie. Here they come down the straightaway. Little contact, side by side to 10. Christie's just got to hold it on the inside. He does. Augstein tucks back in. Augstein looking for a way to 11. Can't get him on the inside there. He leaves the door wide open though. Christie opened it up, and Asher Augstein takes advantage, and for the second time this weekend, pulls off a move in turn 13 and win the pre-final.
Wow. What a great move there. Wasn't sure he was going to be able to quite pull it off, but no problem at all.
Wow, so Max Christie defended perfectly everywhere, except he left the door wide open in the final corner. Augstein gets by. Christie still a great job in second. Isaac Malkin finishes third. Ty Fisher rounds the top 5 in 5th. Then it's Oliver Weldon. Kai Johnson up 9 spots to 7th. Martin Ramirez ends 8th. Keelan Harvick into the top 10 in the Harvick Racing 162, gets to 9th. Jacobo Vega in 10th. And again, 19 spots gained for Carson Weinberg to 13th. 13 spots gained for Marco Romero to 15th. And 7 gained for Max Weiland from the back to 17th. We're going to take a commercial break here. When we come back, it is time to go Master Shifter ROK Racing here live from Orlando.
As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Their way out onto the racetrack here. Group number 5 of 11 for the pre-finals onto the circuit. The sun's still shining for now, but it is starting to work its way closer and closer towards the horizon here. We were set to run and wrap, I believe, at about 5:45 p.m. Eastern. We're going to run a little bit longer than that, which means more racing coming your way here to the viewers tuned in later into the night. Again, we were set to be wrapped around 5:45 p.m. with the Pro ROK Shifter pre-final. They're not going to be due up probably for about another hour and a half. I think we'll end around 7 to 7:15 p.m. tonight. Master Shifter ROK on the circuit now, group number 5. Jordan Musser's been dominant. He's who we expect here again to be dominant still on every condition so far. He's been good. The only condition he struggled in the wet, where Rene Martinelli was able to best him. But beyond that, he's been flawless here this weekend, flawless all season. And the track is back close to dry, so we'll see if that dominance comes back out here in the pre-final run, John. I would not be surprised if we saw it.
It would not surprise me, certainly, after watching Jordan over the last several years here at the Florida Winter Tour. But I do have to give it up to Jordan. He's just so consistent. We'll have to keep an eye on him as our Master Shifters get ready to go racing here. Brought to you by PSL Karting. Looks like they're going to send them back around one more time. We've had a Kart stall here.
Yeah, so no
Going to try and get that car back underway.
So again, standard policy here for the shifter classes, if you do end up stalling, but you're able to signify to the head flagman that your cart is stalled, from a safety perspective, they'll obviously want to clear any obstacles away, but now you've got to go to the tail end of the field. So I'm not sure who was the driver that stalled, but you can see them slowly moving, haven't gotten refired, and the field will leave that box empty. So nobody gets to start even a bit better, but one guy's going to have an empty box in front of them when we get back around to the tram lines. Jordan Musser and Patrick Otto Madsen make up the front row here for today's pre-final. Renee Martinelli and Cole Matthews in row 2, Mundi Lawyer and Nico Ronde, row 3. Daniel Debos, who's had an up and down run through the heats, rolls off on the inside of row 4. Then it's Hernando Sanchez and Juan Unagaro. Farshad Bagari and Vicky Bryan, then the next row, followed by Luis Gautier and Mort Van Tak. Hugh Templeman and Marciano Santos make up the following group. It's Zoli Sewell and Francesco Vassallo, and then it's Joseph Catania and Corey Matthews. One of the biggest ROK Shifter Master fields. Again, they've had a great field of 20 plus at St. Petersburg. Good field here, right about 20 in Orlando. A class that's just slowly starting to grow and get a few more entries race to race to try and challenge, well, that bright white and red machine on the inside of the front row, Jordan Musser. We'll see if anyone can bring it to him. It's cold, it's windy, but it's mostly dry. I'd say about, well, 95%, Ron John.
At least 95%, certainly.
That 5% can definitely be a little bit tricky, though, here in turn number 1. Let's see how they pan out on the start. Again, Jordan Musser looking for the green. We'll get it. 12 laps the distance here for ROK Shifter Master. Oh! Heavy contact for the teammates that get together. Cole Matthewson went to the outside. Patrick Otto Madsen in the middle. And you can tell they are frustrated as the ANSA Motorsports drivers come together here and slam the outside wall off the start. Martinelli went to the bottom, and it's just kind of a madhouse, a mad dash. You're just trying to avoid everybody. Matthewson went around the outside, and I don't think anyone really could have done too much different. That was just wrong place, wrong time for a number of cars. As they go to turn number 10, Patrick Otto Madsen trying to just get his helmet off as fast as he can. I think he's ready to get back to the hotel here in Mustard.
I would imagine so.
Well, let's see. Martinelli looks pretty good. He might have found a little more pace. Pretty good coming into the infield chicane. One lap complete.
Patrick Otto Madsen he's kind of pointing the finger at him.
Yeah, it's on Martinelli. So
looks
obviously
like
he
Renee,
thinks, he thinks Renee was the one at fault for it. So a little wag of the finger there. But nonetheless, Martinelli going to work here on Jordan Musser as they come out of turn number 6.
Jordan normally had about a 0.3 of a second lead that first lap as he comes back through. Now it's coming through turn number 9 and onto the backstretch once again. Renee Martinelli right there, though. Renee picked up just a little bit. First time actually to see somebody this close after a couple of laps for Jordan Musser. Although he has definitely been the class of the field. Renee Martinelli trying to give him everything he has, and still, I'm looking down there, I'm still seeing Patrick Otto Madsen.
Yeah, Patrick Otto Madsen.
Not too happy.
All the way down there in turn number 1. One kid who is pretty happy, though, is a kid who's won himself a heat race and has just won the pre-final here in Mini ROK. Asher Rockstein has caught up with Kendall Hedge. Let's send it over to Kendall.
I'm here with Asher Rockstein, the winner of ROK Mini Pre Final. How do you feel right now?
I feel really happy that I get to start on the inside for the final.
Can you tell me about that last lap when you passed Max?
I was just trying to find an opportunity to get by him. I saw he didn't block in the last corner, so I just passed him.
Do you have anybody you want to thank for today?
I like to thank my Super Tune, my family, and Brian.
Well, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, again, that was Asher Rockstein here with a heck of a performance on the final lap to be able to get by Max Christie and take the pre-final win. So thanks for that, Kendall, here. And like you said, he was just looking for a way by, found a hole, was able to make it stick. Nonetheless, fantastic run here. We'll go side by side still once again. We've got the other half of that great last lap battle in Mini ROK. caught up with Jenna. She's got Max Christie over with her. Let's send it over to her.
I'm here with Max Christea, who led most of the pre-final, but then something happened. Can you walk us through that?
I didn't block enough, and when you don't block, and the other guy just sees the opportunity, he takes it, and that's one of the mistakes I made a lot, but now I learned from it.
Yeah, you definitely learned from your mistakes, and you put it in a really good way. How has the rest of your weekend been? Have you been successful?
Yes, my qualifying was bad, my practice was a little better, and my heats were, I progressed every heat.
Yeah. That's awesome that you're progressing every heat. What are you hoping for going into the final tomorrow?
I hope to get a good start and to pull away with Asher and just battle with him on the last lap.
You guys can definitely work together to pull away from that field. Who's been helping you out in the go-kart this weekend? Who do you want to thank?
I want to thank Chris, Kevin, the PSL team, my mom, my dad, my sister for being here, and everybody in the PSL team.
Great, thank you so much, Max. Good luck tomorrow.
Big thanks here to Max Christie for joining us and being such a good sport. He's like, hey man, you learn from your mistakes and just kind of left the door open. I didn't block. I should have blocked there. It was unfortunate, but nonetheless, a good performance here by Max. We've got our ROK Master shifter drivers still digging. Rennie Martinelli keeping Jordan Musser honest. Last time by, 200s faster. So he's applying the pressure, and we're seeing the closest thing to a battle in the dry conditions we've seen almost all season here for them.
Without a doubt, it is very, very cool to see somebody actually up there battling with Jordan in the dry. And Renee Martinelli, of course, we'll have to keep an eye out on after the race to find out what had happened there going into turn number 1. I know that Patrick Otto Madsen obviously was not too excited about it. And we'll just have to wait and see if things shake out towards the end of the race here. They're just now picking up the halfway flags. Halfway home here for our Master Shifters, brought to you by PSL Karting. Putting in 12 laps here in our pre-final for the 2022 Florida Winter Tour. Round number 3 well underway. It's pre-final time. Getting us all set up for Championship Sunday.
Yeah, 6 laps in, 6 to go here in the ROK Master Shifter class presented by PSL Karting. Jordan Musser's lead. Half a second back to that guy, Renee Martinelli. Then it goes to Daniel Debos, who's only about a second and a half back. So pretty tight for the top 3. Tighter than it's been most of this season and most of this weekend. Again, Martinelli was impressive in the rain. He's impressive right now here in the mostly dry conditions with just a couple wet patches here and there in a cold racetrack that they're digging on. 5 laps to go, 7 complete here for ROK Master Shifter. Senior ROK's coming up next here. Again, we'll send it on down to them shortly. We've been talking with a lot of the Senior ROK drivers, and we've seen some great races out of the Senior ROK class. Mateus Morgado, Jack Jeffers, Cameron Weinberg, and of course the winner in the challenging and slippery conditions earlier today, Marion Kremers in the final heat, who should be lining up, I believe, on the pole, if not at least on the front row for their pre-final coming up next. So ROK Pro Seniors up next here. ROK Master Shifter currently on the racetrack and headed out of turn number 10.
And still look out there and see that it's Jordan Musser coming through the S's right there, slamming those curves as he came through, heading through turn number 13, and once again down the front stretch here, back by the start-finish line, putting lap number 8 in the bank.
Yeah, 8 laps in, 4 to go. Musser's lead started to open up now. It seems as though Martinelli's lost a bit of pace. Daniel Debos, big mistake that time by, especially in the final sector. He lost some ground, 4/10 to be exact. So he's now about 2 seconds away, 2.5 away from the lead. Martinelli fading backwards. So Musser, whether it's endurance or just being able to not make too many mistakes, he's keeping a healthy gap and building on it. Although I think there was a little mistake right as I mentioned that coming out of turn number 9. That front end kind of jumped a little bit as he got it into gear, and I think Martinelli climbing over the curves is going to close back up here in the final part of the racetrack.
Renee, without a doubt, has given it everything he has to try to get up there to Jordan. Jordan, again, I think it's just that consistency. those lap after lap consistency that Jordan manages to do. Jordan now just coming through turns number 5 and 6. Now through 6, so come up to 7. We call it the sweeper right here. You can see he's got about a 10 to 15 cart. Well, I say that it looks like more of like about 5 carts after that.
Yeah, it closes up
Definitely
here.
is closed up.
Yeah, but it kind of rubber bands. I mean, by the time they get back to the start-finish line, it's back up to 7 or 8 tenths of a second. So without a major improvement here, Rene Martinelli just may not have enough here in the pre-final. But he's close. Again, something good to build on here as they come to 2 laps to go. To know, like, all right, you know, we're getting there. We're almost at the level of pace that we need to be able to challenge the current points leader and the driver trying to lock up the championship here today with a pre-final win, which I think he should mathematically clinch it just by winning this pre-final no matter what happens in tomorrow's main event. But for Jordan Musser, obviously this comes out of it thinking, wow, I got guys a little bit closer to me than where they have been. Field's starting to catch up.
It's making him feel like he's got to do some racing.
Yeah.
Right? Got to get out there.
He's got to keep the wheels fresh. Although again, you know, he came back, you know, cold turkey to St. Pete and dominated. So if anything, I don't know what you could attribute it to. It helps, of course, Rene Martinelli. You can see he's got a garage here. He lives here in Central Florida. He got a lot of laps at Orlando Kart Center. We were at 2 temporary racetracks, so nobody could try and get an edge up on the multi-time national champ and former pro shifter driver Jordan Musser at those temp tracks. I mean, no one could get hometown advantage, put double the laps in that Jordan has at a circuit. In this case, Martinelli can. He can go and pound more laps at Orlando than Jordan can, learn a little more setup-wise, and kind of have that leg up for when Musser comes to town. And I think you're seeing a little bit of that here, but also it's hard to say that because, you know, Martinelli has closed the gap as the weekend's gone on as well.
Yes, he has.
So in either case, it hopefully it gives us some hope for tomorrow to have a good battle and more than just a whole shot challenge, because Jordan Musser has made it just that.
It has, exactly. It has been just that. If Jordan gets you on the whole shot,
you're done.
You're done.
It's over.
It's pretty much the way it has absolutely been for Jordan. Just so quick off the line.
Yeah, he's been
getting some great starts.
And he's been having some great finishes too. Here comes another pre-final winner, Jordan Musser. Bam! In your PSL karting ROK Master Shifter class. Again, second to Rene Martinelli. Third across the line to D-Bose. Fourth,
good run for Daniel.
Lawyer. Juan Unagaro, fifth. Across the line, side by side, Nico Ronde holds off Morn Van Tak, who picks up 6 positions to finish 7th. Vicky Bryan 8th. Farshad Bagheri 9th, and Hugh Templeman rounds the top 10. 12-lap pre-final done for ROK Master Shifter. 12-lap pre-final set for Pro ROK Senior coming up next. So we'll take another commercial break here. Again, you're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. Stick with us, folks. More racing is coming your way.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
So here we are, live from Orlando Kart Center for the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour. We just wrapped up PSL karting. ROK Master Shifter, Pro ROK Senior coming up next year. Marian Kremers and Mateus Morgado will start on the front row. Patrick Woods-Toth and the Prime Power Team Burrell Art's been kind of a quiet top 5 contender, looking to be challenging for a little bit higher here. He rolls off 3rd. Jeremy Fletcher and the Gary Willis Racing Tony Kart rolls off P4. Then it's Jack Jeffers to the inside of row number 3 alongside Gianluca Savaglio. Guilherme Dovale and Blake Nash make up row 5. Then it's going to be row 4. Then it's Justin White and Laurent Legault. Cameron Weinberg rolls off outside the top 10 after a couple of good heats and one bad one. He will still have a pretty good spot as he starts on the lower half of the teens. As always, keep an eye on Diego Ramos. It looks like it's got him lined here at the back of the grid for whatever reason, so I don't know if that last heat race got a penalty or what, but for Diego Ramos, or maybe he still ended up with the most points after 2 DNFs and a mid-teens result in the last heat, because he drove it all the way up to 9th on the wet tires, but Ramos is lined in last, so Diego Ramos will be a driver to watch in the 313 REM Cosmic. We'll try and keep the camera on him when we can. However, the action up front has just been unbelievable all year long, or all weekend long here for ROK Senior. Up in the first 2 rounds, it was all Mateus Morgado with a little bit of flair and a little bit of battling here and there. But for Heat 2 yesterday and then into Heat 3 today, we've seen some good battles. We've seen a lot of shuffling for the lead, and I think we'll see more of that here in this pre-final because Kremers had the pace in the rain, in the slippery conditions. Morgado was decent, and in the regular dry conditions, you found Morgado a little bit quicker. So for both of them right now, this is kind of a happy medium. It's still cold, it's still slippery, there's a little bit of wet spots, but it's mostly dry.
All right, waiting for our REM Senior Rockers. Getting ready to come around, looking pretty good as they form up. They're going to head towards the start-finish. Head into the tram lines.
Here we go.
Going to go 12 laps here, pre-final.
Pre-final underway now. Pro ROK Senior on the gas and green to turn 1. We have one driver back behind them that's stalled, but everyone else is into the first 2 corners, and they're going to make it out of turn 2 into 3, side by side, 2 and 3 abreast. Who gets tagged? A couple drivers through the puddle. Oh, and around goes Kremers in front of the field, and it's a big one. Everybody piles in. Patrick Woods-Toth gets gifted a massive lead, and Marian Kremers turned in front with Morgado collected as well. Wow. And they're battling still. 2 and 3 wide here for 2nd and 3rd. It's Woods-Toth over Fletcher. Blake Nash's group was 3 wide there. Nash side by side with, I believe, one of the other OTK machines. Where has everyone ended up? Again, Kremers got hit a couple times there. Jeffers finds himself back. Morgado's still in the top 10. Diego Contecha got sent backwards. I think Kremers got the worst of it. Got one pulling off over here. That's the 399, one of the Ali brothers. That'll be Gianluca Savaglio, sorry, over the 399. My apologies, Savaglio was off there. So let's go and find the leader here. So Patrick Woods-Toth Don't know how he made it through that one, but
another card
big
off
time
right there, the
controversy. Yeah,
399.
we called
Yep.
Savaglio. Yep,
Okay.
Savaglio out. But Woods Toth out with the big lead over Jeremy Fletcher, Nolan Bauer, Evan Hagberg, then Blake Nash. Then we find Adam Ali, then Justin White. Kremers, there he is, just ahead of Jack Jeffers. So Marian Kremers trying to go back forward.
Got a lot of work to do, but somebody that has been working already is going to be Diego Ramos. We were talking about he had started to the back. He's already up 15 positions.
Right. You look
First
at,
couple of laps.
You look at that, Mateus Morgado.
That is not a good
Marian
spot for him to be
Kremers,
standing there.
11th and 13th. Ramos was 14th at the line, so he's right there to these guys now. So Diego Ramos able to get up to the guys he was battling throughout all the qualifying for the pole. At least just about everybody. Patrick Woods Toth, of course, still well out in front. But Jeremy Fletcher, a little bit quicker than him as of last time by. And it's all going to be on the GWR Tony Kart driver to see if the rookie can run down a kid who made his name well known as a rookie here in the U.S. As Morgado with another nice pass. He picks off a 335. Or 336, sorry, of Justin White. So he gets by Justin White, now closing up to Adam Ali. Morgado back to 7th. Kremers, I think, is into the top 10 now as well. Jeffers is up a couple spots. He's to 10th. Ramos is 11th. So Kremers, Jeffers, and Ramos digging forward. Here's Morgado looking on Ali. And the points leader makes up another position. He'll get to 6th.
And Diego Ramos still continuing to move up, now up into 11th. And we look back down and see a few folks that are falling down the list there. Mateus Morgado down in 6th, although he's trying to make his way back up. Marian Kremers all the way down. I believe he's up into now 9th position. I think Marian last time was in the 13th. Now he's up to 9th.
And here he comes for another on screen to the inside of Ali. He'll take one with him. Kremers picks up another one. Jeffers kind of trapped in the traffic behind. Here comes Kremers to the bumper of Justin White. So Morgado got by Justin White a lap ago. He's already long gone down the road. Here comes Kremers to go by the 336. This will be for 6th on the racetrack, and he gets it in turn 1. So Kremers picks up another one. Morgado is 5th. He's digging up the road as Kremers leads that group. Then behind it's Mateus Oliveira in the 8th position. Kremers to 6th. Adam Ali is 9th still. Jack Jeffers 10th. I think Jeffers just got Ali. That's for 9th, so Jeffers up the order. We're watching Kremers' group come through the sweeper. Let's pick up the leaders. They're coming down the hairpin straight. Woods Toth still giving up some time. Not as much in the previous laps. Fletcher and then Nolan Bauer.
What a great run there for Nolan Bauer so far. Canadian driver now up 10 positions, sitting in that 3rd spot.
And then you can see at the edge of the frame, Blake Nash is closing, or having Mateus Morgado close up to him. Then it's Marian Kremers in the 6th spot. So it's a big turnaround for those guys to go from wrecked in turn 5 on the first lap to be digging forward here on lap number 6. Haven't even gotten to halfway yet, and they're probably going to end up back in the top 5. What an opportunity here for Patrick Woods Toth, though, to give Prime Power Team some quality airtime. The Canadian-based Burrell Ardment team, run by Trevor Wickens and his group, getting a big-time lead and a big-time gift with the way the crashes played out there in turn at number 5. Jeremy Fletcher trying to hunt them down. He was 2.5 tenths quicker last time by, 1.5 seconds back, 7 tenths back from him to Nolan Bauer, who was on pace with him. So Woods Toth not too quick at the moment, but he's at least digging. There was Ramos in the frame. He's up into 9th. 20 spots gained for Diego Ramos. He thought he needed to start in the teens to get up into the top 10. Well, it didn't matter. He started outside that, started dead last. He's still moving forward. And granted, there's been some controversy and some wild racing and wild carnage here to start this one, but he's driven his tail off to get going forward.
He allowed everybody else to do all the damage themselves, and meanwhile he took full advantage of it, moving up the list. But look at Marian Kremers continuing to move up the list as well, all the way back down to 13th, now back up into the 6th position, Morgado right ahead of him in 5th.
Up and down race here from Morgado and Kremers. Again, that's your front row. Kremers on the pole. Turn 5 gets spun. Morgado gets collected. They get back going midway through the pack and drive forward. Here's Nolan Bauer. who is also, again, big opportunity to get some airtime and get up front.
Yep.
P3 behind this guy, Patrick Woods-Toth. Behind Patrick Woods-Toth, of course, Jeremy Fletcher, who's been dominant, or at least a dominant figure in the VLR senior class all season and has been up front battling with Gia Cicero and Cedric Lupien this week. He splits up the two Canadians with Bauer making a long trip down in his own independent operation, Nolan Bauer Motorsports. Then there's Blake Nash in the Nash Motorsports EOS Kart, the California kid. He's right now going to come under pressure from Mateus Morgado, and that is a very intimidating black and orange number 362 to see when you turn around, knowing how fast that guy is.
I bet it is. Well, you know one thing, he's coming to get you. He's coming after you, and he'll be there real soon. But Blake Nash working his tail end off, trying to work his way up there as well. Perhaps they can get up there and catch on to the back end of Nolan Bauer as the laps work down. Still got 4 laps to go.
Yeah, Blake Nash was, to be fair, again, like you said, he's trying to get there. He was 1/10 to 2/10 quicker than the top 3 last time by. However, Morgado still was 1/2 quicker, and Kremers even 200s faster than that. I don't know how any of those guys don't have any damage to the cars, or if they do, how they're able to go as fast as they are right now. Kremers was quickest again in Sector 1. The PSL karting driver digging hard to try and get up to Morgado's bumper. So he's closing big time here as Nolan Bauer works through turn number 10. You can see the gap behind the top 3. 4th, 5th, and 6th all coming together. Here they come into the infield. Nash, Morgado, there's Kremers closing in as they come down to turn number 1. Again, there goes Bauer on through. Here comes Nash, here comes Morgado, here comes Kremers, and Diego Ramos now up into 8th. Jack Jeffers into 7th. Ramos about 6/10 back, and we got problems for another driver up front. Not sure who we just had on our screen there. We just missed it.
Still got that battle going on right there between Nash and Morgado, as Morgado is definitely making up that ground.
That was a driver a little bit further back, sorry, that we had a problem there inside the top 10. All the while, though, 2 laps to go coming this time by for Patrick Woods-Toth. Jeremy Fletcher, 1.2 seconds back, been chipping off 1/10 every lap. Blake Nash, again, keeping the pace up here. He's been really, really solid here as Marian Kremers goes purple. The previous lap goes quickest on track again last time by, just digging hard in the PSL Burrell Art. First session all year, we've really seen someone significantly faster lap after lap than Mateus Morgado. In the dry, anyway.
Right, exactly.
So good news
and
here.
Mateus he's grinding. I know he's trying desperately to get out there back, catch up there to Blake Nash. Not so sure he's going to have quite enough time to get there, but you never know.
Yeah, Nash again turning
Still
it up.
a couple of laps to go.
He opened the gap, actually. Blake Nash pulled away
Did he
by
pull a
1/2
bit?
10th. Last time by as Woods-Toth makes a little bobble out of 10. Takes a look over the shoulder. He should be okay. White flag coming. Jeremy Fletcher trying to dig, trying to get there. Still a second back. Woods-Toth knows he's just got to cruise here to the end. He's been in this position many times before. Multiple-time U.S. front runner. Nearly has won here in the U.S. a couple of times. It scored him the opportunity to go and drive for Prime Power Team up in Canada for the last few seasons. He's won a number of Canadian national level events, and now back to the Florida Winter Tour after missing out on the opening 2 rounds. Patrick Woods-Toth with a half lap to go is looking to start on the pole for tomorrow's main event in Pro ROK Senior.
Looking good as he turns now up through turn number 9, heading down the back stretch. Takes a quick look over his shoulder, knows that Jeremy's back there, but not anywhere close enough to make a move on him. Good turn there coming out of turn number 10. Jeremy got a good run out of there as well. Again, look at him pound those curves as they come through the S's. Now through turns 12 and 13.
And across the line, Patrick Woods-Toth wins the ROK Senior Pre Final. Bam! Fletcher just comes up short at the end. Second, Nolan Bauer third. Blake Nash, impressive showing of pace, ends up 4th. Morgado rebounds to 5th. Kremers 6th. Jeffers 7th. Ramos up 21 positions to 8th. Cameron Weinberg rebounds back up the order as well to 9th. Justin White rounds out the top 10. An up and down pre-final, to say the least, Ron John.
To say the least is right. What a crazy start we had here for our seniors. Don't know exactly what happened there, but it did look, just based on recall real quick here, it looked like Marian had cut down to the inside there, and as he did, it looked like somebody just caught the back end of that bumper there and spun him around, which put him right in the middle of everyone.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, a massive swarm, and there were already 3 and 4 abreast going down into turn number 5. Not much anybody could do there. Good recovery by all. I don't think anyone really got penalized all too much, besides guys not getting to make forward progress. But an entertaining drive nonetheless here for Kremers and Morgado to be watching them carve their way back to the field here in the Racing Edge Motorsports Senior ROK division. So lots to digest out of that one, lots to talk to, and of course Patrick Woods-Toth comes away with a pre-final victory here in Pro Senior ROK. We've got Master ROK up next, the 125cc single speed class rolling here at Orlando. We will take another commercial break and come back with more action here at Orlando Kart Center.
Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Are you looking to up your web presence and digital footprint? Here at Novice Web, we help businesses elevate their value through custom software development, responsive website design, e-commerce, and AL/ML services. Our customer-focused engineers have over 10 years of experience. Let Novice Web design your first online impression. Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket ROK shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.
Cup USA Florida Winter Tour rolls on here into sunset. We've still got 5 more pre-finals coming your way. ROK Master, presented by Orsolon Racing, next up. And let's take a look at what our starting lineup is shaping up to be. Danilo Romalo is going to be lining up on the pole position. Alongside him, Renato David. Row 2 will be Danny Robertson and Antonio Pizzonia. Row 3, David LaPlante and Scott Roberts. Row 4, Mike Jones and William Isaias. Rounding the top 10, it's Rob Mayer and Adriano Pizzonia. Then it's Sylvain Colombe and Pablo Ceballos, John Stanescu, Kim Carapalati, and Scott Carapalati. 12 laps for the Master ROK Pre Final here, Ron John. I barely had lunch and I've got the hiccups right now. I don't know how that happened.
It's the cold, I'm telling you.
It's got to be something, man.
It's got to be the cold.
Everybody's a little bit chilly here with everything going on, but we are happy to be at the racetrack, and a bad day at the track is still a better day than being anywhere else. There's nowhere else anyone would rather be here that's working, that's driving, that's hanging out at the racetrack in Orlando. At least it's sunny, the rain is gone, and we're ready for some more racing action. Masters ROK style. So a really slow pace lap for Danilo Romalo. He's got them making sure they're pitching the fuel line to try and not choke out the flood the motor or flood the carburetor and then bog the engine off to start. So that's why those hands are going down by the right side and fingers pinching the fuel line. Here they come into the tram lines. Romalo, hands back onto the wheel and a good start. And everybody gets tries to get down to the bottom side. Do we all make it through? We do, through at least the first 2 corners. Turn 3's had a few casualties. So far, everybody's good. Into 3. Oh, Scotty Roberts, a little bit wild around he goes.
And somebody went around right through the rain. Water there off to the side of the track. Boy, Scotty is just absolutely having the worst luck, racing luck that you could possibly have. Romalo still out in front. Renato David right there on his back bumper as he starts to take a look to the inside. Renato does not want to waste any time, wants to get out there, get around Romalo. And that's exactly what he did going into turn number 10. I say that, it looks like Romalo's going to have,
Romalo gets
not
back,
only that, he's going to get a couple of...
Yeah, Pizzonia got on David as well. He got tripped up big time. So Danilo Romalo back to the lead here to lead lap number 1. 11 laps to go in Master ROK. Out of turns 1 and 2 here, Danilo Romalo jumps the curb in 3. Does Pizzonia stuff him down the inside? He does not. Problems for John Stanescu in the 669. The Full Tilt Racing OTK is going to be done. So 1 DNF already here in the Master ROK Pre Final as Danilo Romalo leads Antonio Pizzonia. Pizzonia closed in big time there in the infield sweeper. Here they come, and he got him. Pizzonia got by over in 9, and now David gets both of them. Here comes Isaias for second. Great battle for the lead in Master ROK. Side by side on a turn number 10. David gets a big getaway, and he'll lead them now with Isaias into second. What a battle so far for Master ROK. Let's go side by side and bring you the action. We've got Kendall Hedges caught up with Patrick Woods-Toth, your pre-final pro Senior ROK winner. Kendall?
I'm with Patrick Woods-Toth, the winner of the Senior Pre Final today. You were right up there in the mess when it happened in lap 1. What happened exactly and how'd you miss it?
I got pretty lucky at the start. There was a little bit of rubbing here and there, so just managed to slip up the inside, and from there it was a pretty clean race. Managed to stay out of trouble and rack up a few good laps and get the win.
Yeah. You got Fletcher for a pretty long time. How's the kart handling for you?
At the start of the race, it was perfect. We had a ton of grip. We fell off a little bit in the middle, but then after a few laps, we found our pace again and pulled away a little bit at the end.
So you have a pretty nice view for tomorrow in the final. What's the game plan?
Just keep our nose clean again and hopefully have a good race.
Well, thank you and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kendall. Here, Patrick Woods-Toth, of course, a big talent, and we're lucky to have him back on the North American U.S. side here racing at the Florida Winter Tour. Up front, not much change. Renato David still leads over William Isaias and then Antonio Pizzonia. So Pizzonia P3 as they all go by over to turn number 6. Working right now, lap number 4 of 12. It is 7.5 laps to go. 9.5 laps to go. Mine was 8.5 laps to go. I can't count here, Ron John. I'm going
It's cold.
It's cold. It's got me throwing all off here. You know what? Let's send it off to someone who has it all together. Jenna Tommy's caught up with Marion Kremers, and she's trying to figure out a little bit of what's going on and what happened on the start. Jenna, take it away.
Thanks. I'm here with Marion Kremers, who you started second, right? You started first? Started first, ended 6th, and finished 6th, yeah. But there was something very interesting that happened on the start with him and Mateus Morgado. It looked a little dirty. Can you explain it to us?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened, to be honest. I'm second in the championship as we stand, so I think as he sees me as the threat, even though I'm not really there in the championship, he's quite far ahead. So I knew I needed to play some games with him and tried to push him wide a little bit in turn 1, which he took offense to, I suppose, and he just plowed straight into the back of me in turn 5. I don't really see the point of that because, like I said, I'm not really in a position to threaten him for the championship. I'm just trying to do my best, and that was it. And yeah, he took offense to it, took me out, and then it was tough coming from the back. But the speed was there, the BRR was fantastic, the speed engine was really good, and I think I was 2/10 clear of the field. So yeah, we definitely have the speed tomorrow, even though we have to start 6th.
Thank you, Marn. That's all we needed from you. Appreciate it.
Thanks for Marion Kremers there, and an obviously disgruntled PSL karting VLR driver. And so there you go. As you called it, Ron John, it looked like he just kind of got tagged in the right rear going into turn number 5. And I'm sure, again, two guys that are normally good buddies off the racetrack, when you're racing hard for the win and you see your friend as the only guy you think that can challenge you here for the race win or race championship, whatever you may think for the weekend, well, things might get a little bit physical.
Certainly. Yeah, I thought perhaps that might have been exactly what had happened, is somebody just came up and just spun him around right there. Now we know the answer. That's exactly what happened. In the meantime, guess what's happening to Renato David? He's got friends. William Isaias and Antonio Pizzonia has actually gotten around Isaias. Now Antonio in the 2nd position.
Yeah, so William Isaias again losing the 2nd spot as the cross flags fly, drop into 3rd. He's still up quite a few from his starting position. It just seems like the late race pace may not be there on the International Motorsport Tony Kart, where Pizzonia seems to be kind of finding his groove as he hunts down Renato David here at Sunset. 6 laps in, 6 laps to go in the Master ROK Pre Final. 4 more races still coming your way. We've got the Micro Rockers on grid, and then it'll be time for Junior ROK, VLR Master, and Pro Shifter ROK.
Yeah, it's been an awfully long day out here for everybody as we continue to work through pre-finals here. It is the 3rd and final leg of the Florida Winter Tour for 2022. Live right here at the Orlando Karting Center in beautiful, sunshiny Florida.
Yeah, beautiful Florida here. A little bit chilly, but the racing on the track heating up quite a bit. Pizzonia to the outside of David, and David going to let him go. No pressure there from Renato, so he's going to give Pizzonia the spot and drops in line to 2nd. Not sure I fully understand the move there, but a lot of respect, obviously, between the Orsilon Racing teammates. He might think, hey, if he really is that much faster, he can go for it. We'll put the team 1-2 this way. So that's more of maybe an F1 style thinking. And, well, again, we've mentioned a few times here, Renato David was on the road to Formula 1, Pizzonia in Formula 1. So, however the way they want to look at it, David now finds himself in 2nd under pressure from Isaias and gives up the top spot to Antonio Pizzonia here in Master ROK.
And in the meantime, William Isaias is all over the back bumper of Renato David as he continues to take a look over the shoulder. I normally don't see a lot of moving around of the head of Renato, but I have noticed this last couple of laps here, he's really been taking a look over his shoulder. He knows that that's the guy. That's the guy that's really his real rival right there with William Isaias.
Yeah, again, Renato could be just thinking championship. That
right,
all he has
exactly.
to do is keep those guys behind him. So that obviously may be factoring in. Danilo Romalo, again, coming into picture. 3-way fight for 2nd. These are the 3 guys fighting for the points championship.
Yep.
You know, credit to Antonio Pizzonia if they are thinking team racing. And in that regard, in any way, he's not playing blocker. He's letting all 3 of these guys go mano y mano y mano for the championship in Florida Winter Tour. And all 3 are right at the front of the field. But credit to all of them so far. 3 laps to go this time by. Antonio Pizzonia continues to lead while the drivers behind him are single file David, Isaias, Romalo as they come out of the final turn and down the front stretch. 9 laps complete.
Antonio Bisogna is just checked out at 1.9 seconds over the second place driver, Renato Yater David. Again, it looks like we're going to have a change perhaps for that third spot. Now that's going to be Romalo getting around William Isaias. Had to kind of raise his hand as he went around. A little couple of bumps there coming through turn number 5. It's going to allow Renato Yater David to kind of stretch it out just a little bit in that second spot. Here comes Antonio Bisogna down towards turn number 9, turn 10. Make that hairpin and head back up towards the S's. They'll come through turns number 12 and 13. Back down towards the start finish once again. Working lap number 10 here. Next time by, they should be picking up the 2 to go.
Yeah, down the finish line here, 2 laps to go. David gonna pull over and let Romalo by. And maybe that would give him a better starting position for tomorrow. Again, I don't know. I'm not sure I really will ever understand Masters racing. I couldn't understand last week with Barrios. I can't seem to understand this move at all. Obviously, a lot of respect to all of them.
Certainly.
Maybe Romalo's further out of the championship points than where I thought. But again, it's tough to calculate the scenarios because each weekend is 33% more points than the last. So, in any case, here comes Isaias on David. Does David give way to him? He will. All right, not going to fight him terribly hard. So, Renato David falls back to 4th. Isaias to 3rd. We'll see the white flag this time, Ron John. And okay, he's not going to give way. There he goes. Running right back on Isaias. So he's let 2 guys get by in front of Isaias.
Very interesting.
And he stuffs him there. If I'm William Isaias, I'm definitely getting a little bit frustrated.
In the meantime, Antonio Bisogna is absolutely checked out. He'll go through turns number 5 and 6 as the rest of the group comes right there back behind him. Bisogna now, 3.3 second lead. Once Renato let him go, that's exactly what he did. He just took off. In the meantime, Danilo Romalo in that second position. Renato Yater David.
No change there overall. So David and Isaias, that's the kind of final lap battle for 3rd. We've got a camera on that here. We'll see if we can keep it close as well. Bisogna into the final chicane. All good. Isaias versus David for 3rd. Let's see across as they go. David blocks. Isaias not going to get there. Bisogna will win the pre-final. 2nd to Romalo. 3rd to David and Isaias.
Wow. Great run there for Antonio Bisogna. Danilo Romalo, good recovery there for Danilo, able to get back up there and get ahead of Renato Yater David. They'll put Renato in 3rd, William Isaias in 4th. David LaPlante will end up in the 5th spot. Danny Robertson 6th. Mike Jones, good run for Mike, up in the 7th spot. Rob Mayer ends up 8th. Scotty Roberts in the 9th spot. And Adriano Bisogna ends up in 10th. So our Master Pre Final. Orsalon Racing Masters Pre Final is in the bank. And again, congratulations to Antonio Bisogna. Great run there for him.
Yeah, great run for Antonio Bisogna and the Orsalon Racing Tony Kart. So Masters ROK is completed. We've got 7 grids set, 4 still to come. The Micro Rockers are currently down on the grid. They are up next here. We got a close look at one of the Micro ROK packages earlier on this week, courtesy of Italo Silveira and the U-Race comp carts, I believe. So let's take a close look here at what a Micro ROK package looks like and what the class entails for the 7 to 10-year-olds.
The youngest class here for the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour is the ROK Micro class. 7 to 10 years old. Double-digit numbers, the only class that runs the double digits. And they run a 60cc power plant with just about 8 to 9 horsepower. The big difference from it up to the ROK Mini class, the next age group up at 8 to 12 years old, is that these guys run a restrictor just inside the exhaust and run about 15 to 20 pounds lighter at the minimum weight.
come onto the racetrack. Micro ROK getting set to go for the 10-lap pre-final. Drew Wall starts on the pole position. The class presented by Mosport Karting Center. In the Motaz Sport RDX number 19, we saw him work his way through the crazy early heat race they had today with the rain coming in heat number 2, and then a decent heat for heat 3. It's put him on the pole alongside Tyrone Kemper Jr. Declan DeHonor and Mateus Romalo make up row number 2. Then it'll be Rocco Simone and Edward Kennedy. At row 4, Alexander Ratushny and Alex Procugna, winner in heat number 3. Justin DeLucia and Santiago Namdum round the top 10. Then it's Jose Carlos Murat, Minchete de Sala, Pasha Ali, Cole Davidson, David Zhao, Jackson Morley, Nicholas LaRusso, Gavin Decay, Asher Pavon, Massimo LaRusso, Rafael Canas, Antonio Pizzonia Jr., Nico Orbezo, Juan Garciars, Aiden Kishun, Santiago Diaz de la Vega, Nico Salazar, and Remy Guzman for 10 laps.
Good
Here we
job.
go.
Got them all in, Xander. Great job there. 10 laps pre-final for our micros, brought to you by Mosports Karting Center. Looking good as they're all formed up, ready to go racing here. Again, 10 pre-final laps for our micro rockers. Green flag is out. We are racing.
Good start down to turn number 1 here for Micro ROK as the field goes on by. And through turns 1 and 2, over to turn number 5. Waltz gets away easily, so does Kemper Jr. They're side by side for third with Rocco Simone trying to get the position in the parallel number 95. And I believe you might have here. The glare coming in for the drivers as we just get towards sunset. Problems for Santiago Namdum. The number 6 International Motorsport Tony Kart rolled off just inside the top 10. He gets turned in turn 6.
Meanwhile, Drew Wall's out there in front. Tyrone Kemper Jr. right there. Drew dives down to the inside to protect the inside.
Not even sure if Tyrone wanted to go for it.
I don't think he was ready.
Either way, taking the thought out of his mind. So
Sure
he'll
did.
push him into the infield S's, stays in line behind, and Waltz leads them coming out. And the Motaz Sport number 19 for Ellard will put lap 1 in the books here. Here comes Kemper now. Down the front stretch, looking for the lead. Tyrone Kemper Jr. to the top spot in turns 1 and 2.
Excellent setup there as he came out of turn number 13, coming down the front stretch. Able to get around going into turn number 1. Now through turns 5 and 6. Meanwhile, he was making that pass up in the front. It's also allowed a couple of other, and I say that he goes wide coming out of 6. Hits a little bit of the water, and now we've got Drew Walls back into the front spot. In the meantime, he's going to end up back into 4th, if not 5th.
Rocco Simone able to get by. So was Mateus Romalo. They all freight train Tyrone. Here comes more again, as you mentioned. Simone looking for the lead, though. He'll take it in 10. So Rocco Simone to the point in the number 95. Waltz back to 2nd. Romalo 3rd. Right at the edge of the group there in 5th should be Alexander Ratushny, if not Declan DeHonor. And out of turn at number 14 down the front stretch. 2 laps complete. Tyrone Kemper Jr. 4th, trying to get there as the top 3 break away. 3-driver group behind him. Then it's David Zhao, Jose Carlos Murat in the 18. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. just watched Dad get out there and get after it in ROK Masters. Well, it must have inspired Junior. He's up 8 spots already. Biggest mover so far here going forward into 16th from 24th for Antonio Jr. onto the Orsilon Racing Tony Kart.
Leaders just now coming up to turn number 9. Heading back down the backstretch once again. Rocco Simone out there in front.
Let's see if anyone else pulls out a line. Drew Waltz seems happy to push him. He's staying tucked behind the 95 so far. No change.
It looks like the Kart Republic Kart of Kemper Jr. is going to go ahead and stick himself and leave himself right there in that 4th spot.
He's trying
Boy,
to
when that door opened for him, a couple of karts came right on through, kicked him all the way back into 4th.
Yeah, this Micro ROK Championship still yet to be decided. Number of contenders in it. Simone is one of them. Tyrone Kemper Jr. another. Drew Waltz, he's had a decent couple opening rounds, but this one definitely a little bit better than the rest, and he was super impressive in the rain here in the 19 car. So we'll see if he can make up some points with the extra bonus points up for grabs, basically, the boosted algorithm. Three laps complete. 7 laps to go. Rocco Simone takes him down the backstretch here with Drew Waltz right behind.
Doesn't look like anybody's going to kick out of line there as they come through turn number 10. Rocco leading them up here to the S's.
I think we had a pass back for 5th, if I'm not mistaken. I think Declan Dionaran got around Alexander Ratushny and moved Dionaran up another spot as they come across the line here. Warning flag going for the number 11. That is Vincente De Sala. He was 11th place on the racetrack, just outside the top 10. And I think, he ended up losing a spot out of it. And Massimo LaRusso maybe lost one as well. I'm not sure fully on that whole exchange, but Antonio Pizzonia Jr. out of it. Whatever the 11th car did on that lap, he gained 2 more spots. He's up to 10th.
Great run so far for the Antonio Jr. Rocco Simone out there in front. Pole sitter finally got back around. Right now, last time by, it was about 0.3 of a second lead. Simone now down into turn number 10. That battle's definitely gotten a little closer there for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th guys. Allowing Simone just to get away a little bit.
Yeah, they haven't traded the position. Simone is just looking super, super strong. Halfway in, halfway home here for Rocco Simone. Cross flags going for the 10-lap heat race here, and Mateus Romalo, noticing that they were losing ground, tried to pass Drew Waltz. He couldn't make the job happen and get it done, so no change for 2nd. And Tyrone Kemper Jr. not able to capitalize there for 3rd, as again, just the glare going into the driver's eyes right now as the sun goes just behind the grid building here at Orlando Kart Center, and the shadows begin to make their way out. The lights will probably have to come on here sooner rather than later, because we've still got more main events or pre-finals to come with Junior ROK, VLR Master, and ROK Pro Shifter on deck. Here they go for 3rd. Kemper Jr. finally got a run going. He'll take it away. So Tyrone Kemper Jr. to 3rd over Mateus Romalo.
That was a nice pass right there going into turn number 10. Had a good run there coming out of 9. Made the run all the way down. Able to kick down to the inside, make that pass. Tyrone Kemper Jr. now solidly up into that 3rd position. That'll put Romalo back into 4th. I say that, there comes Romalo right back around him.
Yeah, good answer by Mateus, but
absolutely,
they lost some ground. So now Drew Waltz and Rocco Simone have the opportunity to get away. At the moment right now, the gap back from them to Tyrone and Mateus is about 6 or 7/10 of a second. If they push together, they could open that up. That's if Waltz can get to his bumper. We'll see what this lap looks like here. 3.5 laps to go in the Micro ROK Pre Final.
Laps winding down, as you said, 3.5 left here to go. Looking for our leaders to come down towards turn number 10.
Oh, and they got lap traffic there that just went by in front of them. So potential for some issues here, or at least some controversy. The lap driver just up the road, not getting off the racetrack just yet. Simone takes him out.
Looks
3
like
to
he's
go.
Gonna get the move over flag there at the start finish, Xander.
Did he get the move over?
Yeah, the blue flag.
Yeah, the
I believe
blue
it was
flag.
just letting him know they were coming up behind him.
So blue flag given here in the pre-final for the lap traffic. I believe that's Aiden Deshawn at the number 80.
And they are coming up on him quickly.
And Drew Waltz trying
Looks
to
like
use
Drew's
it as a
gonna
pick.
use him.
And he will. Drew Waltz to the lead with a nice move. Simone, a crossover though, takes it back. And so Waltz almost a good strategy move by Drew Waltz to use the lapper as a pick.
But again, what has happened is it allowed the other 2 to catch back up too. So now you've got a gang of 4 again. Look at them all shuffling as they come down through out of 9 and down towards 10 here.
Yeah, Waltz on the defense now as Romalo was trying to go by. Waltz trying to get him to work with him. Romalo doesn't want to do it. Into the S's here this time. Romalo stays behind. And now Rocco Simone coming to see the 2 to go signal. Has a nice and healthy gap back in the 95. Can he keep that gap? We will see. 2 to go. Here comes Romalo for 2nd. He's got it this time. And Tyrone Kemper Jr. trying to follow. Turn 3.
Looks like he was able to get there, I believe. I think we're going to look up and see that he has gotten into that third spot.
Nicely done by Tyrone. So move Tyrone Kemper Jr. to third. Rocco Simone continuing to lead here as they come into the infield. This is second and third now. Romalo and Kemper Jr. They have fallen even further back, getting by Drew Waltz. So they're outside a second back from the lead. And they need a Hail Mary lap here to catch.
Could be interesting to see if Tyrone's going to kick down to the inside. Nope, thinks better of it. It's going to stick right behind Romalo as they come through turn number 10. He quickly Tyrone takes a look over his shoulder, sees that Devin Walls is just off his cart a couple of links. As they continue to battle coming through turn number 13 down to the start finish. Should be picking up the white flag this time. Rocco Simone, one more trip around the OKC. The 95 out there on his own, 1.2 second lead. Now through turn number 3 and 4, up to 5. And that battle still continues back behind them.
Yeah, they're kind of packing back up there.
They have packed back up a little bit, yep.
Walt's getting the second win. So Simone gets through the lap traffic as it pulls off. Battle for second, Romalo, Kemper, and Waltz as they come out of turn number 9. Still a little too far back. Here goes Romalo down to the inside to block. Kemper Jr. to the outside. Waltz looking to fill the hole to take third away. He will. Kemper Jr. falls back to fourth. Final time over to the S's. We'll go follow the leaders as well as second, third, and fourth. The leader as well as this group. Kemper gives it back to Waltz. They'll battle for third across the line. It is going to be Rocco Simone winning the pre-final.
Bam!
And across the line, Romalo holds on to second. Kemper Jr. gets third. Waltz fourth. 0.06 of a second shy of Tyrone Kemper Jr.
Wow.
Declan Dionaron finishes fifth. Alexander Ratushny sixth. Justin DeLucia seventh. Antonio Pizzonia Jr. hard charger 14 spots gained to 8th here at the end. David Zhao up 6 spots to 9th. And Nico Orbezo, who has been having a good week in the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart, up 13 spots towards the top 10.
Yeah, I want to thank our friends at Mosports Karting Center for their sponsorship of our Micro Rockers. Greatly appreciate your support. And congratulations to Rocco Simone, Matthias Romalo, and Tyrone Kemper Jr., your top 3. Good run there for Tyrone.
So we'll send it off to a commercial break here as the sun begins to set in Orlando. 3 more pre-finals coming. We've got ROK Junior up next, VLR Master to follow, and then your pro Shifter.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex ROK engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com.
If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at revperformancematerials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
Here we go for ROK Junior, getting set to go green for their pre-final. A big group. Aiden Ingrata starts on the point alongside Sebastian Weldon. Caleb Gaffera and Stephen Miller make up row 2. Jorge Ortiz and Caleb Campbell, row 3. G3 Argyros and Ernesto Rivera, row 4. The sun is mostly set here in Orlando. A lot of the track already completely under shade, so those track temps will drop even further than where they are already. Ingrata is going to slowly bring them around here as they begin to form up behind them and get into position. Behind Ernesto Rivera and Christian Cameron, it's Yal Vergara and Teddy Musella, who of course had that one heat race where he got tagged after contact with coming together with Caleb Gaffera. He rolls just outside the top 10. Fernando Luque also up and down run through the heats. Good final heat though. He starts next door to Musella. Charlie Smith, Enzo Vidmontien, Francesco Esposito, Diego Ardiles, Beckham Jasir, who was the driver who got jacked up at the start of that final heat race. Ryan Maxwell, Frederick Lemieux, Lorenzo Lopez, Anthony Martella, Nolan Hofreiter, Lucas Nanji, Naomi Garcia, Lorenzo Castillo, Pierce Wade, Max Raymer, William Botelier, Amelia Chandler, Jonathan Patron, and Carlos Sasa rolled shotgun on the 25-plus ROK Junior field. Here they come, fully formed into the final sector of the racetrack. Again, sun setting here, just a shaded Orlando Kart Center. We've been running on the racetrack here for nearly 11 hours of competition. With a small
busy day.
Hour break there, half-hour break really for the rain. It's been a lot of on-track battles. It's been a lot of carnage for this class. Let's see if they can make it through turn 1 cleanly. Junior ROK stacked deep on the power. Turn 1, here we go. Who is going to survive the first couple corners? Can the front runners do it? They will. The mid-pack does as well. Over to turn 3. Turn number 3 still has been a trouble spot. Same with turn number 5. The seniors proved you're not even safe until you get there, but everyone's going to make it through cleanly. So a good start as they get their act together, and it is Jorge Ortiz from 5th to the lead here with Gaffera in 2nd and Ingrata in 3rd.
Wow, and unfortunately it looked like Sebastian's been kicked back down the list there, probably about to 7th position on the start. But what a phenomenal start for Jorge Ortiz.
Yeah, Ortiz here again, championship contender, trying to put an exclamation point on his season. Has won the first 2 rounds of the championship, looking for round number 3 to make it a clean sweep. Gaffera right behind him there in 2nd, keeping him honest. 12 laps on the board. Let's tick one of them off. 11 to go here at the end of lap number 1. And Gaffera, tried to go on Ortiz. Ortiz got caught out, and Gaffera makes it stick. Good, respectful racing between both of them as a late move and a late reaction for both, as Ingrata goes by on Ortiz now for 2nd.
I talked to Jose a little bit about Jorge, that is, a little bit about his friends and who he likes to race with, and one of his favorite person to race with here at OKC is Jeremy Fletcher. He always enjoyed watching him, enjoys racing with him. Jorge right now got his hands full.
Well, it's one of those things.
Looks like Aiden's gotten around him now as well.
Yeah, Aiden got around him earlier there, and you never know who's watching and who you may be a role model for. For a lot of these senior drivers, sometimes they forget about that. But Jeremy Fletcher, especially now being, representing the young kids as a rookie in the senior ROK class.
Doing a phenomenal job, too.
Having a lot of guys to look up to him here. Stephen Miller gets by on Ortiz there for 3rd. So good move by Stephen Miller in the Chad Duncan Racing EOS cart. Again, up to the top 3. He goes on the defense a little bit into 5, just out of frame. Ortiz trying to go back on him into 6. He does. He'll get him. Ortiz takes over the 3rd spot. Battle there on camera 1 as Ortiz holds on to P3.
Wow.
Miller back and 4th.
Looks like Caleb Gaffera has actually gotten a little bit of a gap there. Back to 2nd place over Aiden Ingrata. Was about a half second when they went by the start-finish. Still only looks like a couple of kart links out on the track as they head down towards the S's. Boy, Caleb just pounded it as coming through there. Kicked that back end out. Looks like he's pulling a little tape off the
off the radiator here.
Yeah, off the radiator as he came down there. Yep.
So 3 complete, 9 to go here for Caleb Gafera over Aiden Ingrata. Ingrata was quicker by 1/10 of a second last time by, so he's chipping that gap down. 4/10 the difference between the two as they work their way out of turn at number 6 here. Ortiz with Miller behind him here, just a half cart back, is trying to rebound as well. He needs a good lap here this time to close back up to the top 2. And I think he's got one. No, well, he's going to lose it now. Miller coming back on the inside into 10. And he'll take the 3rd spot away.
I was going to say it looked like he was a little bit faster there going through that part and able to get in there and get that spot from Jorge Ortiz. In the meantime, Ortiz has got his hands full. Here comes Sebastian Weldon.
Yeah, Sebastian Weldon trying to challenge on Ortiz as well as Miller holds on to 3rd through 1 and 2. Stephen Miller, pretty solid weekend so far, I'd say. I mean, he's been just kind of consistently inside the top 5.
Yep.
Not really made a lot of noise going on either end of the field there. He's just been there. He's been close. Caleb Gafera, obviously, he's been making a lot of noise here this week, running up at the front of the field.
What's interesting, you mentioned that because last time by it was Stephen Miller that went purple that time. In the meantime, here comes Aiden Ingrata. He's managed to make up a little bit of ground. It looks like he's just about a cart and a half back behind Caleb Gafera as they come through turns number 12 and 13. Once again, heading back down towards the start finish. Sebastian Weldon still working hard on Jorge Ortiz. Got a cart slowing down there coming out of 10.
Yeah. The RPG Cosmics, who maybe went a little bit wider. We got all of them spinning. 2, 3, 4. Wow, 5 more cars spun over here and coming into the infield S's. I don't know what happened over there. I think maybe the water got spun or dirt tracked onto the racetrack, and there's only one more driver coming through that sector, and then it'll be the leaders. So the lights coming on here in Orlando as they go down the backstretch. What'll happen for the lead? It's already changed hands. Ingrata just went through. So Ingrata's your new leader. We're coming to the halfway mark, and here's where the trouble may begin. You can see them come out of 10, all good. Will there be any dirt on the middle of the section that trips anybody up?
Oh, wow.
Doesn't look like it. They're just going to hop the curbs, all clear. Aiden Ingrata leads lap 6, halfway in and halfway home for the Junior ROK Pre Final.
Wow, and you got to look back again to Stephen Miller that went purple that last time by. Again, fastest cart out on there on the track, showing it. He's right there in the 3rd spot, all over the back bumper of Caleb Gafera. And as I say that, there goes Stephen Miller right around him in turn number 5. Stephen Miller now into that 2nd position, kicking Caleb Gafera back into 3rd. And you know Aiden's loving every minute of that as long as they're racing back behind him. Allows him to kind of make a little bit more of a gap, but we'll have to wait and see as they come back around. I believe Stephen Miller's probably been about the fastest cart out there the last couple of laps.
Oh, here comes
Got
Gafera
another turn.
back on Ortiz. He'll bring Weldon with him. So Caleb Gafera to 3rd, Weldon to 4th, Jorge Ortiz back to 5th. Teddy Musella digging forward, up 5 spots so far, trying to catch the top 5 as Ingrata still leads over Stephen Miller. 5 laps to go. And Ortiz, late move, hip check there on Weldon. He gets by.
Last second little dive bomb right there, huh?
Things getting aggressive here for the front half of the Junior ROK field in the closing stages. 4 laps to go next time by. They know time's of the essence, and especially with a kid as fast as Aiden Ingrata leading the field, they've got to get on it. Miller looking good here through the turn 7, 8, 9 section. Down the front stretch, 2 car lengths apart. Miller up to Ingrata. He's got Gafera to worry about, kind of on the hunt, coming back to him as well. The lights are on here in Orlando. It's going to be a night showing for the VLR Masters and for the Pro Rock Shifters. Again, every single kind of race in here. We've got a driver's meeting for all 206 drivers at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Again, 206 has a driver's meeting at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. So that's your Briggs Sr, Briggs Masters drivers with a meeting tomorrow morning here. Side by side, back for 5th and 6th. Ortiz loses a spot to Weldon, loses another spot to Musella. He drops in line just in front of Christian Cameron. And Cameron gets close there going into the turn 9 complex. Miller's still digging away. Last time by, he was 0.3 faster than Ingrata. This time, maybe about a tenth or two. He's getting close. He'll lose it a little bit in the wake of the aero wash from Ingrata's car, but through the infield section, the top 3, nearly top 7 together. 3 laps to go this time by here, Ron John. It's going to get close.
It's getting closer and closer, but boy, I just watching them pound those curves coming through those S's is just amazing. Those karts get thrown up in the air, they get thrown sideways. Meantime, I believe Stephen Miller's making up some room here.
Yeah, Stephen Miller is
definitely getting a little bit closer to Aiden Ingrata as we just now coming through 5 and 6, heading towards the sweeper here. He's right there.
Every lap except for last lap he was gaining. Last lap he lost about a 0.5 of a second to Ingrata. It's a 0.3 margin as of last time by. Let's see if he can get close enough to battle him. A kart length away in the turn number 10. Not close enough here yet. Needs a really good exit. Ingrata slips up a little bit. And Miller closes and then kind of makes his own little slip up out of 10. Over the curbing. Gaffera on the way as well. This time by, time will be even more of the essence than before. 2 laps to go for the Junior ROK Pre Final.
Wasn't sure if Steven might have stuck his nose down in there and trying to get a little shot going into turn number 1. Thinks better of it, kicks back behind. Aiden goes wide. Looks like he was going to try and go high, wide, and handsome. Not able to do it. Going to tuck him back down to the inside. Try and make a run here on Aiden as they head towards the sweeper. Aiden's got the inside line there. In the meantime, that's allowing Caleb Gaffera to get up there as well. Those top 2 are battling. Make it 3 now because Gaffera's right there. They're side by side. And Miller's gotten around him.
Yeah, Miller did a great crossover. Ingrata trying to stuff him, and he's going to take him too far wide. Gaffera takes advantage. Ingrata blocked and denied. Miller got a great crossover, and then through the hairpin, Ingrata sent it down the inside on Stephen Miller, and now coming to the white flag, Caleb Gaffera is back in the lead.
All right, one more trip around the OKC for Caleb Gaffera. What a tremendous move there. Both Steven and Aiden battling one another, and Caleb just happened to see that opening, was able to take advantage of it.
Let's see if he can hold on to it here.
Let's see if he can hang on, that's right.
Out of turn 6, Ingrata needs more. Miller is going to put pressure on Ingrata here pretty soon. If he dive bombs him here into 9, it's all over. Gaffera will win it. Ingrata tries to get to Gaffera. Nearly gets into him, and now Miller is going to get by, and that's going to allow Musella to go as well. Here they go, nearly 3 wide. Oh, and we got contact behind him. Ortiz goes over the top of someone, and here we go. Caleb Gaffera out of the final turn, avoids the chaos. Across the line is going to win the pre-final here in Junior ROK. Bam! Under the lights. Stephen Miller, Ingrata, Musella, Weldon, the top 5. Then it's Christian Cameron, Fernando Luque, Yal Vergara, Francesco Esposito, Diego Ardiles. Where will Ortiz cross? Can he cross? He crosses down in 18th.
18th position.
Loses over 10 positions on the final lap. Wow. And again, this is directly where all these guys will start tomorrow.
That means Jorge's going to have a lot of work to do tomorrow. Congratulations once again to Caleb Gaffera, our junior winner there. Of course, Stephen Miller with a tremendous run ends up in the 2nd position. Got around Aiden Ingrata. Teddy Musella up 7 positions. Teddy's going to end up in that 4th spot. Good run there for Teddy. Sebastian Weldon ends up in 5th. Christian Cameron 6th. Fernando Luque in the 7th position. Yal Vergara in the 8th. Is Francesco Esposito in the 9th position. And Diego Ardiles will end up in the 10th.
And that'll do it again for your Junior ROK class presented by Rollison Performance Group. 2 more classes still to come. VLR Master on deck. Pro ROK Shifter to come after. Stick with us. Casey's coverage of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour rolls on and is here at Orlando Kart Center under the lights.
Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
So welcome back here to Orlando Kart Center for the Rock Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, as we are getting set to go green with VLR Master and your Pro Rock Shifter class. Coming up next here again from Orlando Kart Center, pre-final action for the final two divisions. For the VLR Master class, again, Laurentiu Mardan has been the class of the field up until the rain came and Martin Stone was able to challenge. Beautiful sight, though, here in Orlando, Florida. I mean, we've got a picturesque sunset here on a chilly Saturday night in March as we get set to close off pre-final action for the Florida Winter Tour. Two more classes to go. Again, VLR Master, the 100cc power plant, 30 or 32 years of age and older in the division, or if you're, I believe, either 180 or 200 pounds and up with your driving gear. So it's a heavier weight, still the same Levanto tire, still the same 100cc, 20-plus horsepower VLR engine as your VLR seniors, and it's unrestricted like the seniors compared to the juniors. But it's for the old guys, the guys that's got to go to work in the morning, the guys that just want to be able to have some fun, hit the gas, go fast, and not have to go head-to-head with the drivers that are going to be training like top-tier athletes.
These are the guys that I always appreciate. The fact that they're still out there racing, still out there having a great time, always putting on a good show. Looking forward to seeing Laurentiu Mardan and Martin Stone. See if perhaps Martin might have something for him here in the dry. These guys going to go 12 laps for our VLR Masters, brought to you by Rock Cup Canada. Been quite a day around here. We've been here all day long. Got things started here at 8 a.m. We're still here trying to finish things up. Just a couple of groups to go here, our VLR Masters, and then we'll roll out our ROK Shifters.
Yeah, a little bit of a chilly day here again under the lights as the sun begins to set for your VLR Master class. We're going to send it over here to Jenna. She's caught up with Jake French, who has had a pretty good overall on the average of the weekend, but a couple hiccups here and there. Let's see how he feels here for the pre-final. Jenna?
Jake, how are you feeling about this weekend? We'll get right to it.
Feeling pretty good. You know, I've made a couple of mistakes on my part, one of them being a big one in the rain, kart hydroplane, and when I hit the brakes, it went straight into the wall. So that was pretty unfortunate. Luckily, we're still starting third for the pre-final, so, you know, hopefully we can keep pace with Danny and, you know, maybe try to fight for the win.
Where are you in the championship?
Right now I'm second. I don't know how many points behind. I think it's a pretty good deficit, especially after that last heat race. So we'll do everything we can.
Well, mistakes were made, but it is kind of looking like you might have a porn stash after this weekend. How are you feeling about that?
We'll see. I don't know. Krimmer's had bad luck in that pre-final, but I still believe him. I think he can win the final.
Well, we're glad you believe in your teammate. Thank you, Jake. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jenna. And again, here going back on that, just to give a little bit of context, that is the bet that Martin Kremers and Jake French have going. Whoever wins first gets to cut the locks off, and well, Martin Kremers is looking good, as she mentioned here, with a good green flag start for VLR Master. And we're underway as they go out of turns 1 and 2 and over to 3 and 4. Laurentiu Mardan and Christian Vomier with a great start from the inside to go into first and second as they come out of 5 here. Ron John under the lights, man. What a beautiful sight. Orlando Kart Center looking great here with the lights lighting it up.
Absolutely. They look great under the lights here at the OKC. And of course already Laurentiu Mardan stepping out. Probably try to put on another really fine first lap out and try and gap the field a little bit, what he's been known to do. Looking at it as they come down to turn number 10. Make that turn, race up towards the S's.
And no major changes up front here. Martin Stone holding on to third over what looks to be possibly Charlie Fonseca, along with the 754 Mark Pavon in the Goodwood Cartways entry. Either way, it's the Technos out front. Mardan and Vomier with 1 lap complete here, 11 to go. Let's send it over to Kendall Hedge. She's caught up with David Greco.
So you're starting second in the pre-final. You stayed out of trouble all day. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm feeling fantastic because right now I got nothing to lose after what happened last race, so I'm just going to send it in there. Whatever happens, happens, so.
Yeah, so we've had kind of like all kinds of weather today. We had pouring down rain, the sun was shining, the track dried up, but now the temperature is dropping with the sun down. How do you think the track is going to be?
I'm anticipating it to be a little bit slippery, but I mean the Senior ROKs, they were pretty quick in their pre-final, so the same for us, I'm hoping.
So you didn't make any changes to prep for the coldness of the track?
No, not really.
Okay, well, good luck in the pre-final.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Big thanks to David Greco for coming and joining us here as he and Jake French have to get ready here for the pre-final. The Pro ROK Shifters, of course, getting set. And we are watching again the VLR Masters, the class that precedes them. Laurentiu Mardan still leading 1 second up on Christian Vomier and pulling away a little bit. Vomier lost even a little bit of time to Martin Stone as of last time by, so he's got some ground to be made up. One driver that's really had a good day, especially in the slippery conditions, is Nathan Nicholson. He's over here with our Kendall.
Nathan, you've had a great day today. You did killer in the rain. You crossed the line in third, but had a penalty and went back to fourth. And now you're starting 6th in the pre-final. How are you feeling?
Yeah, 6 is definitely better. You know, there's not as much work to be done as in the heats, so I'm literally just looking to take advantage of the chaos that may happen ahead with the other guys and stay there and get a good starting position for tomorrow's final.
Yeah. I feel like in St. Pete, kind of the same situation happened. You started up front, but chaos happened. How are you going to avoid it this time?
Yeah, in St. Pete, it was mainly mental. You know, it was my first time starting that high in a big race like this, so my reactions were delayed. I didn't make good decisions, so hopefully learning off of that in St. Pete, it's going to be a good race here today.
All right, well, good luck, Nathan. Thank you.
Yeah, Nathan Nicholson, as he mentioned here, he's only his 2nd year up in the Pro ROK Shifter division. He's made a couple big strides in the class. He was impressive in his rookie season as well. And for a guy that doesn't get behind the wheel a ton over the course of a year, just maybe about 7 or 8 events at this point and some test weekends, to be able to kind of slowly get closer and closer towards the pace of the big 3 is impressive. And we'll see how he lines up here under the lights for the pre-final in Pro ROK Shifter. As you can see, Laurentiu Mardan pops the curbs here. 4 laps complete, 8 laps to go here in VLR Master.
All right, still about a second lead there for Laurentiu over Christian Vomier as he comes back by the start-finish once again. That battle, though, is between Vomier, Stone, and Fonseca. Fonseca, by the way, once again went purple this lap. Fastly through the first couple of sections there. Charlie Fonseca, part of the Orlando Karting Center group here. Charlie in the 716. Laurentiu Mardan just coming through the sweeper. Now through turn number 8, now through 9. He'll turn once again down
the backstretch here towards turn
towards
number 10. Yep. Christian Vomier followed closely by Charlie Fonseca, who's gone by Martin Stone. So Fonseca with a good drive back up the grid here in the pre-final as he tries to close it. Again, we're not really seeing a ton of margin build by Laurentiu Mardan over these few laps. I mean, he's been quicker, but it's maybe a 10th or 2 here or there, and then other drivers are able to match him from time to time. So for Laurentiu Mardan as they head towards turn number 5, battling behind him with Fonseca going by on Christian Vomir. There they go to 6, back again, inside, this time pass complete. Fonseca gets through, Vomir back to 3rd.
Charlie Fonseca been shown he's been awfully fast the last couple of laps. Put Fonseca up into the 2nd position, dropping Christian Vomir back into 3rd. Martin Stone in 4th. As again, our leader come back down the back stretch, heading towards turn number 10. He's out there about 1.9 seconds now. Here comes our group.
2nd, 3rd, 4th. Fonseca, Vomir, Stone. As Alex Dalbon Sr. runs in the 5th spot. No big movers forward or backward as a whole. 6 in, 6 to go for VLR Master here in the 12-lap pre-final.
Halfway home. Kart's looking really good under the lights here. As obviously it continues to get a little bit darker. Sun's pretty much is set. A little cool, a little windy here in beautiful Central Florida. Florida Winter Tour. Round number 3, it's championships weekend. We got the pre-finals underway. Working through lap number 7 here for our VLR Masters. Watching our 2nd group there, Fonseca, Vomir, and Stone. Can't tell, but I believe maybe perhaps Martin Stone has gotten around Christian Vomir as they go up there. Nope, they still remain the same. No change there. It's still Fonseca, Vomir, and Stone working the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place positions.
And out of turn at number 5. Again, no change there. 5 laps to go. Here we go. There's the battle for 2nd. Vomir runs Fonseca out to the edge and makes sure he gets clear. Fonseca trying to answer back. He does. And Vomir lets him through as they go through the infield. The sparks flying here at night. One of the cool parts.
I was going to say, starting to see some sparks, yes.
Yeah. Here comes Martin Stone now for 3rd on Vomir, turn 10. He's gonna try it, and they make contact, and still make contact on the end, and Vomir puts his hand in the air. I think Stone's like also thinking, what was that for, man? But either way, that'll spread out the group. So now Vomir 3rd with a gap out front and out back, and it's a nice little gift here for Charlie Fonseca as he gets some cushion room back to Vomir with 4 laps to go.
I'm sure that's exactly what Charlie was hoping would happen, and the guys behind him would start racing. And the 2 came together, Martin Stone. Christian Vomir just did not allow him quite enough room there going into turn number 10. Bumped him a little bit, kicked him out to the side. Martin Stone back into 4th, able to continue on. Alex Dalbon on the move, up a couple of spots now for Alex. He's in that 5th position. Rob Mayer in the 6th. Peter Cook up 3 spots now in 7th. Caden Goodrich in the 8th spot. Gallo Barros in the 9th. And it's Bruno Sorgiovanni rolling out our top 10. Winding up, that is, our top 10.
And here they come out of turn number 10. Martin, and down the front straightaway for one of the lap drivers behind. 3 laps to go at the stripe. There goes Mardan across the line. Here comes Fonseca and Vomir trying to chase him back down at the line. Vomir lost some more time, so I think that gap will hold. I don't think we'll see much of a change in it. Again, the Pro ROK shifter class due up next with, as mentioned, David Greco starting on the front row alongside Danny Formal, Jake French, and AJ Myers. They start a little further back than row number 1 after a myriad of different issues for both. French getting into the wall in heat number 3, and Myers having the DQ yesterday in heat number 1. So the headline class that will close us out here today is going to have some of the heavy hitters having to work their way forward a little bit while Danny Formal gets to start from the pole through turn 10.
Our leaders already now coming through turns 12 and 13 as you see him turning to go down the front stretch there.
Here they come.
Laurentiu Mardan. Got the 2 to go. He's got what 4.1 second lead. Mardan does, although it does look like he's coming up on the back marker. He's already gotten around him.
Yep, got clear that time.
No
out
problem.
Of turn 6. So a lap and a half remaining here for Laurentiu Mardan. And he pops the curve here, making it look easy. 4 seconds up the road from the rest of the pack in VLR Master. Mr. Technokart USA, well, half of Technokart USA. His teammate Christian Vomier back in third. There's Charlie Fonseca, the Orlando Kart Center local driver in the 716. An impressive run nonetheless here.
Looks like he's taking a couple of different lines there again, coming through the S's. Being a little more cautious, as he knows he's just got one more lap around here. As the white flag is out for Laurentiu Mardan. Make his way towards turn number 5.
Out of 5, over to turn 6 here. Half a lap to go. Dominating season. So it's only fitting to have a dominating season finale here for Laurentiu Mardan. Winning the heats, at least the heats in the dry. Got bested a little bit in the wet, managed the slippery conditions well, and now with a dry racetrack here under the lights at Orlando Kart Center, one of the few national events we'll ever see under the lights, and we will see them here tonight with the Pro Rock Shifters coming up next. Mardan gets to say that he won the race that he was in here under the lights in 2022.
That's right.
Into the S's. Final time, Mardan looking to punch his ticket to the pole for Championship Sunday, and he's going to do it with ease. Mardan wins in VLR Master.
Bam!
And he points to the chassis as he comes across. A nice little bit of advertising.
Absolutely.
That's a shameless plug if I've ever seen one. That was definitely earned.
We'll have to remind him of that as well. The old shameless plug, baby. But, you know, what can you say? That Technokart has been absolute magic in his hands. He's done a tremendous job with it.
He's taken it to the front.
He's taken it to the front.
And he's kept it there every single session. We are going to keep you with us here as long as we can. We're going to send you to commercial for one more time before the Pro Rock Shifters get underway. You heard from a few of the drivers, Jake French, David Greco. They think it's going to be a little bit slippery, and a few of the big names start a little bit further down the grid. Danny Formal and David Greco lead them out next.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun, family atmosphere. Try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Here we go, Pro Rock Shifter. We've been waiting all afternoon to get them back onto the racetrack after that action-packed final heat race. Nighttime racing for the Rock Shifter drivers. They haven't raced under the lights in a long, long time on a Rock Shifter package. So, with that in mind, what do you do on setup? Well, you want to pump your air pressures a little bit up. You want to make sure you got grip dialed in, because you have to expect with the colder temperatures, the track will more than likely get more slippery than grippy. In certain situations, you find the grip come in, but that's if you had a lot of rubber laid down. For example, if we take out that rainstorm today and it was hot all day long, rubber getting laid down session after session after session, it'll be more slippery when it's hot and greasy than it will be at night when it cools back off. However, we've got a mostly cleared off racetrack of rubber that's just generally cold. That's going to make for a very slippery surface, especially for the parts of the racetrack that have not been cleared off, like the inside lane where Danny Formal is going to be lining up for the green. The order for the start. Has Formal to the inside of David Greco. PSL Karting has 2 and 3 on the grid with Jake French lined up to the inside of fellow Art driver and privateer Michael Stevens. Row number 3 will be Rubens Barrichello, the Formula One former driver, and Nathan Nicholson, who we talked to here, the young hotshot second-year shifter driver on Magic. He is the highest starting Magic as AJ Myers lines up behind him alongside Colin Daly, and rounding the top 10 will be Vincenzo Saraceno and Jimmy Cabrera. We go to the flag stand for the green flag. Final race of the afternoon.
Green flag.
And Formal with a good start. Greco gets down in line, and there's contact back behind them. Little bit of shoving all the way around. They're 2 and 3 wide. All the way clean and green here to turn 5 up front, though. The top 2 all over each other. Greco trying to find a way past Formal. He was the second quickest in the rain to Formal. So when you look at the 2 tallest guys on the grid and the 2 guys here who seem to master the elements, the slippery conditions should favor them, in theory.
It's interesting as we see them go by. You can see them when they hit those bumps. You can see sparks flying from these karts. Saw it as they come through.
Pass
earlier.
back behind. AJ Myers trying to get by Colin Daly. I think he was able to get it done, or he's drag racing him. Yeah, he got by Daly there that time. So Myers up to 5th. The top 4 with a little breakaway. Formal, Greco, French. Here comes French for second. Nice. Oh, door slammed shut. Wow.
No opening there, my friend.
No teammate love right there at all. Greco going to hang on tough here for second as Formal continues to lead. I will say David Greco looks really good coming out of turn number 5 and pretty good in 6 too. I'm not sure where he's losing time to Formal. I mean, he was quickest in sector 1 that time overall. So David Greco does have some pace. He just can't seem to get this last sector maybe together, or maybe the middle section of the racetrack. I mean, that time by middle section, identical to Formal. He's on a burner right now if he can manage it with all the battling going on behind him. Here's Formal to the final corner. He just seems to get that kart pointed a little bit better down the front stretch. What do we got there? He does. So that final section, he pulls back nearly a half-tenth up on Greco. So Formal a little better in the final sector, missing some time here in this section of the racetrack, turns 5 and 6. Greco, he's definitely closer this lap, sent it in deep that time, trying to feel the grip levels a little bit more, and it looks good for the PSL Burrell Art Machines. Greco second, French in third.
And of course, we got to give a big shout out to our hero of the day, Giano Torino. Look at Giano, up 5 positions already, up into 7th. He's had a heck of a day, took a heck of a shot today. Able to get back into the kart and continue on. He's working his tail end off. I'd love to be up on the podium for the Florida Winter Tour here. Leg number 3 underway as we're got our senior shifters out there under the lights here at the OKC.
Not a good run through the final section of the racetrack for David Greco that time. Gave up 2 tenths. He was on track to go purple that time by. Just couldn't seem to be on pace with Formal in the final chicane. That's been his weak point here. Jake French about even all the way through. Pretty good on pace with both of them, just missing a little bit. AJ Myers trying to dig forward here to the leaders as well. I mean, we talk about making his way up. He's up to 4th. Last time by, he was the fastest on the racetrack by 3 tenths over Formal. So he's coming. Behind him is Michael Stevens. Then it's Colin Daly. So the top 3 is what we've been focused on. But here comes AJ. And the Magic car driver is low on time. 12 laps, 4 of them are already gone. 8 to go. Danny Formal still leads here in Orlando.
Boy, those 2 PSL car Burrell Arts right behind him are just banging and trying to make their way up there to catch up to Danny. He's still got a couple of kart lengths difference between he and David Greco. Of course, Jake French right there on back of Greco as well. But look who's coming. AJ Myers. Now up into that 4th position. Only about 2 tenths back behind the 3rd place driver. He's trying to make his way up there.
Let's see, Formal looking good. Here comes French down the inside on Greco. He's got it. Jake French to second. Misses the puddle on the exit of 10. Loses a little time to Formal. Can they run him back down? Here comes AJ Myers in the bumper of both of them. 5 laps complete, 7 to go.
AJ looked like he got a really good run there coming through the S's. Able to get just a little bit closer to David Greco. And Jake French with a great move there, coming into 10.
And now he goes on the hunt. So Formal went purple that time by. French able to get by on Greco. And it's kind of gotten even here, the gaps between second, third, and fourth. We'll watch this lap to see if they can close to the race leader, Danny Formal. Here they come out at 9. Formal not taking a single look back behind him.
Good point.
Oh, wow. Big mistake from David Greco. A.J. Myers gets up to third as Greco bobbles into turn number 10. So the Magic Kart driver now up to the inside of the front row, or inside of row 2 for tomorrow. And he's closing to Jake French. Can he get there before French gets to Formal? I think he might. French was 2 tenths off of Formal's pace last time by. Danny Formal feeling the Formula K for Leading Edge Motorsports come to life right now. 1.1 seconds the gap back to Jake French and company. Myers the closest and next best. He was only 2 tenths off him with making the pass on David Greco. And now he sets his sights on Jake French.
And he took a much tighter line there coming through 7 as he was heading towards 8. Takes a look over his shoulder there. I'm talking about Jake French. He knows that A.J. Myers is right there. A.J. still about a cart and a half back behind him, maybe 2 carts as they come through the S's. They're still pounding those curbs as they come through. You can actually see some of those sparks fly off the carts. A beautiful pre-final going underway here under the lights at the Orlando Karting Center in the Florida Winter Tour for 2022. Last race of the day, it's the pre-final for our senior shifters. Still Danny Formal out there in front, out to about a 1.1 second lead for him. Keeping an eye on A.J. Myers as he's trying desperately to work his way up there to the back bumper of Jake French. Don't think obviously they'll have anything for Danny. Danny's pretty much checked out.
Yeah, he's got a nice gap here. 4 laps to go this time by. It's just a matter of if A.J. Myers can hunt down and catch Jake French here for second, which for a moment he was. Now he's kind of stabilized there in third. Not a bad place to start the main event tomorrow, but I'm sure he'd like to be on the front row to challenge the 437. I don't know if anyone can challenge him right now at night, but it'll be much different conditions tomorrow afternoon when they run their main event around 3:30 p.m. In either case, 3.5 laps to go, and the Costa Rican still leads, having a career best Florida Winter Tour in the Pro Shifter class. Looking to seal the deal in the championship. You heard from Jake French, second in the title coming in, still second in the points, but at this point he gave up a lot of valuable points in that third heat race, and now he's given up some more, unfortunately, as he watches his championship rival pull away. And you know, we talk championships, A.J. Myers, I mean, he'd been on top of the world up until Rock Vegas last year of every single event, and he mentioned when we talked to him back at St. Pete, he just felt like he couldn't really figure out the tire. The new Levanto tires, they can't seem to kind of get the grasp on. And then he qualified on the pole, and it was like, okay, we're back to the A.J. Myers Magic Kart USA of old. We're back to the A.J. Myers combination that won 3 championships in a row, 2019, 2020, 2021. Then he wins the first heat, only to get DQ'd for an engine infraction. And here, since then, the pace has been okay. It's not been the best.
Right, that's
the best
for sure.
right now is the guy out in front, and that is Danny Formal here with 2.5 laps to go. Is his gap 1.3 seconds to French, another 7 tenths back from French to find A.J. Myers.
Again, watching Danny come through the S's, pounding the curbs. All right, looking at the 2 to go here at the start finish. Danny Formal. It's been a long day for everybody out here today. Thanks to all of our racers, all of our support staff. You guys have been troopers throughout the day. And of course, all of our group here, looking forward to sticking a fork in this day because it's been an absolute long one. But boy, we've really been blessed with some really good racing.
Yeah, we've had a long day of action here at Orlando Kart Center. Danny Formal, Jake French, A.J. Myers, and David Greco, the top 4. This time by, white flag will fly.
I was going to say, Xander, I don't mean that in a bad way at all. It's just that we've been out here doing this for a long, long time. It's been a tough day. I can't imagine how it's been on the drivers, because for some of them, they had to wait just about the entire day before they get back out to race. And right now, Danny Formal just making his way around. It's the last time for Danny Formal around the OKC today.
Yeah, 240 plus entries here. Lots of drivers, lots of talent, obviously, lots of officials. A big shout out, like you said, to the crew, to the track workers here, the OKC team, for staying put, for turning the lights on, for letting these guys race at night. It always looks so cool when we get karting under the lights. There's nothing that looks better than racing under the bright lights here. And Saturday Night Lights, you can't ask for anything more. Danny Formal, he has been perfect, start to finish, over the curbs, one more time, why not? It's a 1.4 second gap. It will hold. Formal will punch his ticket to the pole for Sunday.
Bam!
Your ROK Pro Shifter Pre Final winner, Danny Formal, over Jake French, AJ Myers, who climbs 5 spots higher to start 3rd for tomorrow. David Greco finishes 4th. Michael Stevens 5th. Colin Daly 6th. Nathan Nicholson holds off a hard-charging Vincenzo Saraceno and Rubens Barrichello. 7th, 8th, and 9th, and Jimmy Cabrera rounds the top 10. For myself here, Xander Clements with the Kart Chaser crew, and of course alongside me, Ron John Ebersole, and everyone with ROK Cup USA. That wraps up the action today. We want to encourage all of you to make sure you get home safe tonight. We go live again first thing tomorrow morning. Main events with a morning round and an afternoon round. It should be a great day of action. We've got some packing up to do, some loading up. We'll be back. Thanks for tuning in.